we are engaged in news. All right, welcome. News program. People who are not here yet. Numbers not even there. Let's fucking
You think
go.
Margot Robbie takes a dump?
Dump. You need to fix that because it echoes like a motherfucker.
Maybe. Well, I can't. I literally can't. I literally can't.
Did we not solve this last time? I swear we solved this last time.
You tell me.
I don't know. Go to system sound. So right click on the sound. And does it say your computer speakers or does it say your headphones?
I mean, I can hear you through my headphones, can't I?
Yeah, so that's coming through StreamYard. Your system sound is coming through the computer. That's what you need to change.
Yeah, output headphones.
Perfect. Now, let's try again.
You are garbage, okay? You're garbage, okay? You're garbage.
Weird.
Let me, if I press, let's see if I press stop sharing.
You think Margot?
Nope.
Hmm.
That's just how it's going to work.
That is very fucking strange.
Okay.
Give us a.
Actually, I am going to not play until people are here. I will do twits.
Okay. That's the thing is it gives me my headphones like 6 times StreamYard settings.
Robbie takes a dump?
There you go.
Hey. Winner. All right, we're in business. All right, this is the tweet today. Hey, cunts. Fucking come watch the stream. Come watch the stream. Cunts.
Whatever you say, sir.
I legitimately
PBS.
Could,
I need news.
I legitimately could tweet this out. I don't know how that would go over.
Who cares?
I feel like it's probably not a great idea.
I don't care about much right now.
No. Like I do kind of want to use the account to be like snarky, but we have to be correct if I do that.
You already went through PBS, it looks like.
I went through some of PBS, yes.
Okay.
Well, let's not watch. Okay. I'll do twits. All right. Have we got people yet? Yeah, people here. Hell yeah, kitty cats.
Unga.
Good morning. Hi. How are you? Are you okay? Yeah. She just wake up. And yeah. Telling her dream, I think. Right. Give us it.
Why are you yelling at me?
Hi. Hi, girl.
Drop that damn cat.
How are you? I miss you too. Give us a. Give us a.
I want a cat friend that yells at me. What the
What do you do?
What is this? All the other ones are coming as well. This is why you cat wild cat.
What are you doing over there? Come here. Come here, my girl. How are you? Why?
It's a wildcat?
Why
Yeah, I believe they're feral cats, yeah.
are you yelling at me? Don't yell
I'm a
at me.
wildcat.
See? Even they're saying, don't yell at me. I'm glad I'm not the only one that says that. Black one.
Oh, Elizabeth. Hi. How are you? How are you, my little girl?
Good evening. I'm John Yang.
Hi, John.
Israel conducted military operations on 2 fronts today, Gaza and Lebanon. In Lebanon, an airstrike in a Beirut suburb killed at least 37 people, including 3 children. Hezbollah also confirmed the death of another senior military official and 16 other members. Across southern Lebanon, Israel said it struck about 180 Hezbollah targets, including rocket launchers, after signs the group was about to fire more rockets and drones into Israel. In Gaza, 22 people were killed in an airstrike on Gaza City. Israel says they were targeting a Hamas command center. The Gaza Health Ministry says the strike hit a school turned shelter and killed mostly women and children.
A missile from the plane hit us, and another missile. We saw the whole world covered with smoke and stones, and we saw people and children cut up, and a person without a head, all of which were scenes that broke our hearts. What should we do? What is our fault for this to happen to us?
The Health Ministry, which does not distinguish between civilians and fighters, reports that at least 41,000 Palestinians have been killed since fighting began on October 7th. In central Ukraine, a Russian missile strike killed 3 people. The regional governor said the victims were a 1-year-old boy and 2 elderly women. Ukrainian forces aren't backing down even as they prepare for the 3rd winter of the conflict. More than 100 of their drones hit an ammunition depot in southwestern Russia, triggering evacuations in the area. Vice President Harris says she's accepted CNN's invitation for a second debate with Donald Trump on October 23rd, saying on social media that she hopes the former president will join her. But at a rally today in North Carolina, Trump said it was too late for another debate because voters are already casting ballots.
Now she wants to do a debate right before the election with CNN because she's losing badly. You know, it's like a fighter. She sees the pulse. She sees what's happening. She's losing badly, but it's like a fighter who goes into the ring and gets knocked out. The first thing he says is, I want a rematch. I want a rematch.
New filings show the Harris campaign raised $257 million in August, compared with the Trump campaign's $85 million that month. And in Munich, today was the beginning of Oktoberfest, considered to be the world's largest folk festival. The official opening was heralded by the city's mayor tapping the first keg. Thousands of people had lined up before dawn to claim tables inside big tents where pretzels and beer were served. Oktoberfest dates back to an 1810 celebration of a royal wedding.
You're going to be fucking kidding me. There's no fucking way. Fuck that. Fuck your royal wedding.
That's their culture.
Still to come on PBS News Weekend, a progress report on the Inflation Reduction Act 2 years on, and how Glacier National Park is navigating a flood of visitors.
I love Glacier National Park. It's so nice.
This is PBS News Weekend.
The water
from
is
the David M.
crystal clear.
Good evening. I'm John Yang.
Hi, John.
Tensions in the Middle East are reaching new dangerous levels as Israel and Hezbollah intensify both their tit-for-tat assaults and their threats of more violence. Overnight, Hezbollah launched more than 100 rockets, missiles, and drones at Israel, targeting areas deeper into Israeli territory than before. Some hit near the city of Haifa. At least 3 people were injured, and Israeli hospitals went on wartime footing, moving patients deep underground. Israel sent a barrage of rockets into Lebanon. The Israeli military said it struck terrorist targets and thwarted Hezbollah's plans for an even larger attack. On CBS's Face the Nation, Israeli President Isaac Herzog said his country is prepared to do what it takes to defend itself.
This is jihadism at its best, and that's what we are fighting. And I wish, truly, and I say it as the president of Israel officially, and I say it outright because I know we don't want war, but if it's waged against us, we go all the way.
Israel's ordered Qatar-based Al Jazeera to shut down for 45 days. The channel's cameras were rolling early this morning when Israeli forces raided their West Bank offices. The broadcaster had already been barred from operating in Israel. In Ukraine, Russia launched a new wave of attacks in Kharkiv, the nation's second largest city. Bombs hit high-rise apartment buildings, injuring 21 people, including an 8-year-old boy. President Volodymyr Zelensky condemned the attacks and renewed his call for Western allies to provide more long-range weapons. A massive rescue operation is underway in Iran following one of the worst mine disasters in the country's history. At least 50 people are dead and 20 others injured after the explosion in Tamas, about 335 miles southeast
of Hezbollah.
of Tehran. Authorities blame a methane gas leak for the explosion. In Birmingham, Alabama, federal law enforcement officials are helping local police investigate a deadly mass shooting. Police say that more than 100 shots were fired in an entertainment district known for its bar and restaurant scene. 4 people were killed and 18 others wounded. Investigators believe multiple people opened fire and that many of the people hurt were bystanders caught in the crossfire. There have been no arrests. According to the Gun Violence Archive, so far this year, there have been 404 shootings in America, involving 4 or more victims. And former Miami Dolphins running back Eugene Mercury.
Okay, at least he said it correctly instead of saying that they're mass shootings. According to the Gun Violence Archive, there have been 400-something shootings with 4 or more people.
Yeah, but it's still injuries, not deaths. But that's their metric.
Yeah. But he's just saying.
Yeah. But they use the metric to overinflate the number.
Yeah, but that's the things. He's not saying shootings.
Yeah. And it shouldn't be. It should be phrased as shootings. Like you can phrase it as shootings, attempted mass shooting.
That's what he did. Oh my God! Shut up.
Prevented.
Shut up. Just shut up. Just shut up.
Morris has died. Morris helped power the Miami offense to 2 Super Bowl championships, and in 1972 to the only undefeated season in NFL history. Mercury Morris was 77 years old. Still to come on PBS News Weekend, the potential political storm facing the nation's top weather and climate service, and why a majority of supermarket baby food is unhealthy.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Al Jazeera is reporting Israel's killed more than 100 people in Lebanon so far today in a wave of extensive airstrikes, hitting more than 300 targets. Lebanon's health ministry reports the dead include children, women, and paramedics. More than 400 people have been wounded. Earlier today, Israel instructed residents of southern Lebanon to leave their homes if they live near any site used by Hezbollah. Israel sent text messages,
Basically, that means
phone
anyone
calls
in
to
the south
tens
of Lebanon needs to leave.
I think that justifies rightful go fuck yourself, Israel.
thousands of people in what Lebanese officials decried as a form of psychological warfare. Israel's also hacked into Lebanese radio stations. On Friday, Israel killed at least 45 people in a massive airstrike on a densely populated residential neighborhood of Beirut. The dead include 16 members of Hezbollah, including 2 senior commanders, Ibrahim Akil and Ahmed Wahbi. Lebanon's transportation minister, Ali Hamia, condemned the Israeli attacks.
The Israeli enemy, with all its continued crimes, with the excuse of pursuing Hezbollah, has targeted a residential compound. It has committed a massacre to a residential building against unarmed children, women at their homes.
Israel will be like, nobody warns people they're about to be bombed like we do.
Yeah,
nobody,
it's humane. Ethical bombing.
Like, nobody in, like, the sophisticated countries, aka not Russia, is bombing civilians to begin with.
True.
You shouldn't have to warn them. That's why the United States doesn't warn people, because they're not bombing fucking compounds full of civilians.
True.
The Israeli enemy is taking the region to war.
Hezbollah responded to Friday's attack by firing a barrage of rockets into Israel, targeting an airbase and weapons factories. Meanwhile, former CIA director and Defense Secretary Leon Panetta has accused Israel of committing an act of terrorism by rigging thousands of walkie-talkies and pagers that exploded in a coordinated attack last week that killed at least 37 people, injuring thousands in Lebanon. Panetta spoke to CBS News.
I don't think there's any question that it's a form of terrorism. This has gone right into the supply chain, right into the supply chain. And when you have terror going into the supply chain, it makes people ask the question, what the hell is next?
In Gaza, Israel's continuing to target schools and shelters housing displaced Palestinians. On Saturday, an Israeli attack on a school in Gaza City killed 22 people, including 13 children and 6 women. One of the victims was a 3-month-old baby. Survivors said there are no safe places to go in Gaza.
The terrorist group.
Exactly. Why what kind
of terrorist group recruits babies?
Unbelievable. baby
Evil.
soldiers now.
We got displaced and came to this school. I left from my house after it was targeted and my husband and my 2
John
children were
Fetterman's like,
martyred.
"Hey."
We came to this school and thought it was safe. We thought this was a safe place. Then they target us. Where are we supposed to go if at a school we're not safe? We got displaced.
Have you tried dying? I mean,
Well,
that
I
would
mean,
be
everyone
Israel's
knows
third
that
solution.
anyone in Gaza is Hamas, so the babies are just future Hamas. You know, are you telling me you wouldn't kill baby Hitler like Jeb Bush?
We're fucking snarky today.
I'm sick as fuck, bro.
7 or 8 times, and I'm all alone with my 2 remaining children.
An Israeli airstrike
No,
earlier
they're
today in Deir al-Balah killed a mother and 4 of her
Two children you
children.
got left
Meanwhile,
there next.
Yeah, how dare they survive? They will not become future Hamas. They shall
You
be
should
killed.
just kill
too.
him now to get it over with.
Exactly. Just sacrifice yourself. It's already over. Why even bother?
a heavy rain has
And imagine somebody coming in cold to this.
Fuck 'em.
flooded
Fuck 'em,
makeshift
fuck 'em,
camps in
fuck 'em, fuck 'em now,
al-Mawasi
fuck 'em.
and other areas of Gaza. Press freedom groups have condemned the Israeli military for raiding and shutting down Al Jazeera's Ramallah office
You
in
think
the
Margot
occupied
Robbie takes a
West
dump?
Bank. Heavily armed Israeli troops were seen on live TV entering the office, confiscating equipment while ordering the office closed for 45 days. Israeli troops also tore down a poster of Shireen Abu Akleh, the Al Jazeera
Fuck
journalist, Palestinian-American,
them.
who was fatally shot by Israeli forces while covering a
Notice how
raid.
just tearing down a poster of somebody is what actually gets me mad instead of the baby killing.
Desensitized.
On Jenin 2 years ago. This is Al Jazeera's West Bank bureau chief, Walid Al-Omari.
This is a blatant attack on the Al Jazeera channel and Al Jazeera network and those who are working with them, as well as on the freedom of speech and the task of delivering the truth. This is an attack that aims to obscure the truth.
The raid and closure comes months after Israel banned Al Jazeera from broadcasting inside Israel. In Sri Lanka, Anura Kumara Dissanayake was sworn in as president today, becoming the country's first leftist leader. He won Saturday's election after campaigning to renegotiate a deeply unpopular IMF bailout signed during Sri Lanka's worst economic crisis. He's a Marxist and former student leader who's vowed to fight corruption and anti-austerity measures.
We have a deep understanding.
So when is the U.S. killing him?
I'm glad this showed up because you replied to it.
What?
Well, one, who the fuck is Noah Samson? And
he's
two,
annoying.
Like, this is such a strange thumbnail and title.
Yeah, he's
because
like
it's associating Vosh and Kefals with, Kefals with Shu. Like what?
Yeah, so he's like the most annoying woke school that exists currently.
Awesome.
Yeah,
So
he's so annoying.
Karen? He's just a woke Karen.
Dude, he's just a little bitch.
Yeah. Okay.
That we have got a challenging country. Our politics must be cleaner than this. There's a need for a political culture that people expect.
He blew up
commit
because he made a
ourselves to that.
video called like The Guide to BreadTube, where he went through and talked about all the BreadTube channels.
Okay.
Right, and because of that, he was affiliated with all these things. Which is like, remember when we did like reviewing leftist channels? That was literally me trying to do his idea to see if it would help.
Oh, that's funny.
I literally stole that idea.
Public have a very negative view of politicians and politics.
In the United States, voting for the presidential election began Friday in Virginia, South Dakota, and Minnesota. Voting rights advocates are expressing alarm after the Georgia State Election Board, which is controlled by Trump supporters, approved a new rule to require election workers hand count The number of ballots cast on election night in a move that could significantly delay the reporting of results. Critics include many top Republican officials in Georgia.
Yeah, and now they're
Meanwhile,
going to
Vice
say, how come
President
the
Kamala
election
Harris has
results didn't
agreed
come
to
out
take
day
part in.
one, right?
How what?
So they implemented a policy that's going to delay the election counts. Right?
I mean, sure, but it's hand counting the ballots. It's not the big deal.
No. But last time they said, how come we didn't have the election results on the night of the election? That's how it's fake, right?
Right. And now
So
they're going
that's
to
why
win
they
even
did
more.
this, is they're setting up that same fucking attack to say, how come it didn't happen?
So you reckon they're baiting them?
I mean,
Because
that's
it's more
what the
accurate
point
but slower.
No, bro. They're literally only counting the number of ballots. They're not hand counting the. They're not tallying
seriously?
the votes by hand. They're just
Oh, what
hand
the
counting
fuck?
how many ballots are cast.
Okay, that's dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's significantly dumber than what I thought it was.
In a CNN presidential debate on October 23rd, but Donald Trump has not agreed to debate again. Over the weekend, Donald Trump campaigned in North Carolina, but he made no mention of the scandal involving his hand-picked candidate for North Carolina governor, the state's lieutenant governor, Mark Robinson. Last week, CNN revealed Robinson had described himself as a black Nazi on a pornographic website a decade ago. He'd also expressed support for reinstating slavery. Much of Robinson's senior campaign staff has resigned after he refused to drop out of the race. In other election news, the U.S. Supreme Court.
It's going to be very funny watching his entire staff become Nazis. That's going to be
the
hysterical.
remainder.
No, the ones he replaces them with because people left.
It's declined a request to put Green Party presidential candidate Jill Stein on the presidential ballot in Nevada.
I also wanted
the
to say
Democratic Party.
that whole thing about his wife's sister. His wife does not have a sister, by the way. So those were fanfics that he wrote about all the pee and stuff.
It's sued to keep Stein off the ballot for failing to submit the proper forms.
Nice.
In Sudan, the UN is calling for an immediate halt to intensified fighting in the western Darfur city.
Jill Stein on the ballot as a referendum.
Yeah, that's cringe. Why would you do that?
Well, now they're suing.
They're suing over that.
Go back.
It's declined a request to put Green Party presidential candidate Jill Stein on the presidential ballot in Nevada. The Democratic Party had sued to keep Stein off the ballot for failing to submit the proper forms. In Sudan.
Seems pretty routine.
Yeah, so they said, no, you can't come on the ballot. You're the one who fucking put yourself as a referendum instead of a candidate.
Yeah, okay.
And then their comeback was, the state sent us the wrong paperwork.
Like, are you unable to double check? Does your team not know what form you're meant to be filling out? I'm curious.
Yeah. The best is like somebody, I don't know who it was. I think it was one of our viewers. There's this video going around where it's like, it's just somebody saying, if the Democrats want to win, they need to elect Jill Stein.
Oh my God.
Or something stupid like that.
Yeah.
And then somebody was like, okay, theoretically, if Jill Stein wins, what is she going to do with no seats? Get impeached?
I mean, that's all that's left, realistically.
Yeah, so if she got elected, that's literally like, what could she do? She has no party seats.
And the UN is calling for an immediate.
That's the issue with third parties. If they need the congressional seats and they don't get them because it's a fucking scam. At least Vermin Supreme is honest about how it's a scam. You know?
True.
He's not actually scamming because it's just, to pay for him to go around and do his political stunts when you donate to his campaign. And like, Honestly, donations to Vermin Supreme go a longer way than any of the third parties.
Yeah, I would say so. I think he's more dedicated to it as well than Jill Stein.
Yeah, he's literally a more serious candidate than Jill Stein.
Yeah, which is embarrassing on Jill Stein's part.
Intensified fighting in the
You're trying to convince me that you're a serious candidate? Okay.
Western Darfur.
Oh, look, I tweet thing that I was told to tweet. I good now? I get vote? Yes? Fuck off.
City of Al-Fashir, which has been under siege by the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces for 5 months. Fighters have targeted Black Sudanese communities in Al-Fashir as fears mount of more widespread ethnically motivated attacks. Famine's been declared in a refugee camp near Al-Fashir amidst a spiraling humanitarian catastrophe. This is Martha Pobey, Assistant Secretary General for Africa, speaking at the UN last week.
Even while millions of lives are at risk across Sudan, hundreds of thousands of civilians trapped in El Fasher are now at risk of the consequences of mass violence as fighting engulfs the city. The stakes could not be higher. The risk of the escalation of fighting, fueling a dangerous ethnic dimension of this conflict, is well known. So are the destabilizing effects for the entire region.
On Friday, a group of Democratic lawmakers sent President Biden a letter voicing concerns over the UAE's support of the RSF ahead of Biden's meeting today with the Emirati President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed at the White House.
Yeah, so
world leaders are gathering in New York for the United Nations General Assembly.
Oh, cool.
So
Netanyahu's not engaging in ceasefire talks for the next 50 days.
Huh?
That's cool. So Netanyahu is continuing the war to specifically tank the Democrats' chance at winning the election. It seems like, not that people really give a fuck, but it seems like they're trying to manipulate the election. Like it seems like a very curious time to.
Okay, let me know when I'm ready to talk.
Huh?
Nothing. Let me know when I can talk.
Okay, I'm literally just explaining what I'm reading.
I was already talking about something and then you interjected, though.
Sure. Go on.
Because of UNGA, there's going to be a lot of meetings with heads of state. That's kind of what the sub goal that happens when they do it. So and Putin stopped going to him, which was like the sign he was withdrawing from the international community.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be interesting to see if people walk out when Netanyahu gives his speech and how fashy Netanyahu's speech will be at UNGA. But the big thing is the backdoor talks and stuff that happen and the details we can get on it.
Do we know anyone that can get information out?
I mean, we'll cover UNGA on Wednesday when it actually has taken place.
Mm-hmm.
Zelensky has talked already, and I put that in the globby list.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, so Netanyahu has basically said until the election, he's not engaging in any diplomatic concerns over Lebanon or Gaza, which seems to be purposefully prolonging the war to manipulate the US election. It's kind of interesting. We love this.
Microphone cover. No.
Assembly and the UN Summit of the Future, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres spoke on Sunday.
Conflicts are raging and multiplying, from the Middle East to Ukraine and Sudan with no end in sight. Our collective security system is threatened by geopolitical divides, nuclear posturing, and the development of new weapons and theaters of war. Resources that could bring opportunities and hope are invested in death and destruction.
Ahead of the UN meetings, President Biden hosted the leaders of Australia, India, and Japan at his Delaware home for the final Quad summit of Biden's presidency. The meeting came just days after Deputy Secretary of State Kurt Campbell testified that China's become, quote, the most significant challenge, unquote, the U.S. has ever faced. Climate Weeks kicked off here in New York, coinciding with the start of the UN General Assembly. On Friday, protesters took to the streets around the world to launch the global climate strike ahead of the UN meetings. This is 16-year-old Lena Goings, an organizer with Fridays for Future in New York.
Since Climate Week is coming up, we really want to keep our message on top of mind for everyone who's attending. We want to make sure that people are remembering justice, equity, and ending the era of fossil fuels. We cannot beat around the bush with this. We have to make sure that we are prioritizing real solutions, prioritizing communities.
The state of South Carolina executed Freddie Eugene Owens by lethal injection Friday. He'd been convicted of killing a convenience store clerk in 1997. Hours before the execution, Owens' co-defendant signed a statement saying Owens, who is black, was not at the store at the time of the shooting. In a statement, Owens' mother said, quote, "The legal errors, hidden deals, and false evidence that made tonight possible should shame us all," unquote. It was the first execution in South Carolina in 13 years. At the site of the worst nuclear disaster in U.S. history, the 3 Mile Island nuclear power plant in Pennsylvania may reopen to help Microsoft fuel its artificial intelligence ambitions. The nuclear plant has been closed since 2000.
Sorry?
Yeah.
19. The plant's owner, Constellation Energy, is seeking to reopen it by 2028 after Microsoft agreed to buy energy needed for its growing fleet of data centers powering its artificial intelligence operations. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
The American media
Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you.
And I
Please
started
give
talking
today
about
at
caffeine.
democracynow.org.
If I have to create stories so that the
Please start the
American
day's other
media
headlines
actually
with the
pays
latest on the
attention to
apparent
the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do.
That's way too fucking long.
Nah.
So long.
Nah.
Assassination attempt of Donald Trump at his golf course earlier this month. Prosecutors said today that the suspect, Ryan Routh, had engaged in a premeditated plot to kill the former president. They say the 58-year-old left behind a pre-written note that he addressed to the world, appearing to say he may not succeed in killing Trump and offering a reward to anyone willing to, quote, complete the job. Routh appeared at a West Palm Beach courthouse today. He'll remain in jail awaiting trial on 2 gun-related charges. Prosecutors will seek a more serious charge of attempted assassination of a major.
Never leave a note.
Yeah. He could have easily gotten off. What a fool.
I mean, he would have gotten the gun charges still.
Yeah.
But they're not. They're literally still not adding these They're not adding these as charges. The prosecution is just using this to deny him bail. So they're saying that this is why he's can't have bail, but they're actually not charging him as like anything to do with like an attempted assassination. Still, which is interesting because now you actually have like a motive and intent.
Yes.
Candidate. The Biden administration is proposing a ban on Chinese software and hardware in autonomous vehicles operating on U.S. roads. The Commerce Department cites national security concerns for the move and says Russian technology would also be prohibited. Under the proposal, the software would be banned from vehicles starting with model year 2027 and hardware in 2030. The move comes after a similar ban on communications equipment from Huawei in 2022 and amid a push by U.S. lawmakers to ban TikTok if its Chinese owners don't sell their stake. Officials in Alabama are urging members of the public to come forward with any information related to a weekend mass shooting in Birmingham. The search is still on for the gunman who opened fire outside a nightclub on Saturday night, killing 4 people and injuring 17 others. Police have described it as a targeted hit, but say that innocent bystanders were among those shot. Today, authorities said they're offering rewards totaling $100,000 for credible information that helps lead to an arrest or conviction.
We cannot give safe harbor or shelter to people who want to just simply kill people. We can't give them cover. They should not feel safe in our community. They should not feel safe anywhere.
Saturday's shooting was the city's third quadruple homicide of the year. In fact, according to an Associated Press database that tracks shootings, 3 of the nation's 31 mass killings this year have taken place in Birmingham.
We're a country of
murder and other violent crime dropped across the the nation last year. That's according to an annual report from the FBI. Overall, violent crime fell by an estimated 3% compared to 2022. Murders and manslaughter dropped nearly 12%, and reports of rape fell more than 9%. However, reports of hate crimes rose last year by 2%. Public safety has been a central issue in this year's presidential race, with the Republican ticket claiming, despite evidence to the contrary, that crime is out of control under the Biden administration. 2 Russians and 1 American returned from the International Space Station today, ending a record-breaking stay for the Russians.
Touchdown.
Their capsule landed in a cloud of dust in Kazakhstan about 3.5 hours after it undocked from the station.
Nice.
Oleg Kononenko and Nikolai Chub were aboard the ISS for 374 days, a new record for the longest continuous stay. American astronaut Tracy Dyson was there for 6 months. 8 astronauts are still on board, including Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. Those Americans won't return until next year following tech problems with Boeing's Starliner. 2 new reports on the state of book banning in America paint a mixed picture of the practice as the annual Banned Books Week begins nationwide. The American Library Association reported 414 complaints in the first 8 months of 2024. That's compared to 695 challenges over the same period last year. In the meantime, data from PEN America shows the number of books actually being pulled from shelves tripled over the previous year to more than 10,000. Experts say the 2 surveys don't necessarily contradict each other, and taken together, they point to an ongoing surge in book bans in recent years. And on Wall Street, small gains across the board helped build on recent record highs.
After P. Diddy was charged with sex trafficking, racketeering, and transportation to engage in prostitution, some are asking how Diddy got away with it for so long and who else was involved. The charges stem from what Diddy called, quote, freak-offs, which allegedly included days-long coerced sex acts in hotel rooms that Sean B. Diddy Combs orchestrated and recorded. Now, Diddy seemingly described these freak-offs during a Conan O'Brien interview back in 2002. Let's take a listen to Diddy's response after Conan asked him how to throw a killer party.
Okay, now we need alcohols. Right. Alcohols. Right. Not just one alcohol. Alcohols. Right. Just different blends. You need the ladies, you need the booze. You need some water. For watering plants? No, I don't know if guys have noticed this. Like, a lot of ladies drink water at parties. They just, so you have, if you don't have what they need, they're gonna leave. Right. Gotta keep them there. Right. You need locks on the doors. Okay, this is sounding kind of dangerous now. It's a little kinky, but rock with me. But just check it out. You need a lot of heat. A lot of heat. Yeah. Heat. You mean that physically the place has to be hot? You don't have no air conditioning. No air conditioning. No. Why is that? Heat affects the alcohol, and it also affects, like, everybody gets a little bit more comfortable and loose. Builds up a nice little sweat. That just sounds disgusting. What are you talking? Depends on the way you look at it. Depends. Oh, people start getting it gets kind of sexy. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, you sexy.
During a federal raid of Diddy's home, agents uncovered 1,000 bottles of baby oil. The indictment says Combs, quote, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The indictment listed Combs' security staff, household staff, personal assistants, high-ranking supervisors, and others among the associates who made up the criminal organization. Publicly, Diddy has been closely linked to countless celebrities, including Jay-Z, Justin Bieber, Usher, J-Lo, and Ashton Kutcher, to name a few. Diddy pleaded not guilty to all the charges, and a judge has denied bail. Wow. So,
yeah, we're revisiting some of these things that Diddy has said over the years, and also people in his orbit. I can remember watching a video of Usher describing living with Diddy when he was just 14 or 15 at the time, and having older women who were above the age of consent, kind of the Diddy arranging for him to lose his virginity that way. He was very underage. That was something that got revisited when first the kind of accusations against Diddy were coming out. And there's been other things like that over the years. This could be Justin Bieber.
He had custody of Justin Bieber, and it seems, I think he also had custody of Usher at the time. Why parents would allow that to happen?
Well, that's a Michael Jackson story
exactly.
all over again.
It's predatory behavior.
I mean, there has to be some responsibility. I don't know if there's gonna be a hot take or not, but some responsibility on the families and the parents, right? I mean, that I felt that while watching like the Michael Jackson trial too. Like, now you want something. You were a neglectful parent, and now you want some payday because of it.
Also, keep in mind, they're selling a dream to them, which Justin Bieber and Usher did receive. There was evidence that, P. Diddy will invest in you as a producer and coach you and take, several hours of training all day long to prepare you for your celebrity. And he did that with Danity Kane. He did it. He's produced countless musicians.
John vetoed it. I had a video from Justin Bieber's channel from 14 years ago of him getting toured around Diddy's house.
I mean, I just said that I didn't veto anything. I said I don't want to cover Diddy.
over the years, but at the same time, it comes at an expense. And whether the parents knew that because he would isolate them from them, it's classic predatory behavior. Right?
This could be
I'm sick.
Hollywood's Epstein Island.
Absolutely,
is how this is
without a
going
doubt.
to be. Celebrities in Diddy's orbit are nervous. I've seen reports of various people deleting their public social media profiles, that kind of thing. I think people are worried about being criminally complicit in what went on.
Or associated. I mean, say you went to one of these parties and you went early in the night. It was an after party. Plenty of people have talked about this on social media. And then something seemed off and then you left. But you don't want to be
You
grouped
slipped
in.
on the baby oil that was just coating the walls and the floors, and it was like 100-gallon tanks of baby oil, right? Or something like that's why I read something.
It is wild what kind of operation he had in place. He had secret cameras. He was taping folks without them even knowing, which of course is a crime. He had the baby oil. He was locking doors, as he said, to Conan O'Brien, and Conan O'Brien's reaction.
It's that uncomfortable kind of.
Yeah.
It reminds me of the skit from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Dennis and Mac, where Dennis is talking about we're going to buy a boat, so we bring people out on the boat, and she's not going to say no. And Mac's like, are you gonna hurt these ones? Like, no, they just wouldn't say no because they're out in the ocean. Like, I'm sorry, you're gonna engage in rape. It's very much that kind. No one would, we're not saying we're going to do any bad thing, but we're locking the doors and we're recording, so nobody's going to resist. Very, very bad. Very, very bad.
Very bad. And the fact that he would say it out loud at that point just shows the other side of it, which
How do
is
you
has so much
reference
power,
Always
has so much
Sunny and
money,
don't do the
is such a large part of the
punchline?
music
What an idiot.
industry, and as a result, protected. He had AR-15.
I don't give a fuck. All right, let's go Bieber.
I'm gonna let you rock this every time you come in LA. Yeah, this will be yours. So every time you come in
You're trying to bribe a kid with nice cars?
a little dusty, but you know, go get the front shot in this.
Man.
That out. Minute.
Woo. Okay.
Okay. When you get 16, you good to go.
I'm good to go.
Yeah.
All right.
Then when you get 18, you get the house.
Why is Justine Bieber's song "Baby"? Is Justine pregnant? Why does she sing about baby?
So where are we off to now?
Where would you like to go?
I mean, wherever you want to go. Where are we going?
Baby oil.
So check this out, yo. Justin, he's in. You ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now.
You know why they call it baby oil? They got that name.
Now he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. They're having the times of their lives. Like, I don't have legal guardianship of him, but for the next 48 hours, he's with me. So, and we gonna go full crazy.
Going crazy.
Crazy.
I'm taking this out tonight.
What you want to do? What you want to do over the next week?
There's a lot of foreshadowing in this video.
A year ago.
I did not check if these guys claim. So let's move on.
At least 30 bodies were found on a boat drifting off the coast of Senegal's capital, the military said Monday, as the number of
How many
migrants.
babies did they have to press to make
The Navy was
1,000
informed of
bottles?
the vessel's presence on Sunday evening and sent out a boat patrol to the area, 70 kilometers, 38 nautical miles, from Dakar. Ibrahim Assau, spokesperson for Senegal's military, said in a statement. So far, 30 bodies have been counted, Assau said. The advanced state of decomposition of the bodies is making the identification process very difficult, the military said, adding that investigations will provide more information on the death toll and the boat's origin. Earlier this month, a boat carrying 89 people on board capsized off the coast of Senegal. At least 37 people died, according to Senegalese authorities. Many of the migrants leaving West Africa through Senegal flee
Well, I understand why this had no views.
conflict, poverty,
just
and a lack
audio?
of jobs.
It's just
Most head to the
like
Canary
it's
Islands,
just,
a Spanish archipelago
AI.
off the coast of West Africa, which is used as a stepping stone to continental Europe.
It's the only thing covering this story.
Since the beginning of the year, more than 22,300 people have landed on the Canary Islands, 126%
Bro, you're
more than the same period
fucking
last year,
weird.
according to statistics.
What is it?
Like, you people are fucking weird and creepy. Literally talking about people like being mass raped, and you're in here talking about weird ass shit. Like, go outside, touch grass, bro.
Very strange.
Statistics released by Spain's Interior Ministry. Last month, the Senegalese army said it had arrested 453 migrants and members of smuggling networks as part of a 12-day operation patrolling the coastline. More than half of those arrested were Senegalese nationals, the army said. In July, a boat carrying 300 migrants,
you were at
mostly
the
from Gambia.
fucking desk at the time.
A year ago,
There's
Sean-
currently a cartel war.
Oh?
Yeah, so
At
the
least 30
Sinaloa cartel is at war with itself.
With itself,
Because-
incredible.
Yeah, I mean, this is so, like, I've said this before, but, like, I'm not a fan of this tactic, but sometimes it's very successful. But the thing is that the fallout is stuff like this. Like, the civilian crossfire is obviously a major detail, but when you take out leaders, groups splinter.
Yes.
And so people loyal to different factions are now fighting on who's the actual leader of the cartel.
Fantastic.
And
Well,
like,
that should thin out the Sinaloa cartel at least.
well, the
So there was a clear line of succession
Zetas,
then.
they were part of, I want to say, New Generation or something, and like they splintered.
300 migrants,
That'll be
mostly from
interesting.
Gambia and Senegal, capsized off Mauritania. More than a dozen died, and at least 150 others went missing. The Atlantic route from West Africa to the Canary Islands is one of the deadliest in the world. While there is no accurate death toll because of the lack of information on departures from West Africa, the Spanish migrant rights group Walking Borders estimates the victims are in the thousands this year alone. Migrant vessels that get lost or run into problems often vanish in the Atlantic, with some drifting across the ocean for months until they are found in the Caribbean and Latin America carrying only human remains.
Very cool. Unmarked burials. So people are just recovering the bodies and burying them in the sand.
sama jarwaat yëpp maa ngi leen di seet di depuis 3 semaines nii te boobu ba tey dégguma si ñoom benn nouvelle te maa ngi dégg ni gouvernement bi nii am na ay boor yu ñu jot a force yoo xamante ni ñu ngi leen denc si boor tefes gi man nag vraiment loolu moom rafetlu ma ko dara waaw ay daanaka ay 3 semaines maa ngi wër nii sama jarwaat yi mën ma mën gis leen nii waaw et puis même li may dégg nii.
It's strange that they don't try and identify the bodies. They just bury them. It's very strange.
What's to identify?
I guess they could be decomposed beyond recognition. The water. $1,100 ever arrived. Amazing.
Actuellement, le bateau est tombé.
So all the other people died is basically what they're saying. And how many did they say? 3,000? I think that.
And we've been over this before, where the Canary Islands are.
Yes, we have been over the Canary Islands extensively. Yes. And that's why I put this on the list, because I'm like, this is something that we've spoken extensively about.
J'ai perdu beaucoup de personnes, même mon ami Abdurrahman, j'ai perdu. Encore, j'ai payé de l'argent.
moom nit ku baax la nag wax dëgg yàlla ku nangoo liggéey bëgg njaboot dimbali ay magam ak rakam waaw loolu daal lañ xam te mu nekk nit ku baax waaw nit ku baax ku nangoo liggéey waaw loolu lañ xam te lii musu koo def sa xelam waaw dañuy ñaan yàlla suñu borom nag mu jéggal ko ay rëcc rëccam tabal ko àjjana fi daw si gën a gaaw bàkk si Xaadim loolu nag lañ xam te mu nekk nit ku correct di ku nangoo liggéey bëgg ay waajur.
Unclear if they've been investigated. Doubt that they will be. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was expecting. So maybe that's why they just buried them. I don't know.
In Nigeria's flood-hit Maiduguri, residents say some boat owners are taking advantage of this natural disaster to cash in. When floodwaters swept through the northeastern city last week, turning roads into rivers, canoe owners volunteered to move residents to safety. Vehicles remain unable to move in many parts, creating a reliance on boats. But some, like flood survivor Baba Ali Miner, said residents now face steep fares to move their belongings.
You know the Nigerian factor now? We like taking advantage of people's situation. You understand? And some of them has been exploiting to that extent, but some will get it at a lower price, but they do collect money, honestly.
Miner said he had wanted to move some electronics and cooking items this week, but he was shocked when the canoe owner charged him 70,000 naira, or about $43 for a short trip. That's more than Nigeria's monthly minimum wage.
Damn.
Fishermen
monthly minimum wage. Damn, I thought Nigeria was pretty pretty developed. Their dollar's not that strong.
I mean, it's one of the strongest economies in Africa, but it's still Africa.
Interesting. That's very surprising. I would have expected Nigeria's dollar to be stronger.
Owner Mahmoud Yusuf says he lost some of his canoes, nets, and stored fish in the floods. He does still move people for free, he says, but adds that those who work with him will need to be paid.
Not our child. Don't we bomb them. They are boys. They are work together with us. We will come here purpose to help. If you give 100,000, the boys, they will share it and save their own family.
Yeah, why not do it for free? Why not actually help people instead of exploiting the fact that people need help? I don't know. Seems country.
The floods are the worst to hit.
I've been peeing so much
State
because I've been, constantly drinking to stay hydrated. Because my throat hurts too.
Yeah.
So I've just been like nonstop peeing. Peeing more now than I think I ever have.
3 decades. They were unleashed when a dam wall burst, following heavy rains that have also caused floods in several other parts of West and Central Africa. Authorities say about 1 million people have been affected. Most of Nigerian farmer Enoch Fati has barely slept in the past few days. Water levels have started rising
Not in your bed.
And in a major river nearby. While the
It
northern
ain't my
Borno
bed.
state was
And look
recently
at the
hit by
flood.
its worst flooding in 3
Flooded the whole
decades,
area.
the central Benue state, a major food producer, is now facing its own deluge.
Almost covered with water again.
Having suffered flood losses before, Fati says he didn't plant as much rice this year. He had been hoping to earn 800,000 naira, or a little over $495 from his crop.
What the fuck?
Even the little one I did, I'm still about losing it because of the water again.
2 years ago, Benue was among states
500
badly
bucks
hit
a
by
year.
floods following
Crazy.
torrential rains. The downpour and neighboring Cameroon releasing water from the upstream Lagdo Dam caused the Benue River to burst its banks. Cameroon has this week again started releasing water from the dam.
Stop.
The heavy rain across Western Central Africa that also caused the floods in Borno State. Trader Aldo Nestor
have water. Look at all that water. That's a lot of water.
Like, what the fuck, Cameroon?
Yeah. So what? They're damming it up, which is flooding Nigeria.
Well, they released the dam.
Oh. I thought them damming it up instead of releasing the pressure was the reason it was flooding. So they're pulling a China and flooding Nigeria.
Yeah,
Crazy.
so the flooding was already happening, and then Cameroon said, let's make it worse.
Awesome.
in Borno State. Trader Awandonese Nuo says she started packing her things.
But my fear is as
I don't have anywhere to stay for now. Like if the water have come, I don't have anywhere to stay.
Damn, a collaborative piece from Chanel and Louis Vuitton. Baller.
Benue is among Nigeria's breadbasket states. It supplies staples like rice, cassava, and yams. One
Yam.
fear is that floods could
You're a
destroy
yam.
farms and drive up food prices. At a time when Nigerians are grappling with double-digit inflation,
Insurgents freed New Zealand pilot Philip Mertens after holding him captive for a year and a half in Indonesia's Papua. Mertens was kidnapped in February 2023 after he landed a small commercial plane in the remote mountainous area of Nduga. His kidnappers, the West Papua National Liberation Army, an armed wing of the Free Papua Movement, seek Papua's independence from Indonesia. A range of New Zealand government agencies had been working with Indonesian authorities and others towards securing Mertens' release.
It's funny that they have very similar features to the Indigenous Australians. They're not that different, like looks-wise.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
there used to be a land bridge, you know?
Yeah, because the North Queensland, I think, is the land bridge. The Torres Strait Islands are the remaining features of the land bridge. So I wouldn't be surprised if they were directly connected people, honestly.
According to a statement by New Zealand Foreign Minister Winston Peters. On Saturday, Peters spoke to a statement by New Zealand Foreign Minister Winston Peters.
Sick. He's got the fucking grenade launcher and everything. Baller shit.
On Saturday, Peters,
holding his hand and shit. How nice of him.
According to a statement by
They seem lovely.
New Zealand Foreign Minister Winston Peters. On Saturday, Peters spoke to reporters and expressed relief at the news.
Well, the hardest thing in an environment where there's no trust is to try and establish trust. Just get this one thing separated from the conflict and to get this man free. That's the hardest thing to do.
2 months ago, the separatist group signaled they would release Mertens, but said it would take time to free him. Since his capture, videos of Mertens surrounded by Papuan fighters have been released several times, with separatists calling for the United Nations to meet.
I would just want to talk to them. I'd just talk their fucking ear off.
Mediate talks towards Papua's independence. Papua, the western half of New Guinea Island, has seen a low-level separatist insurgency since 1969. Hostage-taking of foreigners has been rare in the region, but the conflict has escalated since 2018, with rebels mounting deadlier and more frequent attacks.
Or October 7th. It was cool for like a very lean, like a very narrow window of time. I was happy with it. I mean, it still works as a coffee cup. So you want to talk about Ukraine dropping a nuke on Russia?
Sure.
They deserved it.
Yeah, apparently this registered on the Richter scale. It was seismically detected. Massive explosion. The 107th GRAU Arsenal in Turapet, hit by a drone attack, exploded so violently it was seismically detected as a swarm of small earthquakes. A lot of earthquakes happening over here in Turapet today, I have to say.
That's fucking epic.
Very seismically active region. That's very close to Moscow. It's like
Red Letter Media put out a really funny video today.
Mm-hmm.
It's called like What Next or something, or What Come Out Next or something.
Okay.
And it's like, there's more shows than ever, you know, and nobody's watching them. So what do? Recognizable IP. And they go through, it's like Avatar 1 or Avatar 3, Avatar 4, Avatar 5, Avatar 6.
Yeah.
And they're just going through all the upcoming IPs that are just like from recognizable shit.
Yep.
Yep. Freakier Friday. It's a sequel to a remake.
Yeah. Zero originality. It's just all
because it's all recognizable IP because the industry is so spread thin.
I don't even think it's that. I think there is no creativity left in like
no, it's because the industry is spread so thin.
Well, I what I'm saying is that the people that fund it don't want to take risk because they
yes.
just want to make money.
Yes, so that's why they're relying more on recognizable IP.
Yeah. So we as consumers need to not see these movies. I think we should have a responsibility not to see these fucking movies.
Close. It's closer to the Baltics. Why'd they destroy it? It's an ammunition depot. Didn't realize it was that far inside Russia. Damn. Isn't it crazy how drones just completely changed the meta for warfare? Like, oh, I have safely stored my ammunition 1,000 miles from the front line. You'll never get to it. And then something that cost like $80,000 carrying a kerosene tank with a match lit in front of it. That's cool. In the future, they're going to have to build their depots underground, which, to be fair, is what you should be doing anyway, I think. And don't smoke any cigarettes down there. No smoking. Footage of it still blowing up in the morning. It's still going? Yeah, I guess that makes sense, right? Like, not all the explosives would go off in the opening. That shit's got to burn for a while. Apparently, GRAU are the Russian military missile / artillery department. I mean, good, right? The literal, like, #1 advantage that Russia has had in this war is its massive surplus of Cold War era ammunition for artillery. Like, that is the main thing that they've had difficulty dealing with, you know? Ukraine can have as many fancy NATO weapons as it wants, but if Russia just has 50 bajillion, trillion, quadrillion artillery shells, you know, bomb, fertilizer, Russian, look, she's lost propulsion. She broadcasts not under command. Bergen. Are they going to do the big funny? Russian-controlled ship full of ammonium nitrate, a floating bomb, getting this close to Norway, now claims it's lost control. Wait, there's no way, right? This has to be sensationalized NAFO shit. Ruby, Norway, Russian ship. The cargo ship was damaged in a storm with damage to its propeller, hull, and rudder. Carrying chemicals. I heard about this earlier, but I hadn't heard of it since. I assumed that they fucked off, but I guess not. 20K tons of explosive cargo from Russia spotted near NATO base. There's no way. Nah, I don't think this is going to happen. NAFO nonsense. You really think that if Russia was going to orchestrate an opening attack on a NATO base, they would do it with a ship full of ammonium nitrate and not several thousand nuclear warheads fired from ICBMs?
Why would they?
Holy shit. Apparently, the Ruby has 7 times more ammonium nitrate than the one that was in the port of Beirut. Are you kidding me? Okay, so if that thing went off, it basically would be a nuke. Like that, it actually would be. It actually would be like a smaller tactical nuclear weapon.
It might be the size of the Davy Crockett.
Yes.
That's cool. So is anything going to happen? I can't literally see the future. My guess is that this is a nothing burger. It is legitimately a case of a Russian cargo ship that is moving around like war materials that just got fucked up in a storm. The people on the ship are aware of the fact that they're essentially sitting on a bomb. They want to make port in Norway.
Yes, I know what it is.
Okay.
Under like emergency conditions, you know, because normally they couldn't, right? Norway's a NATO country. They're not letting a Russian ship in. But it's like we're in bad condition. If it goes off, I hope Sergei's taking his smoke breaks like in a safe area. You like nothing ever happens? You're gonna love this next nothing burger, true. We want this to be a nothing burger. Vosh, it's fertilizer. There are dozens of ships hauling that all around the world for any given time, not for bombs. Am I mistaken? Is this a private cargo ship or is this a Russian state cargo ship? If it's a Russian state cargo ship, my assumption would be that it has something to do with, it's private. Oh, okay. My apologies. Then I was completely wrong. Oh, then definitely nothing. Yeah, no. Okay. It's just like a Russian private company. I don't think they're at that level of. Yeah, the line between those is a bit blurred for Russia. Yeah, it's just this would be such a silly way of opening a global thermonuclear war. It would be a very goofy way of starting it. It'd be a very wacky way of starting it.
Yeah. So why are you even talking about it? It's just stupid. I don't understand. Anyway, next.
In the meantime, we're keeping an eye on Donald Trump. He is in a bar, I believe, in downtown New York called the Pub Key in downtown Manhattan. Maybe we can play up some sound here, guys, and see if he says anything.
Music.
Here with this phone, if you want to take that from him. Scan that QR code right here. Take picture. Right there, right there. Just that one.
This is embarrassing. Wow, what a smooth and flawless process.
Run! You got his phone in your hands. He let go of it. Run!
Slight technical difficulty.
All right. And fantastic, it went through.
Right.
I need to refresh the invoice.
Invoice?
Refresh the invoice.
Oh, it did go through. All right, we're done.
Perfect.
The first transaction by a president on the Bitcoin protocol. History. You know what that means?
Wow, history, guys. Donald Trump just paid $50 to make a transaction. Very cool, guys.
Hello, everybody. I got to go back.
Peak rich cunt.
I love the video where he's like, you know, have fun with your crypto or whatever else it is that you're playing with.
See those people.
All right, let's go.
Come on.
Right this way.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Sir, what's your reaction to the Fed's cutting interest rates today?
I guess it shows the economy is very bad to cut it by that much. Assuming they're not.
I love the economy.
The economy would be very bad, or they're playing politics, one or the other.
Very bad.
It was a big cut.
Mr. President, any reaction to the Teamsters' decision not to endorse?
No, they were. It's a great honor. They're not going to endorse the Democrats. That's a big thing. And this is the first time.
Is he an idiot?
Yes.
It's a big honor. Moron.
I guess 50, 60 years that that's happened. Democrats automatically have the Teamsters. They took a vote, and I guess I was at 60% or more. And that's a great honor. I mean, it's really. I've had a lot of Teamsters work for me, a lot of the concrete trucks, and built all these buildings that you see in New York City, the Teamsters, exclusively Teamsters. I have to say they've done a great job, but the vote of the Teamsters themselves was very high for me, and the leadership, Sean O'Brien and the group, who are great people, they said, we can't endorse the Democrats. So I think this is the first time in many decades that they haven't endorsed Democrats.
Big difference in those big industrial states, you think? They're going to make a difference?
I think it will, yeah, I think so. The Teamsters carry a lot of weight. The Democrats cannot believe that. And, you know, look, this is, it was always automatic that Democrats get the Teamsters, and they said we won't endorse the Democrats this year.
He's somehow making this a win for himself. This is incredible. I'm actually perplexed.
I've been looking forward to this interview for some time, especially given the last-minute drama. I'm talking about a chat with Sean O'Brien. He
kind of works into this.
The Teamsters General President. We've talked to him many times over the years, and he speaks his mind. That's why I'm a little surprised by this news today that the Teamsters will not be officially endorsing a presidential candidate. So I thought to myself, Neil, when you talk to Sean, ask him how a guy who was invited to speak before Republicans at their convention, but didn't get the same honor at the Democratic convention, could decide not to support the Republican nominee. And here he is, Sean O'Brien. Good to have you, Sean. Why not? Why not Donald Trump?
Sir. Well,
Very
listen,
good.
we interviewed both candidates, and we were seeking commitments from
both candidates, and we couldn't get solid commitments on our core issues like the PRO Act, like vetoing national right to work, like staying out of labor disputes and not trying to force any contracts on us, like what happened to our brothers and sisters in the rail industry. We didn't get solid commitments from either candidate, which was a major factor in our decision as a general executive board not to endorse any candidate. However, we did a lot of polling, as you know, and the polling leaned heavily towards former President Trump. So that tells
very
you that
heavily, very heavily, Sean. And I'm just wondering,
Hmm.
do you look disconnected from your members?
No, we're definitely not disconnected from our members because, look, we did extensive polling that was important. Our goal as leaders, as union leaders, as leader of the Teamsters, is to provide the ability for people to have a voice and to provide credible information. And we cannot dictate to our members. Our members are sophisticated. They're going to make their own decisions. But this is a bigger problem. You know, the Democrats have always taken for granted that they're going to get our vote no matter what. And the Republicans fancy themselves as the working people's party. I think right now both sides have to take a step back and really reevaluate what their commitment is to working people. And that's what we did in this process.
All right, but it does make me wonder when 2 out of 3 of your members prefer Donald Trump. Now, it's a telephone survey, I grant that. But that trend has been around for a while where members tend to favor more the Republican candidate than the Democratic candidate. But that's a pretty overwhelming shutout right there. So
well, I think
did that come into your thinking or no?
We evaluated everything. We evaluated the straw poll, which was done in person, which, as you know, when you have an audience, you can influence that audience. We figured that was going to lean heavily towards President Biden, and it didn't lean heavily towards him. And then we did the poll where 40,000 of our members participated in that. That's a 60% poll, the other 58% poll that you see. And then we did the research-based polls. And you know, 2 out of those 3 polls leaned Republican. So again, I'll get back to, there's a lot of work that got to be done. Our members are paying attention. And again,
I don't feel well enough to see my grandma tomorrow.
Because that was the whole point of coming down.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've been that out of it, huh?
Oh my God, yeah. I saw her once.
Mm.
And then, because like I was fine on Friday.
Yeah.
But then like I didn't sleep after the show because I was very fatigued, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like I took a little bit more Adderall because I felt so fatigued.
Yeah.
And that's why I didn't sleep. And then at like 10 a.m. On Saturday, the body aches started hitting me.
Yeah.
A no endorsement, I think, sends a
Also,
message
it was fucking
to both
torture
parties.
because for some reason I wasn't breathing in my sleep.
Okay.
So I kept doing this thing where I was like falling asleep and then instantly waking up for hours, like throughout most of the night.
I believe that's called sleep apnea.
Well, it was because like, I don't know, I was like holding my breath subconsciously.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And then I wouldn't be like breathing and I'd instantly wake back up. So like I was just going in and out of sleep, and every time I woke up it was like the pain I was in. So I was like groaning constantly throughout the night.
Yeah.
It was torture. It was so awful.
Sounds like a man flu.
You know, like I wish I could have just slept.
Yeah. Yeah, it gets like that.
Parties that if they truly want to support working people, they have to reevaluate it and understand that nothing is given, it is earned.
All right, I don't mean to disrespect here, but no endorsement also means you can have it both ways, and you're not taking a stand.
No, we're not looking to have it both ways at all. I take a stand every day. I call balls and strikes. You know, there's some great Democrats that supported us. President Biden, passed pension legislation that fixed.
You guys nailed it. John's being hit by the what are those sound devices? The Havana syndrome.
Yeah, whatever.
Stop pensions. But the reality of it is, again, I've said this time and time again, they fixed problems that were created a long time ago. Trucking deregulation cost 400,000 Teamster jobs. Companies went into bankruptcy, which destroyed pension funds. So, although they fixed the problem, some of us created those problems that had to be fixed. And, look, it's different times. Our members are different.
This
A
is
lot
the
of people, there's a
perk
lot of
of
social
actually
issues out there
having two
where
people
sometimes
do the stream, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Because, like, if it was just me, I wouldn't have streamed today because I wouldn't have had enough stuff saved.
Yeah.
our members are focused clearly in the social.
I mean, if as I said before, we started. We can do a short
fine.
one if you want, but
I'm fine. I just have some light sensitivity, but that Advil will
Yeah,
kick in eventually.
Yeah, fair enough.
Social issues. Not taking a position is not having it both ways. This country is divided down the middle. It's my goal, just like we've done with our union, is to bring this together, work bipartisan, and get some stuff done, like the PRO Act, like bankruptcy reform, and other issues that affect our members.
Did this turn in any way, Sean? I think you were critical of President Trump after his interview where he was going back and forth with Elon Musk and others about when you can fire, get rid of workers, and that he admired.
It's chinchilla withdrawals.
That ability, and you were quite vehement about it, and I just thought that might have represented a turning point.
Yeah, I mean, obviously words have consequences, right? Statements have consequences. And I will, I called former President Trump out, just like I would call anybody else that tries to retaliate or make fun of people being terminated for exercising their right to strike. But when we asked both candidates in the presidential forum roundtables about supporting railway workers and workers that are under the RLA to strike and not interfere, we couldn't get strong commitments from either candidate. So, that was a major factor in our decision making. But back to your point,
fair enough.
Unacceptable for any.
Honestly, fair enough. Fuck them. Fuck your endorsement. If you can't do something as basic as leave people the fuck alone when they strike, fuck your endorsement. I agree. This guy's cool.
Buddy to fire workers for exercising their right and or gloat about it.
So
it's no secret. I'm not a big
me-
fan of Elon Musk.
Okay, I do remember. But let me then step back and get your thoughts on that relationship, because Elon Musk apparently might have a great sway in the potential Trump administration. And even when it comes to looking at the government books and looking at how the government spends its money.
Yeah, let's just put Russian agents in our admin.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can't look to see ghosts. I've got 1.3 million of the strongest people in the world, and that's our rank and file members. And although there may be a difference of
the dumbest shit.
3 million.
Elon said some dumb shit. He said that he'll take anyone to Mars who wants to go, but not if Kamala Harris wins. Bitch, you're not going to Mars. Okay?
No.
Shut up. Like, the people who that appeal to are already voting Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Pathetic.
I mean, look, man, I don't like union bosses. If that sort of gives you a general understanding. I don't know anything about what the fuck he's talking about. I'm just talking about in general, the way he's talking is better than I've seen most union bosses talk. Because most of them, from what I've seen, are just slime balls.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, the Teamsters Union is historically tied to mafia.
Well, it makes a lot of sense.
Of opinions, or there may be criticisms. If we have to go to fight with corporate America and the Elon Musk of the world, I like my chances.
Okay, so let me just get a sense of where you go from here, because your colleagues at other unions, by and large, have been going hook, line, and sinker for Kamala Harris. And I know your members, when polled on this, and I know these can be erratic polls, they're not scientific polls, I know how they go, liked Joe Biden a lot more than Kamala Harris. Is that true?
Joe Biden, I think they polled consistently in our polls. I can't speak for anything else. But, they polled about 25% to 30% popularity with our members consistently.
So I'm sorry. Compared to President Trump, though, he scored higher, did he not?
He scored higher. He did, yes.
Okay. Kamala Harris does not.
No, she does not.
What the fuck?
So they're not psyched about her. They're more psyched about Donald
Oh
Trump.
my God! Shut up!
Jesus fucking Christ! Okay, I'm vetoing it after that. That was appalling.
As my eyes fill with tears, my sweet daughter reaches up, pats my shoulder,
God.
and says, "It's okay, Mommy. One day you can be pretty too." So my kids keep me humble.
Well, your kids are being
One
honest.
day
You're
you
ugly.
can be pretty too.
Yeah, no, those kids are being pretty fucking dead honest with you.
So my kids keep me humble.
Like, not just the face, but that accent. Woof. That's a bad combo.
Unfortunately,
Big woof moment.
Kamala Harris doesn't have anything keeping her humble.
Oh goodness, kids. Uh-oh.
You would think after 4 years of straight failure, she would know a little humility. Unfortunately, she doesn't.
What kind of line of attack is this? Honestly, it's just pathetic.
Childless
You
cat
can walk
lady
into
attack.
a room like this where people cheer. My sweet daughter reaches humble. Unfortunately, Kamala Harris doesn't have anything keeping her humble.
CNN political analyst Coleman Hughes joins us in our fifth seat. Childless cat.
Okay.
No, you're not a childless cat lady. Never mind.
In many different ways. I don't have cats. I don't have children. I'm not a lady.
But they're doubling down
Some
on
shit
this.
facial hair, though.
Really, I mean, I cannot understand what the rationale is for this.
I don't understand why you would want to alienate such a huge sector of the electorate with these kind of
It's
unwise
funny.
comments.
I don't even look at it like alienating a whole group of people. I'm just looking at it like, what a shit, lame, really weak point of attack. Of all the things that you could attack Kamala Harris for, not having kids is one of the weakest ones. Like, honestly, just soft.
I think there's a way that you can support, large families. There's a way that you can talk about the fact that the birth rate is in decline, not just in America, but all around the world, and that's a huge problem. There's a way to talk about that without this kind of.
Lucky there's no Nazis in the chat. They start popping off.
Gratuitously disrespecting people. And let's be honest, most of these politicians have huge egos on both sides. A lot of people who get into politics are not humble, and certainly having kids doesn't make you humble if you otherwise have a huge ego to begin with.
And also, I mean, I don't understand the idea of making. I mean, the joke actually would have been really funny if she had just left it as her daughter's cute comment. Honestly, why go that extra step?
I don't know. If my childless uterus was not on the bingo card of being a talking point for Republicans in 2024, like the way that childless.
I mean, yeah, he's a dick. We got that from the way he speaks and the way he
Oh,
operates.
because he has a Boston accent, huh?
Like he's clearly a dick, right? It doesn't mean the shit that he was saying is untrue. Stretched or not, the basics are there, right? That was more my point, is that if they can't give the basic promise of not breaking up protests, not breaking up strikes, then I agree. Don't make that deal. I think it's pretty, as I always say, it's pretty easy to not be a cunt. It's pretty easy for the government to not break up a strike. Just as it is easy for the police to not assault protesters. Right? It's all the same thing.
Women is the priority of their talking points, from JD Vance to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, is just unnecessary. It doesn't make sense to me.
Again, I don't know the specifics of the rail one specifically.
Well, if you remember, the rail workers striked, and then Biden told them to go fuck themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And then that Palestine crash happened. right after. And the cause of the crash was literally one of the things they were striking for, which was like shortening the inspections and safety measures. And that rail thing, him telling the rail unions to go fuck themselves, until October 7th, that was the main line of attack we saw from PSL.
Interesting. So shortening inspection checks. As in
not that it was like, nah, they like really like were fucking up hard with how they were doing it. Like they literally, it was impossible to do the inspections properly the way that they were demanding things be done.
We can all agree. I'm the only woman sitting here at the table without children that like, I am still a humble person. I still care about this country. I still can give back. I've been a public servant most of my life. Having children makes no one more better or less better than anyone. And you don't know people's stories. So you are not just insulting people because you think folks are making choices. You don't understand why they don't have children.
Also, parental cosplaying is shameful. It's a shameful thing to do. And you don't have kids so that you can use them as a prop in order to tell a heinous remark about someone who actually is a parent to children. I have 4 kids, only one of whom I had, and the others I adopted. It's the idea that Kamala Harris's stepchildren are not people she raised when all the parents are agreeing this is, I don't know what else to say. To use parenting as a prop is repulsive.
It just shouldn't matter though, whether you're a parent
of this that I think is deeper than just like callous comments. I mean, there are people on the right who do believe fundamentally that it's immoral to not have kids, that
also they believe that women are just
are
baby
being tricked
factories.
into defer.
Yeah, it's not that it's immoral. It's literally that women are baby factories. You fucking nailed it. Like, that's such a shit analysis. What the fuck? No. Like, it's worse than that.
No.
It's so much worse than that. That's so reductionist. Like, it is quite literally so much worse than the way...
how can you be a woman president when you don't have a baby factory?
During childhood, that's become part of the talking points. I mean, this
'Cause that's
conservative
all
lawyer,
women
Will
amount to,
Chamberlain, right as Biden
is a
dropped out,
vagina.
he posted this on
Yeah.
X. Real simple, under discussed reason why Kamala Harris shouldn't be president. No children. I mean, is that a part of the political right that really needs to be kind of addressed?
Yeah, I don't agree with this. Look, having
kill him.
Doug Emhoff's ex-wife. Okay, now why do I mention her? Because she is coming to Kamala Harris's defense. In an extraordinary statement to CNN, Kirsten Emhoff, who is the mother of Harris's 2 stepchildren, responded to attacks like this one against Harris.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made.
Kirsten Emhoff telling our Sunland Sarfati, and I quote her, "These are baseless attacks. For over 10 years, since Cole and Ella were teenagers, Kamala has been a co-parent with Doug and I. She is loving, nurturing, fiercely protective, and always present. I love our blended family and am grateful to have her in it." And Sunland Sarfati is out front.
Cock.
With more.
I've had a lot of titles over my career.
I'll say this though. If that isn't a bigger endorsement and a bigger fuck you than anything that could have ever happened, then I don't know. I think that's perfect. I don't think anything else needs more to be said anymore.
Career. And certainly vice president will be great. But Mamala will always be the one that means the most.
It's a title Vice President Kamala Harris is proud of.
Family is our beautiful children, Cole and Ella, who call me Mamala.
But now that she has been elevated to the top of the ticket, that title, stepmother, is again in the spotlight.
My family means everything to me.
With some conservatives suggesting she should not be president because she does not have biological children. Really simple, under-discussed reason why Kamala Harris shouldn't be president. No children. A conservative lawyer who worked on Ron DeSantis' campaign wrote this week on social media.
Why are we listening
Conservative lawyer who worked
to this fucking guy about legitimacy for the position of president.
Yeah,
based on children.
Well,
Shut up.
I don't care about your opinion on vaginas.
Yeah, exactly. I don't care, nor should anybody else. Shut the fuck up.
on Ron DeSantis' campaign wrote this week on social media, adding, "And no, becoming a step-parent to older teenagers doesn't count." That echoes similar comments made by now Republican vice presidential nominee J.D. Vance in 2021.
We're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate.
Yes. Yes, I share this sentiment. I also share this sentiment.
Oligarchs by a bunch of childless cat ladies who are miserable at their own lives and the choices that they've made,
which are being resurfaced anew as he and his running mate Donald Trump seek to define Harris for voters.
They're not doing very well. All right.
Now to breaking news involving the suspect accused of plotting an assassination attempt against Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump.
Court documents made available today suggest the suspect had been planning this attempt. One of the pieces of evidence shared is in this letter. Investigators say it was included in a box that was dropped off at a witness's home by Ralph, quote, several months prior. Investigators say it contained a handwritten letter addressed to the world and stated, among other things, quote, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I failed you." That witness says he opened the box after the September 15th incident at Trump International. Also in these documents, a photo that investigators say shows the obliterated serial number on the rifle used by Ralph. Right now, Ralph faces two different charges: possession of a firearm as a convicted felon and possession of a firearm with an obliterated serial number.
It's
more
so
charges.
funny that it doesn't say defaced serial number. It says obliterated. You needed something more dramatic? I don't understand. Obliterated.
On the federal and state level are possible. Meanwhile, happening right now, Ryan Routh is appearing before a judge at the federal courthouse in West Palm Beach.
The judge is deciding if he will be released on bail until his trial date. Investigative reporter Terry Parker is outside the courthouse. Terry, what's the latest there?
As you said, right now inside the federal courthouse here in West Palm Beach, Ryan Routh is learning whether he will be denied bond in this pretrial detention hearing. Those court documents just filed with the court hours ago outline
what?
My bones hurt.
Some disturbing new evidence that investigators found after the assassination attempt on September 15th. Inside the Nissan that Ryan Routh was driving when captured on I-95, they say they found 6.
You know what's funny? People make fun of how Americans say Nissan, but it's actually closer to Japanese than how Australians say it.
The fuck is it?
Phones. One of them.
Exactly.
Them containing a Google search on how to travel from Palm Beach County to Mexico. They found 12 pairs of gloves, a handwritten list of dates in August,
this is pretty
September,
easily
and October,
Googleable.
and venues where the former president had appeared or was expected
That
to
has to be one of our best sound bites.
be present. Agents say cell tower information showed Ralph travel from Greensboro, North Carolina.
How do you fuck up saying Google that hard?
This is pretty easily Googleable.
Unless he did it on purpose. Maybe he did it on purpose. Maybe he said Goog on purpose.
To West Palm Beach on August 14th. On multiple days from August 18th to September 15th, his phones pinged on cell phone towers located near Trump International Golf Club and near Trump's home at Mar-a-Lago. And in that box that Ralph left with the witness was ammunition, 4 more phones, and various letters, including that one addressed to the world that reads, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I'm so sorry I failed you." So it appears from this evidence that Ralph was actually stalking Trump for about a month. He was at his golf course at or near Mar-a-Lago several times in August and September until he was found by the Secret Service lying in wait in that tree line directly opposite the 6th green at Donald Trump's West Palm Beach golf course. We're going to have much more as it emerges today from the court hearing. We have a team inside right now and in those documents that we're going through to find out much more about this case. Live in West Palm Beach, I'm Terry Parker, WPBF 25 News.
Terry, thanks so much. Count on WPBF 25 to bring you updates on this story as it develops. Make sure you download our free mobile app and turn on those push notifications to stay up to date with any new information.
And right now we're seeing some new evidence after the assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump at his golf course in West Palm Beach. The Justice Department says that suspect left behind a letter detailing the plan. Meanwhile, the suspect is back in court today for a detention hearing.
Right now, he faces 2 firearm charges, and local 10's Trent Kelly joins us live outside in West Palm Beach with the very latest. Trent.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, that detention hearing you just mentioned is still underway here inside the federal courthouse in West Palm Beach. It comes as authorities revealed today that the suspect in this case allegedly authored a letter several months ago stating his intention to kill the former president. Prosecutors using that evidence in court to try and convince the judge in this case to keep the suspect behind bars. Keep walking! Investigators releasing new evidence today against the man accused of trying to assassinate former President Donald Trump last week on his West Palm Beach golf course. It comes as the suspect, 58-year-old Ryan Wesley Ruth, appeared in a federal courtroom today in West Palm Beach for a pretrial detention hearing. In a new court filing, prosecutors reveal Ruth allegedly wrote a letter stating his intention to kill the former president. The handwritten note left outside of an undisclosed home months earlier inside a box that also contained ammunition, a metal pipe, and 4 phones. The letter reading, quote, "This was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump, but I failed you. I tried my best and gave it all the gumption I could muster. It's up to you now to finish the job, and I will offer $150,000 to whomever can complete it." In the same filing, authorities say Ruth also authored a book about Ukraine and world affairs, writing that he, quote, "must take part of the blame for the person we elected for our next president that ended up..."
What a nutbag.
Being brainless. Iran, I apologize. You are free to assassinate Trump as well as me for that error in judgment.
Boo! Boo! What a fucking idiot. Iran. Okay.
Prosecutors using the new evidence to convince.
Don't worry. They want to. I wonder if he's seen the video.
A judge that Ruth should remain in federal custody until the outcome of his trial. Ruth, who is a convicted felon, is currently facing 2 federal gun possession charges.
I think this is an offense that should merit a life in prison.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis last week launching his own state investigation, arguing more serious charges should be considered. But in an appearance on This Week in South Florida yesterday, the state attorney for Palm Beach County says the 2 competing investigations could lead to future conflict.
And the federal government is, according to the governor, compromised because they are prosecuting Donald Trump at the same time. So that could lead to turf wars. That was my concern with all this.
Now, we also learned today that when investigators searched Ruth's car last week, they also found 2 additional license plates plus 6 cell phones, one of which they say was used to search the internet for ways to get from Palm Beach County to Mexico. They say a passport was also found.
I'm going to get away.
Vice presidential nominee Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota is preparing to debate Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Here on CBS News, Harris campaign official tells CBS News Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is standing in debate prep for Vance during Walz's time with his advisors. The campaign also says this is an opportunity for the Minnesota governor to express Vice President Harris's vision and share it with the country. Joining us now is Robbie Mook, who was campaign manager for Secretary Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. Robbie, great to see you. What are your expectations looking ahead to the vice presidential debate for Vice presidential candidate Governor Tim Walz?
Well, I think both of these gentlemen are very capable debaters, but I have to say J.D. Vance is very different than Donald Trump. I think you're going to hear a lot of the same falsehoods.
Master debaters.
And misinformation you heard from Donald Trump, but it's going to come in better packaging. J.D. Vance relishes debates. He's very good at them. He has a good track record on this. So I expect to see a very...
He said J.D. Vance is good at debates, and I said, is he?
Yeah, I question that as well.
very heated debate. The question for me, which is always the challenge for anybody debating Trump or his followers, is how much can Walz get out the affirmative case he wants to make when you have so much misinformation coming at you. It can be really hard to get your own message through.
Robbie, I remember covering Secretary Clinton's campaign and coming to see you in New York. And Senator Tim Kaine was the running mate for Secretary Clinton, as we all recall. But do these vice presidential debates really matter? When you're a high-ranking Democrat working on a campaign like you did at the highest level, is this really a crucible in a presidential campaign, or is it more something on a checklist to get through in the final stretch?
Well, I think there's somewhere in between. Do I think this one debate changes the entire dynamic of the campaign? No. But at the same time, we saw a significant bump for Harris coming out of the first debate. And so I think this is likely to be much more important than other vice presidential debates that we've had in the past. And it's really, as long as Donald Trump doesn't choose to debate Harris again, this is really the last main national moment in the campaign. From then on out, it's mostly going to be rallies and get out the vote efforts. So I do think this is an important moment in the campaign.
When you look at Governor Walz, what do you believe is more important as a veteran strategist? Is it introducing himself further to the electorate, talking about his biography, the Harris-Walz stance on different issues, or is it about taking on Senator Vance? What's more important in this particular moment?
Well, whenever you're going into any debate, you have to be on offense. If you're on defense or just reacting to what the other person is putting out, you're losing. So he absolutely needs to come in with an affirmative case, not just for what he and Vice President Harris are planning to do, but also to put a sharp and critical lens to what Trump and Vance are planning to do. But as I said earlier, a major challenge for anyone debating Trump or his allies is they put out so much misinformation. You can get caught in this trap of having to fact check them constantly. Sure. And so Walz is going to have to make a lot of decisions on the fly about how much time.
Honestly, a lot of the stuff you could probably just dismiss. A lot of the stuff you wouldn't even need to address.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the stuff you could just be like, that's already been dealt with. You can Google that, right?
It's pretty easily Googleable.
Just his tagline, instead of pushing back against the lies and shit, just be like, you can Google this, that's wrong, and then continue on with what he was going to say. I don't think that's an awful strategy if I was suggesting something.
Mm-hmm.
Time to spend talking about the things he needs to talk about, the affirmative case he needs to make, versus correcting what I expect will be an enormous number.
You misunderstand. The corporate press only speaks to losers.
True.
Number of lies and amount of misinformation coming from J.D. Vance.
Since it's been a few years now, can you tell us?
JD's got a debate coming up. CBS, Margaret Brennan, Norah O'Donnell. Do you think he'll get a fair shot? What advice do you give him?
He won't get a fair shot, but he will handle it very good, very smart. I think he's done great. People are really liking him. He's tough, smart. He loves our country. He's going to have no trouble.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to
I
subscribe
want
to
you
the
to do me a
Fox
favor. Kill me.
Wow. Half of this video is an ad.
Epic.
Vice presidential nominee Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota is preparing to debate Senator J.D. Vance of Ohio. Here on CBS News, Harris campaign official tells CBS News Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is standing in debate prep for Vance during Walz's time with his advisors. The campaign also says this is an opportunity for the Minnesota governor to express Vice President Harris's vision and share it with the country. Joining us now is Robbie Mook, who was campaign manager for Secretary Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. Robbie, great to see you. What are your expectations looking ahead to the vice presidential debate for vice presidential candidate Governor Tim Walz?
Well, I think both of these gentlemen are very capable debaters, but I have to say JD Vance is very different than Donald Trump. I think you're going to hear a lot of the same falsehoods and misinformation.
Are you fucking kidding? Two different networks. See what I fucking
Because he's gay.
No, we didn't just watch this. You remember how I said the corporate press only speaks to losers?
Vice presidential.
You have to be on offense. If you're on defense.
Vice presidential nominee Governor Tim Walz.
Is it the same? Now I'm being. It fucking is the same.
Vice presidential nominee Governor.
You motherfuckers. Disliked.
Oh my God, brother Spider-Man is wanting to saving me from crazy Iblis.
It is literally the same video. What the actual fuck? Go fuck yourself. Unbelievable.
Speaking of idiots.
Did you see Mark Robinson's aides quit? As a matter of fact, yes. But I'm happy to cover it.
Wow, he got rid of AIDS?
Did they... I feel like the photographer did a lot of work on this photo. He looks a little bit more striking here than I remember him looking. Anyway, the Gooner black Nazi, I guess, is he was already going to lose his gubernatorial run. This is still quite funny. You know, his aides may be quitting, but the GOP as a whole is like not condemning him. You all know that, right? Like we've reached a point in the GOP where like there is no floor to how odious a person can be, which would then lead to like condemnation from other members of the party. Like we have arrived at a point where if Donald Trump said like flatly, we disavow Mark Robinson, he's a Nazi, that's not good, that would be like electoral drama. That would be a blow to the cohesion of the Big Tent Republican Party to disavow Nazism.
Yeah,
certainly in a deliberate way, like a pointed, this candidate is unacceptable kind of way. JD Vance has defended it multiple times. Not defended it like, oh, I think it's great that he's a black Nazi or anything, but you know what I mean.
News I wanted to talk about out of North Carolina with Mark Robinson. I'm sure you've
I'm not going to talk about the outfit. I'm not going to talk about the outfit.
heard about it. Governor Walz is also in this area. He just mentioned it at a rally this afternoon. I don't know that you've gotten a chance to talk about it. So I wanted to ask you, are you comfortable with Mark Robinson as the Republican nominee for governor in North Carolina?
Well, look, the allegations are pretty far out there, of course, but I know that allegations aren't necessarily reality. And what I'd say is
pretty far out there. So the only condemnation he has to offer here, oh, well, they're pretty wild.
it's ultimately up to Mark Robinson in North Carolina whether he's going to be their governor and whether he wants to stay in the race. I'll let them make that decision. I'm here in Pennsylvania to try to make the case that Kamala Harris's policies have failed, and Donald Trump, I think, will be a much better president for the people of Pennsylvania, and that's what we're here to do.
Do you believe him that those were not his posts?
I don't not believe him. I don't believe him. I just think that you have to let these things sometimes play out in the court of public opinion. He's going to make whatever arguments he wants to make. I'm sure the news media and others are going to investigate these comments further. I just think that fundamentally it's Mark Robinson and the people of North Carolina that get to decide whether he's their governor, and that's what we're going to focus on.
What a cowardly position. To be clear, the leaks about Mark Robinson are objectively correct. All of that is Mark. We are talking decades of extremely consistent, same email, pictures, usernames, references to stuff directly to his life. It is not possible. It's not like one big drop of info from a single point in time. It is an entire history. There's no doubt that it is him. Now, obviously, I don't expect JD Vance to run out here and fall to his knees crying and beg for the public's forgiveness for having, been a part of the party that was fielding Mark Robinson for the gubernatorial seat in North Carolina. But nonetheless, definitive proof of Trump and Epstein raping a 4-year-old together could leak and Republicans will not shift more than 5%. But okay, Benjamin, not even a joke, 5%, insane overestimation on your part. If 2% of Donald Trump's prospective voters got bled away from absolute hardline factual evidence of that happening, if 2% changed, I would think, oh, wow, I guess they're not as bad as I thought.
Thing on that, will you campaign with him, or are you comfortable campaigning with him at this point?
We don't have any plans to campaign with him. When we go to places, typically we hold our own events and try to focus on driving home the message that Kamala Harris has driven up the price of groceries and housing, and Donald Trump actually delivered really solid prosperity, but also low inflation. We'll keep on talking about those issues, but we don't have any plans to campaign with him.
That's nice. Where's the I'm trying to find the clip where they brought up Mark Robinson's JD Vance and he immediately pivoted to talking about inflation from Kamala Harris.
Reaction to Mark Robinson news, Senator Vance. Hi, Senator Vance. Do you have any?
Oh no, wait, no, it's not this one. He responded to another one. Oh no, okay, I'm so sorry. He quote tweeted the video and said he was walking to the doctor because one of my kids gave me the plague. My comment to Mark Robinson is that Kamala Harris cast the deciding vote on the Inflation Explosion Act, and because of that, a lot of Americans can't afford groceries. This wasn't even like an off the like he chose to quote tweet with this, the Inflation Explosion Act. What does that mean? The plague? He means like his kid got him sick. It's a little soy, but probably pretty relatable to a parent. I don't know. Vance was the worst possible VP pick. Didn't he today make a joke about arson or something? Like he makes Trump look optically conscientious. It's a remarkable feat. Twitter link to it if that's all right. Have some damn backbone. Of course it's all right.
It's so amazing when you have kids and you see how innate their personalities really are. So the 7-year-old is probably.
I forgot about that. I forgot the opening. Like it's JD Vance, so he's saying something. So it has to be like, it's not race science. It's just wild that in any incidental clip you would use the word innate to describe. Like, oh, well, genetically, because my child is related. It's like an innate characteristic. I'm very interested in those like innate characteristics that are spread genetically, you know? I don't know. It's just, it's so
amazing when you have kids and you see how innate their personalities really are.
The personalities.
So the 7-year-old is probably somewhere around here reading a book. He's like his mother. And the 4.5-year-old is much more like his dad. He's probably trying to find a building to burn down or something like that. It's so amazing when you get.
Yeah, man, you said it. Hashtag relatable. Why would he say that? Why would he say that? Why would he say? I don't know. I feel like that's what I think. Like anytime he says anything, JD saying he wants abortion to be illegal nationally.
Do you think it will be resolved nationally? That's Adrian's. He was very serious about it. He was like, it's going to be resolved nationally, and I was like, oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly would like abortion to be illegal nationally. I don't. Adrian's like a smart lawyer, and I'm not.
Definitely. I mean, do you think it will?
That's cool. Can Snopes tell us what this means? Yeah, he didn't say he would make abortion illegal nationally. He said he wants to. Fact check, false. Just because you want something doesn't mean you're going to do it. Like 20 states have abortion on the ballot this election by 2028. We just need to wait for like we need after it's like 2026 and Mississippi has added the right to a 2-trimester abortion to their state constitution, and then finally Republicans have to go, okay, we turned it back to the states. It didn't go the way we wanted. That's this year. Oh, is Mississippi up this year? Gotcha. Has a single state shut it down yet with new law, not with pre-Roe v. Wade being overturned law? Utah? Utah's trying. Wait, I'm talking about referendums. Sorry, not just legislation, referendums. Utah. Just Utah? Utah's like another world. It's pretty crazy. Florida is most likely one to fail this year because it needs 60% to pass. Benjamin, I feel like Florida could get more than 60% to defend the right to an abortion on a ballot. All of Florida's referendums are like, yeah, we want to institute communism, and then they vote for Ron DeSantis. It's crazy. It's always like that, vote night. Mormons love worming their way into power. A lot of the shit they say about the Jews, totally unsubstantiated. You flip it, you put it on Mormons. Hold up, now we've got something. Conspiracies about them like infiltrating and burning documents in like.
You are seeing the Republicans begin to work exceedingly hard to change election laws, to change the shape of our electoral college even. We have a situation in Georgia. It is unclear. Courts are getting, despite the fact that it was found to be in violation of the Voting Rights Act. Well, that's all out the window. We're, 8 weeks out from now? 5 weeks out from the election. There is a push. There are 2 states in the country that have proportional or some form of proportional electoral college award. Most states are winner take all. Maine and Nebraska each have a congressional district that provides a separate electoral vote. And in Nebraska, there's an attempt to change it by, of course, the senator from Nebraska who's named Lindsey Graham. Wait, what? Go.
What you're saying, though, if she's not good on these issues, why do you need to change the rules in Nebraska?
I think Nebraska has been talking about this for years. It is a very close election. 63 days ago, Chuck Schumer led a coup to overthrow Joe Biden, and he's telling me or any other Republican what we should be doing. If they change the law in Nebraska, it won't be on the phone in the middle of the night. It will be through a democratic process. The entire federal delegation of Nebraska, House members and 2 senators want this change. To my friends in Nebraska, That one electoral vote could be the difference between Harris being president or not, and she's a disaster for Nebraska and the world.
I hear you calling it a coup. Of course, Democrats have the right to change who's at the top
So
of their
does
ticket. Very quickly,
Nebraska.
very quickly before we get to the Middle East, what do you think the chances are? What's the over-under that this change actually happens in Nebraska?
50-50, down to 2 people.
Okay, let's go to the Middle East now. The
All
U.S.
right, I like the fact that the host there then just turns it into like, well, you know, this is really just about prognostication. I mean,
handicapping.
Yeah, exactly. The argument, they've been interested in changing this rule for years, but we're thinking about doing it 4 weeks out from a national presidential election.
I love that
That's not
Jack
as
said
strong as it
disappear when he
sounds.
knows he has to
And
run
waiting
show.
until Maine is out of session in their state legislature so they don't do the same thing.
Well, that in fact was the deal. The Maine and Nebraska, Maine had basically announced if Nebraska does this, we're going to do it too and balance it out. In Maine, it's a blue state. The district that awards that single electoral vote votes red. Nebraska has the opposite. What they've done in Nebraska is wait for Maine to its legislature to recess. They have much tougher rules to get them back from recess. And now they are trying in Nebraska to get the 33 votes in the Senate to essentially override a filibuster in the Nebraska Senate. There are holdouts. Nobody knows how many holdouts there are. There's 4 or 5, 6, unclear. One of whom is a former Democrat who switched to the Republican Party because he's anti-abortion, but apparently he also wants to run for the mayor of Omaha. And
which is where this the Democratic votes would be concentrated, and where Biden was polling ahead of Trump in this single district, and Harris is also polling ahead of Trump. And this could be you got to get to 270, right? In theory, this could be the vote that wins it for Harris, right? Because if she wins Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, but loses all of the Sun Belt and North Carolina and Georgia, she'd be at 269. And the tying vote, and the vote that could get her to 270 is this single district. That's why Lindsey Graham is not just advocating for this on cable news. Last week, he was in Nebraska making a personal appeal on behalf of his daddy, Donald Trump, to do this. So this is extremely illegal, but it's not the first time, because we covered this when you were out, Sam, a few weeks ago. Bolts Magazine had a great write-up that the Nebraska Republican Attorney General and Secretary of State, the day before a legislative state law was supposed to go into effect that would have granted voting rights to 7,000 people who had past felony convictions, and there was this
question. Why the fuck is the South Carolina senator in Nebraska campaigning for their state? Surely that's illegal.
I don't know.
Surely that's illegal. I don't know. Sounds sus.
Nothing sus. This whole program advertising it in the lead up, they just axed it at the 11th hour. So the Nebraska GOP is working overtime on multiple fronts to try to rig this in Trump's favor.
This I think is an opportune time to talk about the what we can glean from ground operations, because the polling is what the polling is. We're seeing Harris with a slight lead in many of the swing states, particularly in the Rust Belt, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. New York Times poll out showing Trump ahead in the Sun Belt states of Nevada, Georgia, and North Carolina. People take issue with that New York Times poll, but people take issue with a bunch of polls. Very difficult to assess from a polling perspective exactly where we are, outside of saying that Harris has what appears to be a small lead for whatever that's worth. If you look at the ground game, and this is something I've mentioned and Emma has mentioned, it's really difficult to make an assessment of what's going on the ground, even after the fact. It's hard to read about these things and get a full picture. However, the only thing that keeps resonating for me is that Turning Points USA did the ground game in the 2022, I think it was, and they were all in for Kari Lake, and that did not seem to help in Arizona. But this story out of the AP, and again, take this with a grain of salt, but it is interesting. Republican activists in swing states say they've seen little sign of the teams tasked with knocking on doors and turning out infrequent voters on behalf of Donald Trump, raising concerns about the party's presidential nominee relying on outside groups for an important part of his campaign operations. You will recall that around this period, 2 or 3 months out, in the Clinton campaign, They also outsourced a bunch of this, and they were using computer algorithms and models as to pick up where their voters are. Because all of the canvassing that happens now, and has happened over the past 6 weeks, let's say, is really to identify where are the Trump-leaning voters, where are the Harris-leaning voters. And then as get out the vote starts to happen, starting basically now in some states and more, they're going to target those, and you want a high yield. You want to be knocking on doors. You're, a Trump campaign, you want to be knocking on doors of people who, if they're going to vote, are going to vote Trump. The same with Harris. But with fewer 50 days to go until the November election, dozens of Republican officials, activists, and operatives in Michigan, North Carolina, and other battleground states say they've rarely or never witnessed the group's canvassers. In Arizona and Nevada, the Musk-backed Political Action Committee replaced its door-knocking company just this past week.
Oh my God, Elon Musk doing the Hillary strategy is so good.
The group America PAC is, Musk's has basically been outsourced or been given the get out the vote responsibilities by the Republican National Committee. This is in the wake of a holding by the FEC that they can do this. They can coordinate. Now, I have a theory that Trump's Republican National Committee is basically, giving money to Trump, and Trump is using all sorts of ways of making sure that money ends up in some affiliated bank account, whether it's his defense or whatever it is. And so they outsource this stuff to PACs that have raised their own money. A spokesperson for the PAC paid canvassers, PAC said canvassers were in Michigan, as well as Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Spokesperson declined to say how many canvasses there were across the states. Now, that is also atypical, unless you're trying to not tip anybody off that we've got so many you wouldn't believe.
Well, maybe they're automated. Maybe, the technology is right around the corner. The self-automated
we have AI canvases.
Door knocking. Please invest.
Now, Megan Reckling, a Republican canvassing firm owner in Michigan, so she has incentive to complain about this because she wants to be hired more, said she spotted 2 America PAC canvassers Tuesday in Oakland County, identifiable in blue polo shirts emblazoned with America. They were working in an area that Reckling's own data showed to be one with low propensity voters, she said. Now, that we know is a big part of the Trump campaign strategy. They do better with people who did not vote in 2018 and 2020 and 2022. If you voted in only one of those elections, you're more inclined to vote for Donald Trump. And these are the type of voters they're targeting with the WWE stuff. But they're hard to get people to vote for the first time is a difficult thing. Trump aides say the campaign has estimated 30,000 volunteer captains who are identifying less likely voters at a local level. I don't buy that. I'm sorry. I don't believe it. Campaign political director James Blair also estimates close to 2,500 paid canvassers, with America PAC making up a significant chunk.
Isn't this the exact thing that right now Florida is targeting, these canvassing groups that are third parties, and they're basically accused?
You tell us, John, you're in Florida. You're our man in Florida.
Hurricane.
Accusing them of being some sort of operation. They're doing the exact same stuff in other states, by the way, just to point out the insane hypocrisy here.
America PAC is run by former aides to Ron DeSantis, his campaign. Yes. The Trump team is also sharing responsibility of reaching less frequent voters with groups that include Turning Point USA, led by Charlie Kirk.
And got all those people to January 6th in those buses. So
yeah, exactly. Ralph Reed, but
who is America PAC? Is that Elon?
Yeah, I think that's what they said.
He started one, didn't he?
I guess.
What an awful name.
I don't know how many.
Abbreviated, it comes down to APAC.
Mm-hmm.
Christian conservative voters are out there that haven't voted in the past. Part of the reason the campaign's move was a result of this FEC ruling. As I said, Harris's outreach on the ground in 7 states is being led by campaign paid staff, a number the campaign puts at nearly 2,200 in more than 328 offices. Campaign ads say that groups affiliated with labor organizations were canvassing independent of the campaign.
That helps.
I mean, we will see, but I'm always leery of outsourcing what is probably the most important job in terms of getting the vote out. But the campaign staff is far more accountable than a PAC that is basically designed. The PACs for Harris are buying all the ads. That's where people get rich.
Right.
Canvassers is what you want to be spending your money on. You don't want any middlemen involved in that deal, but we'll see. Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
Well, the fallout from a report about a Republican nominee for governor of North Carolina is prompting reaction from other Republicans. That report claimed to uncover posts that current Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson made on an adult website. Those comments included Robinson proclaiming himself as a, quote, black Nazi, among other controversial statements.
Incredible.
Tennessee Governor Bill Lee, the current chair of the Republican Governors Association, says the organization is pulling back its support.
Republican Governor Association is not supporting Governor Robinson going forward. RGA decided not to participate in an event, and that decision was prior to the CNN story breaking. But the RGA decided not to participate in that event, which I was going to be a part of.
Robinson says he is staying in the race for North Carolina governor.
7 News, your local election headquarters. Republican Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson of North Carolina has vowed to go after CNN full throttle. He also says his campaign for governor will go on, even after most of his campaign staff quit following CNN's report of Robinson. Now, the CNN report says Robinson made comments on a pornography website. Robinson still denies the posts were his. CNN reported in those posts that Robinson called himself a, quote, black Nazi, expressed support for slavery, and claims Robinson said he likes transgender pornography. Robinson suggested taking legal action against CNN, but it's unclear what exactly he'll do.
Yeah, but right now, everything up to legal counsel to take CNN.
Mr. Robinson, may I suggest some futa?
It's a task for what they have done to us. We are going after them.
Is that both the same fucking thing, right?
Okay, we are going to go after them for what they've done. But we have 5 weeks left in this race, folks, and make no mistake about it. We are not going to let CNN throw us off of our mission.
Before CNN reported that he described himself as a Nazi, somebody who glorified Hitler and believes in slavery, he had already disqualified himself.
Now, Robinson says that he is trying to hire new people to work on his campaign and says he still thinks he can keep going in this race.
North Carolina Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson made his first public appearance on Saturday. That's after allegations that he made sexually explicit and racially charged comments online. Now, he's currently running for governor. Carly Haynes reports.
No, Fuda is not the same. It's trans.
The Lollipop Guild is reporting.
Do we need to go watch the Fuda video again?
No, please God, no. Which one? What's the one am I talking about?
Well, Fuda is
Fudanari, right?
Specifically art.
Okay.
And also they have both genitalia.
Really? Interesting.
Yes. We got to watch the Fuda video again.
I'm fine.
Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson
He said that he likes trans porn because it takes the man out.
He only subtly referred to the scandal here.
While everybody else wants to focus on the garbage and the trash and trying to hurt people, we're out telling the people about what we want to do, how we want to partner with you.
The CNN article claims Robinson made a series of inflammatory comments on a pornography website's message board more than 10 years ago. Comments in which he referred to himself as a black Nazi, expressed support for reinstating slavery, and secretly peeped on women in public gym showers as a 14-year-old.
Awesome.
Robinson denies all of it. Republican Senator Tom Tillis
He said
suggested
it's
if the
AI
report is false,
hacking.
Robinson should take legal action or leave the race.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Some of his supporters, like Justin Hall, don't buy what's in that report.
You know, if I thought it was true, I would definitely be concerned. But I don't believe it's true. I believe it's something that was made up because the Democrats are getting desperate.
Others say if it is true, it's in the past.
Everybody makes mistakes. You live and you learn. And nobody truly knows a person's background and really knows the truth about things.
Next to every Robinson sign, one for Trump.
Incredible. This man, I'm literally a black Nazi. His supporters. That's fine. Cool.
Robinson was not invited to Trump's Wilmington rally earlier in the day, different than what Trump has done in the past.
Best of luck, Mr. Robinson.
Thank you so much.
Hey,
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Still, supporters not swayed as Robinson continues his campaign for governor.
Now, Senator Lindsey Graham was on NBC today saying that the allegations against Robinson would make him unfit to serve if he were true.
The charges are beyond unnerving.
Banging kids with Epstein, and they would lose no more than 2 points.
Yeah.
If they're true, he's unfit to serve for office. If they're not true, he has the best lawsuit in the history of the country for libel.
Former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, however, is calling the allegations predictable.
This was predictable. Mark Robinson's tenure in public life has shown erratic, sometimes highly offensive statements over and over again. And Donald Trump supported him and endorsed him.
Now, Trump's campaign is endorsing Robinson, saying that they support North Carolina's full Republican ticket. Robinson, meanwhile, claims his Democratic opponent leaked that story to CNN.
Yeah. New today, sources tell WREL Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson rejected offers to help invest.
If I was your opponent and I found old comments linked to you on porn websites calling yourself a Nazi and how slavery was cool and based and shit, I would leak that shit too. What are you talking about? Why would I sit on that? That is a gold mine.
Honestly,
amazing. Incredible.
The black Nazi thing is the least problematic thing on that website.
Investigate posts that CNN reports he made on a pornography site. Several top staffers have resigned from his campaign since the story came out. WREL's Capitol Bureau Chief Laura Leslie is live tonight with what the Republican candidate for governor said about it at an event today. Laura?
Deb Robinson has repeatedly denied.
I'm like, the screen's behind it. I'm like, there's no way they're not going to make her turn around, right?
That he made those comments reported by CNN. And again, today he called it a salacious false lie. But so far, he hasn't offered any evidence that it's not true. And sources tell us he even turned down an offer to help him disprove it.
According to the CNN investigation, a username that links back to Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson posted dozens of
It's crazy because, like,
and
even like in AC, I fucking am sweating here. You know, and it's like the same temperature I keep my house at home.
Yeah, sounds like a sick.
Well, it's Florida.
Yeah, it's humid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Big comments on a porn website, Nude Africa, between 2008 and 2013. That includes one post in which the user says, "I'm a black Nazi," and another saying, "Slavery is not bad. I wish they would bring it back." The scandal has been in the national headlines ever since, although Robinson has repeatedly said he did not make those comments. He told supporters at an event Monday he's pursuing legal action over the story.
You better understand, I am coming after CNN full throttle.
But Robinson has not yet offered any evidence that the CNN story is not true.
Yeah.
And WRAL has learned Robinson turned down offers of legal and technical help to prove he didn't make the comments, saying this weekend that he wanted to move forward.
But we have got to put the people first. And in order to put the people first, we've got to concentrate on this campaign. And that is exactly what we're going to do.
Some fellow Republicans are calling on Robinson to prove his innocence to the voters. When reporters asked Robinson what steps he's taking, he blasted them.
This is what you choose to focus on. You've got these news cameras, news reporters, pens, pencils, your microphones. This is what you're focused on. You're not focused on the things that we talked about standing up there about our economy.
Meantime, several senior members of Robinson's campaign walked off the job this weekend.
Now, we asked CNN for a response to this story. We have not yet heard back from them. In the meantime, the Republican Governors Association announced today that it has made no future ad buys in support of Robinson's campaign. Laura Leslie, WRAL News, live in Raleigh.
If the last person leaving the Mark Robinson campaign could please turn out the lights, because following an exodus this weekend among the Republicans' top staff, North Carolina Public Radio reports there are only 3 people left working for his campaign for governor, 2 spokespeople and a bodyguard. The campaign says none of the 4 major resignations this weekend were related to Robinson's latest scandal, although they provided no reasoning. It is worth noting how soon these departures happened after the scandal was reported by CNN, detailing salacious, anti-Semitic, and racist comments he allegedly made on a porn site years before he entered politics. And Robinson denies it and says he's staying in the race for North Carolina governor. That report from CNN has not been verified by NBC News. But importantly, Robinson is currently the lieutenant governor of the state. He's also, more importantly, politically speaking, Donald Trump's choice, his only choice. Even still, sources telling NBC News the disgraced ex-president has no plans to pull his endorsement, which has been enthusiastic and vigorous for Robinson, although Trump did not appear with or even go so far as to mention Robinson's name at a North Carolina rally Saturday. The rest of the Republican Party
condemn Nazis. No way.
Crazy.
Be trying to walk some sort of tightrope, condemning Robinson's alleged comments, but stopping short of demanding any accountability at all. Try to make sense of this non-answer from the most unpopular vice presidential
Do you
nominee.
believe him that those were not his posts?
I don't not believe him. I don't believe him. I just think that you have to let these things sometimes play out in the court of public opinion.
Vice presidential nominee ever? Or
Ever.
just right now?
Maybe ever.
He's going to make whatever arguments he wants to make. I'm sure the news media and others are going to investigate these comments further. I just think that fundamentally it's Mark Robinson and the people of North Carolina.
Stopping short of demanding any accountability
Come
at all.
on, you. You're
Try
going to have
make
to
sense
sit in
of
the
this
dunce
non-answer
chair.
from the most
The
unpopular
American
vice
media
presidential
totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I had
I don't not believe him. I don't believe him. I just think that you have to let these things sometimes play out in the court of public opinion. He's going to make whatever arguments he wants to make. I'm sure the news media and others are going to investigate these comments further. I just think that fundamentally it's Mark Robinson and the people of North Carolina that get to decide whether he's their governor, and that's what we're going to.
That's literally him. That's exactly.
Stop
what
right
it
here. This
sounds
is a
like.
guy who just revealed he doesn't believe in the truth, right? I don't not believe him. We're going to let this play out in the media. The same guy who said in an interview with a journalist, I created the story about people eating cats and dogs. Joining our conversation, senior opinion writer and columnist for the Boston Globe, MSNBC
The
political
American
analyst,
media
Martin
totally-
Storrs here. Ed's back with us. I mean, Kim, in some ways,
Hit us with that quote.
Oh, okay,
ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do.
Direct quote.
smear on Haitian immigrants who happen to be his constituents, for whom he has no regard of their safety and
I hope
security,
that guy
or
just
integrity,
does.
or right to live free, happy lives.
Like,
and
if
the
the
non-answer
debate happens, I hope he puts out more video doing that voice for JD Vance.
I agree.
to Robinson are inextricably linked, right? He stands
You
for
know, there's
nothing and no one.
like a
So-
banned episode of Cow and Chicken.
No, I did not. That sounds fun.
He cannot protect
Did
his
you
own
watch that, or
constituents
you might be
living
too
in his
young
own
or
state,
maybe not
and he
about
will
it
not
in Australia.
condemn someone
watch that.
who is the subject
I
of
was not a
reporting that
fan
is
of it.
enough to get his staff
No, I
to flee
really
in mass. I was a campaign staffer at a state level. When you're in your 20s, you don't make a lot of money. These are people without the kind of financial backers like JD Vance has, and they were quitting their promising, career building jobs on a Republican campaign of a Trump-backed candidate for governor in a pretty purple, trending red state of North Carolina. And they walked away, something JD Vance could not do.
Yeah, it is inextricably linked, Nicole. You're right. And it's also linked to the previous conversation that you were having about the Republican Party writ large and its embrace of Donald Trump. If I were a Republican who believed in, small government and, strong defense and, tax reform, I would feel furious right now because the party has chosen MAGA over that. And this is what you get. You have a campaign full of people who are working. And Nicole, you can attest, campaign work is hard. You need dedicated people to do it. So if those people are walking away and saying, I can't back this person, and all that's left are 3 people, that says a lot. But what says more is that Donald Trump and JD Vance and everybody in MAGA world is going to stick with it because winning is more important than anything. It's just a symptom of what has happened to a party that once was about debating differences with Democrats because they believed that their views were better. A party of people like John McCain who chastised someone who slurred Obama to his face and said, no, he's a good man who loves our country. We just have very different ideas of what it would take to make it meet its potential. But this is where we are now.
Kim, let me show you what Senator Raphael Warnock had to say to my colleague Jen Psaki.
I can tell you as a pastor of Ebenezer Baptist Church where Martin Luther King Jr. served that Mark Robinson is no Martin Luther King Jr. He is the antithesis of everything that Dr. King represented. He is white supremacy in blackface, as he talks about his desire to bring slavery back. I mean, this talk is way beyond the pale, calling himself a black Nazi. These are his words. And I think that the people of North Carolina need to take note of the fact that this is Donald Trump's candidate. This is who he keeps pushing and encouraging. This is who he thinks should represent them. But Donald Trump has a long history of this. He tried this in my race. This is not the first time he has put forward a black candidate who is unfit and unqualified to serve with this cynical notion that somehow the electorate will be confused about who this person represents. The people of North Carolina deserve better. They've got real issues that they're trying to address.
Right?
What?
I said if it's banned, there's no copyright, right?
Yeah.
No, you ready? So this is why it was banned.
Oh, the Buffalo Gals! A motorcycle riding gang that randomly bursts into people's homes and chews on their carpets.
What?
Get it? You get it?
Yes.
The carpet munchers.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yes. Okay.
Bold of them to attempt to even get that to air, huh?
Yes. Very bold.
Press,
Good on
and
him.
they're going to see through Mark Robinson just in the same way that the people of Georgia saw through my opponent.
This every time I hear it, it's shocking. He is white supremacy in blackface. That's where we are, Kim.
It is where we are, but we've been here before. I think a lot of people don't understand when, when I say one of the reasons that people.
Cow and chicken is better than cat dog.
They were around the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Because I explicitly associate those two shows together.
And then I also like Angry Beavers.
Yes, yep, same
Wasn't
time.
my favorite show, but I acknowledge that is an excellent show.
It is a good show, yes.
Still support Donald Trump, whether it's women who know he's going to take their reproductive rights away or others. I say a big reason is the protection of white privilege, the
girls
protection
that
of
would
white
come
supremacy.
in and try to, kiss him and sexually harass him and stuff used to make my dick hard when I was a little kid because I wanted to have girls all over me like that.
Wait, in which show? Sorry?
Ed, Ed and Eddie.
Yes. Yes.
I made my little prepubescent cock hard.
Yeah, I bet.
People say, well, wait, how can Black people protect white privilege and white supremacy? That has happened since the beginning of our nation. You don't have to be a white person to feel that you can benefit from the protection of having white people.
There was a couple of shows I never watched. Ren and Stimpy was one of them. The other one was what was the alien one?
Invader Zim.
Yeah, Invader Zim. I never watched Invader Zim.
That show's really good.
I've heard it's good. It's on my list to watch. I want to watch it. Because I think they made a newer version, like they relaunched it or some shit. I don't know, but I wanted to watch that. Apparently, it's really good. I watched Powerpuff Girls.
Powerpuff Girls is the shit.
It's a great show. Like, I have no qualms in admitting that. I would watch it again. Also, Kim Possible, best show ever.
I didn't watch that. I was too old for it.
It's great. I think it's source of my problems.
In power at the expense of others. So long as you sidle up to them, it is in your political interest, it is in your financial interest. We have always seen Black and brown people line up in that, a small percentage overall, but enough because they think it's in their interest. Just because the candidate is not a white person does not mean that white supremacy is not in play. You don't always see candidates say it as plainly as they did in this case, calling themselves a Black Nazi, but you see it there. I made the same statement when Herschel Walker was running. That is what that was about. We're seeing it right in front of our faces.
The year's largest.
We haven't pushed our luck hard enough. How about this one? You seen this? Specialty phone operator.
No, what's this?
Oh baby, oh baby, oh baby.
Oh my god.
Rocco. Mrs. Bighead.
The 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly will see leaders and ministers from all over the world hobnobbing, confabbing, gossiping, and, trying to bring about world peace through diplomacy. And this year, there are certainly...
It's the last...
Oh my god.
Rocco!
...of that lofty goal and is looming over this event. I'm your host, Jonah Green, a.k.a. The Big Speeches. Let's start.
Ugh, the podcast. Look at what you've done.
New
details are emerging about the
Why does he always look so unenthused?
alleged relationship between star New York Magazine correspondent Olivia
Crazy they
Nuzzi
got a
and former
little
presidential
boy to host this show.
candidate RFK Jr. Nuzzi sent nude photos to the former independent presidential candidate, per Puck News. Then Kennedy bragged to his friends about receiving the intimate photos, according to the Daily Beast. And it all eventually made its way back to Nuzzi's boss, New York Magazine editor David Haskell. The New York Post tells the story slightly differently. According to that publication, RFK Jr. is considering suing Nuzzi for bombarding him with unsolicited racy images. Mutual friend says that RFK Jr. repeatedly blocked.
Imagine being such a loser that you sue a girl for sending you titty pics. You're a fucking weirdo, cunt.
Who is this person?
RFK.
I just need to know for science.
Olivia Nuzzi.
I'm just kidding. It was a joke.
Like
I'm gonna contact them is the joke. Speaking of contacting people as jokes, what do you think about trying to convince my future wife to come on the show?
For what purpose?
To like de-radicalize her because we're not libs.
Or is she just a lib?
No, do you remember Annette? She makes the terrible videos where most of it's just somebody else's video and she just bookends it with herself.
Yes.
She replies to every comment on her videos.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Amazing. Yes, get her on the show.
Ouch. When I'm not sick, I'll draft
cell phone
something.
number, but then unblocked her after she had
And be
reached out via
upfront, like,
number.
hey, we're not libs.
Instead,
So
she
we
had
certainly
urgent
don't
matters
agree
to
with you politically.
Yeah.
I
discuss with
think it
him
would be
about
fun
hit
to,
pieces.
like, not
Learn.
argue or debate.
Mansplain.
But, like, she wouldn't argue or debate, really.
I don't know.
Just continually prove her wrong about things.
Yeah. Not argue, just like on the spot research show that she's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a bad idea.
She watches Steven Crowder. That's her problem.
I used to.
Exactly. That's why you should be able to dig into her.
That'd be interesting.
Coming his way. Quote, once unblocked, she bombarded him with increasingly pornographic photos and videos that he found difficult to resist, wrote the mutual friend, as reported by the New York Post. After brief exchanges, he would block her again. Now, for context, Nuzzi is New York Magazine's Washington correspondent, known for her political features. She was previously a reporter for the Daily Beast. Nuzzi got to know RFK Jr. while doing a profile on him titled "The Mind-Bending Politics of RFK Jr. Spoiler Campaign. He could turn the presidential race upside down." That was published in November of 2023. Nuzzi
aged like fucking milk.
Gamergate time. Gamergate time.
He told New York Magazine the relationship started in December of 2023 and then lasted throughout the end of August. In a statement, Nuzzi said earlier this year, the nature of some communications between myself and a former reporting subject turned personal. During that time, I did not directly report on the subject nor use them as a source. The relationship was never physical, but should have been disclosed to prevent the appearance of a conflict.
Wow, you mean to tell me it happens with both genders and Gamergate was just sexism?
Jr.'s team has said, quote, Mr. Kennedy only met Olivia Nuzzi once in his life for an interview she requested, which yielded a hit piece. Nuzzi has been placed on leave, and New York Magazine has employed a third-party firm to conduct an audit of Nuzzi's work that will inform the nature of disciplinary action taken. Nuzzi was previously engaged to Politico's Ryan Lizza, but they have since broken up. Lizza, by the way, was fired from The New Yorker in 2017 over allegations of, quote, improper sexual conduct. In a statement, Lizza said, quote, because of my connection to the story,
she's a
my
regular
ex-fiancé,
Kimberly
my
Guilfoyle.
I guess so.
editors and I have agreed that I won't be involved in any coverage of Kennedy in Playbook or elsewhere at Politico. RFK Jr. is married to Cheryl Hines, the Curb Your Enthusiasm actress, and per the New York Post, Hines was once one of the 43 mistresses RFK Jr. had listed in his phone during his second marriage. The Daily Mail is reporting Hines was seen without her wedding ring in Italy over the weekend following the scandal.
Lots going on here.
So many
Okay, I think I'm done.
Uh-oh.
Tell us, tabloid. Looks like Buzz Lightyear.
Oh, my knees.
What? So she was just like, "Here's my tits." Like, I'm so interested to find out what the
She's
fuck
just a
exactly
Kimberly
went down.
Guilfoyle.
Like, if it literally was just that, it's like
They should
talking
put her
to
on
him.
Wellbutrin to take her perviness out.
Cheryl Hines has appeared to ditch her wedding ring after news broke of her husband, Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s alleged personal relationship with New York Magazine reporter Olivia Nuzzi. The actress was spotted in Milan over the weekend, where her prominent silver wedding band appeared to be traded in for a different accessory. The Curb Your Enthusiasm star also celebrated her 59th birthday on September 21st in Italy without her husband, who was in Las Vegas campaigning.
She looks like a skull, a living skull.
Red Skull.
She looks awful.
For former President Donald Trump.
That actually explains a lot. Those two. I had no idea that they were together. That explains a lot.
Her daughter Catherine, whom she shares with ex-husband Paul Young, was present at the celebrations, as was her stepdaughter Keira Kennedy. Photos from the night were posted on Instagram. On Thursday, September 19th, New York Magazine addressed the alleged relationship between their prominent political reporter and the former 2024 independent presidential candidate, as they noted she was placed on leave while a third party investigates. Recently, our Washington correspondent, Olivia Nuzzi, acknowledged to the magazine's editors that she had engaged in a personal relationship with a former subject relevant to the 2024 campaign while she was reporting on the campaign, a violation of the magazine's standards around conflicts of interest and disclosures. The magazine said in part, adding, "Had the magazine been aware of this relationship, she would have not continued to cover the presidential campaign. An internal review of her published work has found no inaccuracies nor evidence of bias." Nuzzi, who was engaged to Politico reporter Ryan Lizza until the news broke, told CNN in a statement that the relationship was never physical, but added that she should have disclosed it, saying, "Earlier this year, the nature of some communication between myself and
literally just sent titty pics.
Cheryl Hines
was just like, fuck it, here's my tits."
Yeah, and he's saying it was harassment because she wouldn't stop.
Incredible. And he's like, thanks, what? This is great.
From Nuzzi, and the gossip eventually made its way to Nuzzi's boss and New York Magazine, who confronted her. She reportedly first denied the relationship before coming clean.
Star political reporter Olivia Nuzzi has been placed on leave from New York Magazine. Her pieces were fact-based, not personal opinion. The tweet criticizing Hollywood's portrayal of female reporters has now resurfaced in light of the scandal. Back in 2015, she tweeted, "Why does Hollywood think female reporters sleep with their sources? I don't actually want to know why you think that's the case, people. That's just the gist of this article." After the relationship came to light, one follower
It would be the New York Post that brings that up, wouldn't it?
commented, "This aged well," while another sarcastically added, "Update, New York Magazine has expressed regret, saying, had the magazine been aware of this relationship, she would not have continued to cover the presidential campaign." They've launched a third-party review into the matter. Kennedy remains married to actor Cheryl Hines, while Nuzzi recently ended her engagement to fellow reporter Ryan Lizza.
Right now, officials in Alabama are searching for the gunman who opened fire on a crowd of people Saturday night, killing 4 and wounding more than a dozen others. ABC's Stephanie Ramos has the latest.
Police are on the hunt for multiple suspects who they say fired into a crowd in a busy entertainment district in Birmingham, Alabama, killing 4 and injuring more than a dozen. It was around 11 p.m. on Saturday. Police racing to the city's historic 5 Points South area near the campus of the University of Alabama at Birmingham, finding at least 21 victims. Video showing a harrowing scene. Victims laying on the sidewalk. Police now saying at least one of the 4 people killed is believed to be an intended target.
We believe that there was a hit, if you will, on that particular person, as far as, someone was willing to pay money to have that person killed.
24-year-old Gabriel Islami tells us he was standing outside a lounge with friends when he heard the gunshots.
I heard the gunshots, I ran. And there wasn't even a few seconds into running, then out of nowhere, I just couldn't feel my leg. I fall. And I get up because it didn't even resonate with me that I got shot.
Islami recounting those terrifying moments as he recovers at home.
I get up and I kind of turn around and look back, and you just see a horror movie of a scene. I mean, there's bodies on the sidewalk. There's smoke from the guns covering the area.
Authorities say multiple suspects jumped out of a vehicle.
Smoke from the guns?
opening fire on a group standing outside and then ran off.
It was just really general chaos and pandemonium. This gentleman just kept screaming, that's my sister.
Investigators now say they believe the firearms involved in the shooting were converted to fully automatic using a so-called gun switch. Around 100 shell casings collected at the scene.
Glocks.
Police appealing for the public's help.
Gang shit.
The priority is to get these shooters. Find these shooters. And
Weapon of mass destruction, right, Jack?
Authorities releasing the identities of 3 of the victims overnight. 21-year-old Anitra Holloman and 27-year-olds Taj Booker and Carlos McCain are among the victims. Local police are now working with the ATF and the FBI as they continue this investigation. Stephanie Ramos, ABC News, Birmingham, Alabama.
Officials have announced a
So yeah, mass shooting under criminal, a very rare reported on criminal mass shooting. Although it's a public criminal mass shooting.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
kind
this
of
was
it kind of sits in a
targeted
weird
assassination.
Yeah, mass shooting. So it's kind of in a weird position because it's not really an intended mass shooting. It's I would almost still classify it in that sort of criminal mass shooting as opposed to like the ones you would have to look into a bit more.
They say 12 people
Very
injured in a shooting over the weekend in Alabama are out of the hospital. 4 people, however, were killed and at least 17 were injured in that shooting late Saturday night.
17
Police say
injured.
multiple shooters opened fire on a large crowd. They also believe it was a targeted shooting and that the targeted person was killed, but they have not identified that person. City leaders are urging the community to stop this violence from continuing and to turn in those responsible.
As a community, we cannot give safe harbor or shelter to people who want to just simply kill people.
Oh,
We
by
can't
the
give them
way,
cover. They should not feel safe in our community.
body cams came out for that NYC subway shooting.
Oh.
Cops lied.
Why am I not surprised? What did they lie about?
Well, so he's on the train, and then he literally gets off the train and starts running away from them while on the platform.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when they open fire.
Incredible.
I didn't see any knife.
Into the open car.
Literally didn't see any knife
Amazing.
in his hand.
Incredible.
And yeah, so there's some suits going. Also, I'm not sure if we talked about this, but you know how I said that the chief of police and the firefighters had to retire? Well, we say they planted that knife, but there was no knife there, and they just said some guy picked it up. So we'll have
That's
to
true.
see.
They did
We'll
say
have to
that
see.
some dude just took it. Yeah, that's right.
We'll have to
Oh,
see.
man.
But not only that, so this brand new chief of police that Adams put in, already under investigation by the FBI.
I love that New York is back to like pre 9/11 criminal shit.
It's always been like this.
It's great. Every week there's another corruption case out of New York. It's great.
They should not feel safe anywhere.
The FBI is offering a reward for any information leading to an arrest in this case. Police say the shooters may have modified their guns to shoot much faster by using a device known as a switch. It allows semi-automatic weapons to fire faster.
4 people have been killed, 17 others injured now in a shooting in Birmingham, Alabama.
Police continue to search for the shooters, but they shared information today at a news conference about the incident and whether the shooters illegally modified their weapons to fire more rapidly.
It's a huge problem. We're looking at whether the switch was used in this particular case, or was this an assault rifle that was fully automatic, or some other type of weapon. Fully automatic weapons do not, as the mayor said, they do not belong on the streets of Birmingham or on the streets of United States of America. And so,
Fully semi-automatic.
Fuck you. How about that? Fuck you.
Full
Automatic
semi-automatic.
weapons for all except cops.
it's very problematic today. They cause a lot of carnage really, really fast, and so it's just a big problem.
Police today also explained why they believe this was a targeted attack. They are encouraging the community to share any tips they may have. NBC's Priya Shriver has more from Birmingham.
I'm here in the 5 Point South neighborhood in Birmingham, Alabama, as authorities are still searching for multiple suspects who they say opened fire outside of the Hush Lounge behind me here on Saturday after 11 p.m., shooting 21 people and killing 4 people. Now, police are saying that this was a targeted hit, that the suspects were hired to murder an individual, and that of the 4 deceased, one of those was the intended target. Now, today, authorities did give an update and say that 5 of the victims still remain inside the hospital. 12 of the other 17 gunshot victims have been released. They also are now offering a $100,000 reward between the FBI and Crime Stoppers, and are really looking for any information from the community to help them hunt down these suspects. They've also been combing through a lot of the surveillance video from the local businesses in this area. They say they do believe the gunshot victims had criminal backgrounds, and so they're kind of looking through those criminal backgrounds to try to figure out who the intended target was and what the possible motivation for this shooting is. Reporting in Birmingham, Priya Sridhar, NBC News.
3 of the nation's 23 mass shootings this year occurred in Birmingham. That's according to a database maintained by the Associated Press and USA Today in partnership with Northeastern University. Birmingham, a city of about 200,000.
Uh-oh. News source. News source. New gun source.
Mass shootings this year occurred in Birmingham. That's according to a database maintained by the Associated Press and USA Today in partnership with Northeastern University.
USA Today, Northeastern University. AP, USA Today, Northwestern University. Gun violence. Let's go. Let's see. Let's see. All right. James Allen Fox Lippman, family professor of criminology, law, and public policy at Northeastern University. Host mass killing database, public-facing website, interactive graphics, and visuals to break down the incidences of mass killings in the United States. Holy shit. It actually breaks it down by different type. Hold on. Let me share this. This is cool. This is very cool.
This is pod racing.
Okay, here we go. Victims 18, injured 13. Okay, 18 were killed. 18 were killed? What the fuck? When did this happen? In Maine? Jesus. Okay, but it filters by type, so you can have felony shootings, family shootings, which I am assuming is like domestic violence.
Mm-hmm.
So you can filter it down to domestic violence, other, which I'm interested to see what these are. It's not letting me click. Let me mouse over Y. Here we go. Berlin vehicle crash. It's just mass killings. Interesting. So this one, woman driver was pursued by ex-boyfriend and father of child at speeds up to 120 miles per hour. Crash killed her and 4 co-workers. Driver was convicted of the crime and sentenced to 80 years in prison. 2 years later, he died.
I have a friend. She was killed by her boyfriend on Valentine's Day.
Mhm.
He ran her over and backed over her and ran her over again.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. She was really nice.
That's fucking crazy. Okay, so that's Vegas. Okay, so these are public mass shootings. Here we go. Okay, 6, great. 4, 5, 6. It looks like they're using the correct statistics. 4, great. 4. 4. 4. They might be using a stricter statistic, actually. Over 4, 4, 6, 5, 10. Okay. So this one is the one that I've got a story on today, which I didn't know about. I don't think was the Boulder, Colorado shop shooting. Denver, Colorado. Here's the one that was involving your friends.
Mm-hmm.
Lyndon McLeod.
Yep.
Then we've got Aurora. So yeah, so the public is the ones Pulse. Yeah, okay. I wonder how far back it goes. 2017, 2019, 2007. Club Q. It does not look like they have Columbine on there. So I wonder how far back it goes. This is very interesting. I will post this to the Discord. But yes, that is extremely fucking interesting. I am very happy with this. I love new resources. This is great. Where do I put this?
In the
Special links. Fuck it.
Anal. I had to pee again.
I am going to just make a new channel. Create channel. Resources. We love a resource channel. Boop. Love it. All right.
Birmingham, a city of about 200,000, has seen 114.
In Alabama, police still have not caught the shooters who opened fire outside of a cigar lounge in Birmingham.
There's a certain element in this community who are too comfortable riding around with semi-automatic weapons, automatic weapons, conversion switches, and everything else, whose only intent, hell-bent intent, is to harm people, shoot people, kill people. They don't care if it's innocent people around. They don't care if it's a business, a home, a senior, a child. That is their interest. We need the necessary tools. We don't have home.
We also need Glock switches.
So I want to work with the state. I want to work with the state to solve this problem. I'm not here to point fingers, but at an epidemic level that it is right now, can we make an exception for the city of Birmingham and allow the necessary resources, allow the necessary tools, allow.
We need more money. Give us more money, please. We never have enough money. Give us money.
A new lawsuit filed today accuses ExxonMobil of contributing to the world's plastic pollution. The oil and gas company is one of the largest producers of the material used to make single-use plastics. California's Attorney General Rob Bonta filed that lawsuit after a 2-year investigation, and I spoke with him moments ago.
See how many times I
Attorney
peed
General
already?
Bonta, welcome
during
back to
this
the News
stream?
Hour. Thanks for being
Is that 5?
Maybe.
with us.
Thanks for having me on.
4 or 5.
So in this lawsuit, you're accusing ExxonMobil of what you call decades-long deception, essentially
Decades.
lying to the public about the recyclability of plastics. What specifically have they been saying over the last 50 years that you're alleging just isn't true?
Well, since the 70s, for decades, they've been telling the world, Americans, Californians, that plastics are recyclable and are being recycled, and that
Plastic is
consumers
not
can
recyclable.
participate in a single-use throwaway culture, and it's okay because all those plastics that you throw
Like,
away,
people don't know this.
reclaimed, recycled.
And like, I think it's shocking that people don't know this, but like, I advocate for like aluminum recycling and stuff. But you know, like inside cans, there's a plastic liner as well, right?
Yes, yes.
Like people people don't know that, and they're like, actually, it's recycling aluminum isn't as good as you think. I'm like, shut up.
Yeah, a
The
lot of people
aluminum
don't
is
realize
fine
that.
just because there's some plastic byproduct.
A lot of people don't realize that plastic doesn't break down or recycle. It just gets smaller and smaller and smaller
Mm-hmm.
until it
And then
starts
it gets in your
causing cancer and
testicles.
gets into your brain and nuts. Yeah, it's very cool. Very, very cool. We love being filled with microplastics. It's very cool.
Will show up in someone else's household.
Thank you, capitalism and corporations. We love you. You are great. Thank you for poisoning us all.
As a useful plastic product, a utensil or a container or something else, and that is absolutely false. And in many occasions, most occasions, the item is completely not recyclable and never be never going to be recycled.
ExxonMobil spokesperson did push back on parts of your lawsuit, saying in a statement to Reuters in part that, quote, suing people makes headlines, but it doesn't solve the plastic waste problem. Advanced recycling is a real solution. They're referencing there a program that they actually had to convert plastic waste into petrochemical feedstock. What's your reaction to that?
First, litigation can certainly solve problems. It can stop ExxonMobil from lying. They've been lying for decades. They're still lying today. Advanced recycling is part of that lying. Here's why. 92% of what is produced by advanced recycling is not any other plastic product. It is mostly transportation fuel and other items. So they promise this circular recycling experience for their plastics, that through advanced recycling, they can take any plastic, they say, and it'll come back into your household as a useful plastic product. A water bottle will come back as another water bottle, or maybe a container or a utensil, something else useful. And it's just not true when they know it. Only 8% of the plastics that they recycle through so-called advanced recycling are actually turned into recyclable material. Advanced recycling is not a solution. It is another lie that they are telling. It is completely predictable that they're telling it. That's what they've done
Yeah, exactly. It's just another lie that they use to make more money
for decades. But it's a lie.
It's worth pointing out ExxonMobil does not actually produce or manufacture a lot of the single-use plastics that you're talking about here. They are the largest producer of the plastic polymers that are used to then produce those single-use plastic products, right? The building blocks of the plastic. So why not go after the companies that actually make the single-use plastics that we agree are the core of this problem?
We're going to the source. ExxonMobil is the biggest producer, as you mentioned, of the building blocks, the raw materials, the plastic pellets that they sell to their corporate clients, who then, through melting and molding, through adding of chemicals, turn them into the products that we see. But they're the biggest producers of the building blocks, of the polymers, as you mentioned. And they're one of the biggest liars, one of the biggest deceivers that have been engaged on their own and through their...
I'm not opposed to this. This is not an awful idea. Regulate the supplier and then it trickles down.
The liars and deceivers. The Hasatan.
Industry front groups perpetuating this myth of recycling. So they must be held responsible. And this case is unique. It's pioneering. It's trailblazing. It's groundbreaking in the sense that it's the first time a public entity like the state of California has sued a petrochemical company like ExxonMobil that produces the plastic pellets, the polymers.
There have also been campaigns over the years for consumers to reduce their plastic consumption, not just reuse and recycle, as you point out, which has abysmally low rates across the country, but our usage as consumers has actually gone way up over the years. So doesn't that play a role in creating more demand that manufacturers will say, we're just trying to...
Well, it's almost like capitalism has made shittier products out of cheaper plastics so that they break and you have to buy more, and therefore throw out the plastic, which then gets into the environment and poisons us and gets into your nuts. Pretty fucking cool. You know, if they just made products that last, they wouldn't make money. But you know what they wouldn't do? Pollute the plastics. You know? You can't make money that way. The only way you can make money and have the line permanently go up is by gaslighting us all into thinking that we want this shit, like your stupid fucking AI products. Fuck your AI off. Get fucked.
When it comes to usage, no surprise that it's gone up. That's exactly what ExxonMobil wants. That's exactly what the myth of recycling is designed to manifest. When people have comfort that they can use freely plastic products as much as they want and put them in the blue bin because it'll come back as a recycled product and not harm the environment. In fact, they think they're being good stewards of the environment. That increases use. That's by design. That's what ExxonMobil wanted. And given that only 5% of the plastic waste in the United States of America is actually recycled, less use of plastic products might be something that a fully informed public might want to engage in, and reuse of either plastic products or non-plastic products like cloth.
The only plastic that should exist is the plastic on guns.
In my balls.
The rest of it should be hemp.
In my balls.
Yes.
Or fabric bags when you go shopping might be something people want to adopt as well. But the myth of recycling was designed to drive purchases of and use of plastics up, and also drive profits of ExxonMobil up, and it's worked. Last year, ExxonMobil made $36 billion of profit.
California's Attorney General Rob Bonta joining us tonight. Mr. Attorney General, thank you. Good to see you.
Thanks for having me. I'm not good to see you.
From a studio in Islamabad, Nadia Mirza prepares for her show. A journalist and primetime talk show host at Dawn News, Mirza is a well-known presence across Pakistan. She covers her head for religious reasons, but online trolls still attack her appearance and character.
Whatever we speak or sometimes we post, which is not, which is disliked by some political party. So they use the word, which give me pain, which really hurts me. That although she takes a scarf, although she takes, hijab, but her character is not good.
Covering sensitive issues also draws attackers. She remembers enduring online abuse after a show a few years ago.
They labeled me that I did something wrong and I did, blasphemy something, and I was drunk.
Blasphemy is punishable by death in Pakistan, and even an unfounded accusation can incite mob violence.
I was getting threats. So my management asked me when I was in Islamabad that time, but my management asked me just leave the Islamabad or just stop doing shows on that.
But Mirza had her guest return to the show to help clear her name.
I put the same question to him. Did you really find me that I was drunk and I was in that some suspicious sort of condition? He totally denied. And I'm thankful to him that he showed very respect to me. And he said, no, it's all propaganda.
Media experts say such attacks on female journalists are a global issue.
The root of this issue comes down to women's voices in public spaces and the fact that there are many people who would like to shut them up, regardless of how they're presenting, their appearance.
Hoffman says her organization's research has found that online abuse can affect the well-being of journalists and their ability to work.
A third of women did say they thought about leaving their jobs as journalists specifically because of online abuse that they experienced.
Mirza says she is not aware of any training for dealing with online threats. For now, she tries to ignore the worst of the hate.
I don't respond to trolls. It's very rare to respond to someone just to correct the fact.
To stop online abuse, media experts say newsrooms should offer better support and tools to help their journalists.
Yeah.
For Tabinda Naeem, Elizabeth Chernoff, VOA News.
Like have an office puppy. Mental health.
This morning, Israel launched new airstrikes on Lebanon, and a new video released showcases the moment that the editor-in-chief of Maria International Network, Fadi Boudia, was injured live on air during those airstrikes. So the video is not graphic. He apparently is okay, but I'm going to break down after this.
I searched this on YouTube,
recent
couldn't
news.
find it. You know, so I went to Twitter, found it there, showed Jack, and then I went back to YouTube, and it was on the homepage.
Around Israel's strikes on Lebanon, as well as what a high-ranking former Obama White House official is saying about Israel's recent actions.
والله أنا هلا والله كنت على سكايب
What a
All right. So it appears he was getting ready for a live hit when the building he was in was struck. This was part of the Israeli strikes that killed 492 people in Lebanon. And the IDF claiming here that the strikes were directed at Hezbollah rockets and cruise missiles hidden inside civilian homes. Does this sound familiar? This gives justification for literally any action that they do. Oh, we had to bomb these residential buildings because there were rockets in there. They could hit any target and claim this. This is what they've been doing over and over and over again in Gaza, despite the fact that there are well over 40,000 civilian casualties in Gaza. Now, while it's unclear, as Axios writes here, unclear how many of those killed were Hezbollah, a mass casualty event in Shia villages in southern Lebanon, the militia's base of support will likely lead to further escalation. So I'm going to get to the pager attacks that occurred before this, but just to be clear on this attack. So out of the 492 people, that includes 35 children and 58 women, and it wounded 1,645 people. And that's according to the Associated Press. And this attack by Israel was in response to Hezbollah launching more than 100 rockets on a Saturday night, sending them, as CBS News writes here, hurtling deeper into northern Israel and towards civilian areas, according to the Israeli military, wounding 3 people. Now, look, any attack, of course, it cannot be justified. Any sort of violence, regardless of who is committing the violence, should not be justified. I just want you to look at the comparison here. Wounding 3 people versus 1,645 wounded and 492 people killed. So because of the technology that Israel has in terms of the Iron Dome, They're able to intercept the vast majority of these sorts of attacks, giving them almost full immunity in their ability to launch their own attacks, knowing full well that any sort of retaliatory action is never going to hit them the way that they're able to hit their neighboring, whether countries or occupied territories. Now, going back even further, last week, exploding pagers and radios, this is from the UN, a terrifying violation of international law, say UN experts. So this was Israel's operation in Lebanon that exploded pagers and radios. The attacks reportedly killed at least 32 people and maimed or injured 3,250, including 200 critically. Among the dead are a boy and a girl, as well as medical personnel. Around 500 people suffered severe eye injuries, including a diplomat. Others suffered grave injuries to their faces, hands, and bodies. So apparently the pagers were sent a message in small text, which led to a lot of the individuals here looking closely at the pager, which is what led to a lot of these eye injuries. And of course, these pagers were just randomly set off. So there was no awareness, or I should say regard, for who they were around at the time when they went off, which is what led to a lot of innocent people here being killed or injured in the process. Now, following that, the former CIA director for Barack Obama, Leon Panetta, calls Israel's explosive pager operation terrorism in an interview with CBS Today. Watch this clip.
The United Nations labeled the operation a violation of international law, and it's raised some eyebrows here at home, too.
The ability to be able to place an explosive in technology that is very prevalent these days and turn it into a war of terror, really, a war of terror. This is something new.
Is it terrorism?
I don't think there's any question that it's a form of terrorism.
Former Defense Secretary and former Director of the CIA, Leon Panetta, wasted no words in describing what he fears may be the result of letting this particular genie out of the bottle.
This has gone right into the supply chain, right into the supply chain. And when you have terror going into the supply chain, it makes people ask the question, what the hell is next?
It sounds like you're genuinely worried.
The hell
I am. This is a tactic that has repercussions. And we really don't know what those repercussions are going to be.
At the very least, he's worried Israel's tactical decision has made the prospect.
Yep, they're fucked. Like, if they're going to start like a 3-front war and they're going to get sandwiched. And nobody's going to give a fuck.
Of a wider war in the region closer than it's ever been.
The forces of war are largely in control right now of what's going on.
Do you think there should be condemnation for it? Should other nations step in, including us?
I think it's going to be very important for the nations of the world to have a serious discussion about whether or not this isn't an area that everybody has to focus on, because if they don't try to deal with it now, mark my word, it is the battlefield of the future.
This is a major warning. When you have a former CIA director saying the forces of war are largely in control right now, I mean, it shows you how off base the Biden administration is compared to the Obama administration, at least on this issue. Obama was a lot tougher on Israel. And I shouldn't even say tough. You know, tough is relative in this
I didn't
case.
even notice my mic
Tough
muted. I don't
compared
know
to-
how long it's been muted.
Were you talking?
Sometimes, but I have my eyes shut because of my light hurts at my face.
Where Biden is. But these sorts of operations, you know, as he alludes to here, the unleashing of this kind of technology in a wide-scale attack like this is a terrorist attack that has been taken up by a state, by the state of Israel. And now that they have unleashed this sort of attack, this opens the door to the potential of other similar attacks just like this. This is a situation where, you know, you hope behind the scenes the Biden administration is trying to address in a serious way, because as far as we are seeing publicly, there has been no real change in their overall support of Israel, despite these sorts of terror attacks, these ongoing terror attacks by the state. And their intentions are clear. This is a piece in Haaretz. This is an Israel-based paper. Israeli minister claims Lebanon cannot be defined as a state. IDF should establish a buffer zone inside its territory.
Funny.
And when you have this sort of outlook, when this is your public stance,
That's what I
This
thought we were talking about,
justifies
but I was
the
like,
sorts of
must be
attacks
some other guy.
that Israel
Like the
decides to carry out.
journalist that was just bombed or something.
And again,
Yeah.
as long as the U.S. continues supporting Israel, supplying it with funding, supplying it with weapons, there is no reason for Israel to stop. Last thing here. I just saw this, thought it was worth sharing. This is a quote from, to be clear here, Catherine Bogan, who is a self-described queer Jewish woman who writes here, for people who ask why Israel's neighboring countries aren't like the biggest fans, it's not because Israel is a nation of Jews. It has nothing to do with religion. It's because Israel was created in a colonizing effort led by Britain and the US and immediately initiated 76 plus year pattern of occupying, displacing, terrorizing, and murdering the inhabitants of not just Palestine, but of Lebanon, of Egypt, of Syria, of Jordan, of Iraq. This is about the actions of the Israeli government.
Don't forget
It's
the
important
British.
to be clear that this is not about the people that live there. This is not about the religion.
Don't
This is not
forget
about
the
Jewish people.
British.
This is about what a government has done
Give the British
for
their
over
credit.
76 years. And again, the important point here, the one power that could put an end to this, that has the ability to put pressure on the Israeli government to, at the very least, curtail some of these extreme actions. The U.S. has the ability to do that.
Us.
And simply is deciding up to this point not to do anything.
For most parents, feeding their infant or toddler healthy foods is a priority. But new research shows that baby food aisles at grocery stores across America are stocked with products that might not be as nourishing as they seem. Ali Rogan reports on what parents need to know to be sure they're giving their children a balanced diet.
Proper nutrition in the first years of a child's life can have a significant impact on their development. But according to a recent study, nearly 2/3 of supermarket baby foods don't meet nutrition guidelines set by the World Health Organization. Researchers at the George Institute for Global Health found that 60% of the 651 products they reviewed either fail to meet protein and calorie recommendations or have too much sugar and sodium. Jill Castle is a pediatric nutritionist and dietitian. She's also the author of Kids Thrive at Every Size. Jill, thank you so much for being here. We mentioned that this study looked at foods for children ages 6 months to 3 years. Why is nutrition in that window of time so crucial?
So there's several reasons. Number one, brain development is happening at quite a good pace, and that's a nutrient-dependent process. And so we want young children to have a nutrient-rich diet. The other thing that's happening is that children are developing their flavor preferences and their food preferences. And so we know if they're eating lots of sweet foods or salty foods, they're going to prefer those later on. So we really want to have that nutrient-rich diet and foods that are going to nurture their flavor and food preferences down the road.
What do we know about some of the what this study would call deceptive and untruthful practices that the companies that make these products do when they put their products on the shelf?
Well, I think part of it is just the labeling on the front of package may not represent what's actually in the product. And so I encourage parents to turn the package over and look at the ingredient list. The first item on the list will be what is most prominent in that baby food package. So if apple is the first item, it's going to be mostly made with apples. So if you're buying baby food or a blend of grains and fruit and vegetables, you want to make sure that what you think you're getting is actually on that ingredient list, listed at the top of the list.
And how are these nutritional guidelines determined? And is it different here in the United States than it is in other parts of the Western world?
Over the last decade, the baby food market has really exploded, and we don't have regulations necessarily that really tell manufacturers what those products need to include. We do have the dietary guidelines for Americans, and in 2020, when those came—
You know, it's cool. Baby food with no regulations. That's fucking cool.
out, we had new guidance for children under age 2, which went on to talk about when we introduced food allergens. It also talked about no added sugar in the diet in the first 2 years of life and really limits on sodium. So we're kind of in the wild, wild west with baby food right now. We don't have guidance. We don't have regulatory reinforcement of what needs to be in there and what needs to be limited. And so it can be very confusing for parents who are trying to do the best by their children. They're looking at the front of the pack. They're looking at what it might say GMO or no added sugar or all natural. And that can be very confusing for families because they don't know exactly what's in there. And those claims can be misleading.
And some parents might turn to these foods because they're convenient, they're affordable. Are there alternatives that are likewise that parents can explore?
Sure. I mean, single ingredient baby foods are just going to have that one ingredient. So for example, carrots or peas, those are a great place to start. They may not have the type of texture as your baby gets older that you're going to want to expose them to, but you can make your own mixes with single ingredient food. For example, maybe you take oatmeal, carrots, and green beans and you mix it together. The other thing that parents can do is for
That's not single ingredient. That's 3.
mash easy foods like avocado, banana, boil a sweet potato and fork mash that. You can thin that with a little infant formula or breast milk. And then the other thing parents can do is use a baby-led weaning approach where they can use finger foods for children, or a hybrid approach where you're using both baby food and age-appropriate sized whole foods for your baby.
What about for parents who live in places where fresh food might not be as readily available, food deserts where supermarkets are sparse? What are their options?
So if families are economically challenged, there's a great program called the Women, Infants, and Children Program, or WIC. And that program is designed for mothers and children under the age of 5. They provide education, food sources, access to nutritious foods for children under the age of 5.
And what advice do you have for parents who might be looking to change course? They might have read these studies and found that what they're feeding their baby isn't as nutritious as what they thought. What would be your advice for those parents?
I would say don't panic. There are lots of foods out there. There are brands out there that are doing a good job, although these brands weren't highlighted in the article. But I would say, you can always talk to a registered dietitian or your pediatrician and ask for guidance, but don't panic. Variety is really the key, and looking for foods that are going to be rich in nutrients to help nurture your baby's relationship with food, their growth and development, and their flavor preferences.
Jill Castle, pediatric nutritionist.
Long story short, don't buy baby food from the shops.
The 2024
mash it up yourself.
Voting season is officially underway as early in-person voting has started in Minnesota, South Dakota, and Virginia. Meantime, the state election board in Georgia passed a new vote counting rule that has sparked heated debate. Stephanie Tsai begins our coverage in that state, where Vice President Kamala Harris spoke earlier this evening.
Today, the vice president was back in battleground Georgia, where a 6-week abortion ban is cleaving voters.
And her name, and we will speak her name, Amber Nicole Thurman.
Amber Nicole Thurman is a single mother from Georgia who reportedly suffered an abortion-related death. According to a ProPublica investigation, Thurman encountered a rare complication from taking an abortion pill. The report says she died after waiting 20 hours for doctors to perform a surgical procedure that has largely been banned by penalty of prosecution in the state. Harris tied Thurman's death to former President Trump's Supreme Court appointments.
He brags about overturning Roe v. Wade. In his own words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," he says. He is proud that women are dying, proud that doctors and nurses could be thrown in prison for administering care.
Also in Georgia today, the state election board passed a new rule that will require poll workers to count all ballots by hand.
Motion passes 3-2.
It's the latest in a series of changes by the pro-Trump majority on the board, and it would require 3 people to count every ballot in every precinct on election night or the day after. Votes would still be tallied by machine.
And what we're doing is creating more stability in our election process.
But several local election officials warned that passing this new rule just weeks before voting will strain workers and resources, potentially delaying results.
I believe the proposals being discussed today
is actually incredible. So they are not counting votes by hand, they're counting ballots to verify the number instead of running them through machines to count them and verifying by hand the vote cast. They're just counting the ballots and not even looking at the vote. Amazing. Democracy. Yield.
Huge opportunities for chaos, error, voter insecurity.
I challenge you to go into any county in the state of Georgia and to do the rules that you're passing on today. Work as a poll worker all day and then count the ballots.
Georgia's Republican Secretary of State and Attorney General both opposed the changes, warning it could set up more legal challenges. Meanwhile, last night in Washington, former President Trump took the stage with Republican mega donor Miriam Adelson, an outspoken supporter of Israel. Trump condemned anti-Semitism, but he also criticized Jewish voters for not supporting him in larger numbers.
I wasn't treated properly by the voters who happen to be Jewish. I don't know, do they know what the hell is happening? If I don't win this election, and the Jewish people would really have a lot to do with that if that happens, because at 40%, that means 60% of the people are voting for the enemy. Israel, in my opinion, will cease to exist within 2 years. And I believe I'm 100% right.
Kamala Harris!
Also last night, Harris participated in a live-streamed rally with the Queen of Talk in Battleground, Michigan.
Everything is so expensive.
The vice president took questions directly from audience members and viewers. During a discussion about gun control, Harris told Oprah she's not afraid to use her firearm.
I'm a gun owner. Tim Walz is a gun.
I did not know that.
If
And I thought
somebody
that was
breaks in
probably-
my house, they're getting shot.
Yes, I hear that. I hear that.
Probably should not have said that.
Throughout the campaign.
Isn't that great?
Yeah, no, that's good. Also, why would you should not have said why? I don't understand. Why should she not have said that? Was that just like a thing that they told her to say? It was like you should say, "Oh, I shouldn't have said that." Act like, "Oh, it's a secret." Shh. Shh. I'm not actually taking. You know, it seems like I might be a bit like that. I don't know.
Campaign, Harris has positioned herself as a Second Amendment defender who also supports stricter gun controls and renewing the federal ban on assault weapons. Tonight, the vice president is on to another closely contested state with a rally in Wisconsin. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Steph.
We didn't know what to do. We didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, we started receiving text messages about pagers exploding. Again, we were scared. We had pagers in the hospital. So just like that, at that moment, all pagers in the hospital were shut down. The hardest thing I saw was young patients completely blown out everywhere with their bowels out. And I still have to talk to them, take their names, ask them about their allergies, ask them if they had any past medical histories that I should know so I can treat them. It was very difficult for me to witness, like patients speaking to me and intestines were out. I feel numb. I'm still thinking that I have a lot of work to do at night, and I'm just thinking that how I'm gonna still have some energy for tonight's shift.
How is it?
There were strikes there, so we got into the car and came here. We don't know what's left behind. I swear, we don't know what's happening.
We will be back. God willing, we will be back. Tell Netanyahu that we will return.
My next guest knows the ins and outs of Lebanese affairs. He wrote recently, and I quote, "There is much talk of Israel wanting an all-out war in Lebanon. In fact, what we are seeing today was long expected for when Israel redeployed its troops to the north. We are in an escalation to the effect, the outcome of negotiations not to provoke an all-out war." Marco Young is a former columnist and opinion editor at the Daily Star newspaper in Lebanon. He's now a senior editor for the Carnegie Endowment's Middle East Center in Beirut, and he joins us now live. It's good to have you, sir. And I just, if you will, just further explain the conceit of your argument here. What you see is what is, you say, ultimately expected by Israel at this point. You do not expect an all-out war, which would obviously mean, you know, a ground incursion by the Israelis. What evidence do you have, or what are you basing that conjecture on?
Well, I'm basing it on my reading of the fact that the Israelis don't feel that they need to engage in a ground war. They've been escalating in the last 2 weeks significantly their attacks against Hezbollah, beginning with the pager explosions and the walkie-talkie explosions, ending with the assassination of Brahim Ail and several commanders of the Radwan force. Now what they've done is they've responded to Hezbollah's effort to match what the Israelis did last week. Yesterday, Hezbollah bombed several parts of northern Israel to try to create essentially a displacement of the population. So today the Israelis have come back and said, if you want to play this game, we will displace a large part of the population of southern Lebanon. It's a very nasty game, and the Israelis are actually targeting civilian areas. But this is where we are, unfortunately. And in other words,
80,000 automated calls to subscribers of the Lebanese telecoms company today. Israel urging people to evacuate their homes in the south and in the Bekaa Valley. The psychological effects here must be very, very tough. I mean, you are yourself in Lebanon, not necessarily, as I understand it, in Beirut. Can you just describe the impact on the Lebanese population of what is going on at present?
Yeah, of course. This war is very much a psychological war on both sides. And by essentially using some of these automated calls, for example, to warn ministries that they would be bombed, and the ministries are located in the very center of Beirut, they're trying to create a panic amongst the Lebanese population. And we're seeing the same thing in the Bekaa Valley now and in other parts of the south. Essentially what they're doing is they're hitting all over. And I'm very skeptical that this is just to hit Hezbollah targets. There's been plenty of footage today showing the Israelis hitting civilian quarters near Tyre, for example. They are essentially creating a humanitarian problem and saying to Hezbollah, you will have to resolve this problem. That's all they're doing. And it's very cruel.
While you and I have been talking, Lebanon's health ministry has just announced 274 now killed in the Israeli strikes on Lebanon. We had been quoting a number of 180 up until this point, so the numbers are increasing. Sadly, these are deadly strikes. The Israelis' argument is that they are striking Hezbollah buildings, storing weapons amongst civilians. And they will suggest that some of the videos that are being seen of their strikes show secondary explosions, indicating that missiles are stored underneath residential buildings. What do you make of the very targeted warnings from the Israelis and their argument as to why they are attacking Lebanon at present?
Well, I mean, I've seen that footage. It's true. They have hit what looks to be arms storage facilities. But honestly, we have to move beyond this. This is, as I said, this is a war. This is to reach a political objective. The Israelis, of course, have killed nearly 300 people, but they want a political objective here. It's to force Hezbollah to retreat from the border north of the Litani River. And in order to do so, as I said, they want to create a humanitarian problem for the party, and particularly for the Shia community. So, I mean, I would take with a grain of salt, not everything they've hit today was Hezbollah arms depot. And the fact of the matter is, most citizens, when they tell them to leave an area, if you live near an arms depot, leave this area. Well, most Lebanese don't know that they're sitting next to an arms depot, or even if there is an arms depot in their neighborhood, of course. So there is an element of psychological warfare here. They want to panic. They want to create panic in the community and make people in Lebanon, but particularly supporters of Hezbollah, they want to create an element of panic, and they want them to leave the south. And indeed, many have left the south today and have streamed into other parts of Lebanon.
And we've seen the images of thousands of people on the move. As we have seen similar images of people, of course, on the move for, nearly a year in Gaza. And I hear many people talking about the Gazification of Lebanon at this point. You have suggested just in this interview that the strategy, as you say, is to create a sort of humanitarian sort of situation in Lebanon as well. Just how far do the Israelis go at this point? There are, from some in government, talk of rewriting the very lines of Lebanon as a country, rewriting the borders. I mean, how far does this go, sir?
Well, I mean, at this stage in time, there doesn't seem to be an effort to redraw Lebanon's borders. On the contrary, I mean, my suspicion is that the Israelis want to avoid a land incursion into Lebanon. They're trying to get the message to Hezbollah, it seems, that they can escalate short of an invasion, because they know that an invasion would actually lead to all-out war, in which Hezbollah would probably bring in its larger precision missiles. At this point, however, what they seem to be doing is they're offering Hezbollah the following equation. It's, if you want to escalate and lead to all-out war, then it's your responsibility. And the backlash will be against you in Lebanon. But if you don't want to escalate and start hitting Israeli cities and infrastructure using your large missiles, then you're going to have to accept that we will continue to escalate until you accept our conditions on the border. This is the dilemma that they're trying to create for Hezbollah.
למי שעדיין לא הבין, אני רוצה להבין את מדיניות ישראל. אנחנו לא מחכים לאיום, אנחנו מקדימים אותו. בכל מקום, בכל זירה, בכל עת. אנחנו מחסלים בכירים, מחסלים מחבלים, מחסלים טילים, ועוד ידנו נטויה. מי שמנסה לפגוע בנו, אנחנו פוגעים בו וביתר שאת. Now, starting this morning, the IDF has warned you to get out of harm's way. I urge you, take this warning seriously. Don't let Hezbollah endanger your lives and the lives of your loved ones.
Jesus fucking Christ. Literally the same rhetoric. The exact same rhetoric. This is absurd. It actually drives me insane that nobody
Same rhetoric
gives
as who?
a fuck. What?
Same rhetoric as who?
As Israel in Gaza.
Oh.
Like,
I thought you were
there's
going to
no
say the Nazis or something.
I mean, yes, but sure. Not.
All right.
Let me do something.
Fox News alert. IDF forces have hit about 300 Hezbollah targets in Lebanon today as Hezbollah is vowing a war of reckoning. The IDF confirming it has taken down 6 senior Hezbollah commanders, including at least one on the State Department's most wanted list. But the United States still warning caution.
Nobody, including Secretary Austin, is shedding a tear over the death of Mr. Akil, who does have American blood on his hands. I think the world's better for not having him walking around on the planet anymore. But that doesn't mean we want to see a full-out war. We don't believe, again, that that's in the best interest of the Israeli people.
All right, here for its reaction is retired Navy SEAL and author Jack Carr. Jack, good morning to you.
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
All right, we knew this was coming eventually. I mean, Hezbollah kept shooting rockets into Israel. They're not going to just sit there and say, "Oh, stop it." They're going to do something.
Nope, and they've been provoked long enough. But really, the seeds of
Why do I care about these two fucking dipshits talking about this?
So I said
Do we?
Steele immediately discredited.
Yeah. Let's go to something.
This video is brought to you by Imprint. Today, Israel launches heavy strikes on Lebanon as the international community urges restraint. A Trump-backed candidate faces dramatic accusations in North Carolina, and Germany prepares for an election that could be make or break for Chancellor Scholz. From TLDR News, this is your daily briefing, Friday, 20th September, 2024. Israel has carried out its most intense airstrikes on Lebanon in nearly a year of conflict, in an escalation that follows an earlier unprecedented pager and walkie-talkie attack. On Tuesday and Wednesday, pagers and walkie-talkies used by Hezbollah exploded across Lebanon, killing 37 people and wounding around 3,000. While Israel has not confirmed or denied its involvement, the attack is widely believed to have been carried out by Israel. In the airstrikes late on Thursday, the Israeli military said that for 2 hours, its jets struck hundreds of Hezbollah rocket launchers in southern Lebanon that Israel says were set to be fired immediately towards Israel. The Israeli strikes followed a speech by Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah, in which, referring to the pager and walkie-talkie explosions, he said, "Yes, we were subjected to a huge and severe blow," adding that the enemy crossed all boundaries and red lines, and vowing to retaliate. During his speech, Israeli jets flew low over Beirut, causing sonic booms. The heightened conflict has left the international community scrambling to prevent an all-out war between Israel and Hezbollah. The White House warned both sides against an escalation of any kind, and UK Foreign Secretary David Lammy called for an immediate ceasefire between the two. Diplomats from the US, UK, France, Germany, and Italy met yesterday in Paris ahead of a UN Security Council meeting planned for today. Meanwhile, the UN's peacekeeping force in Lebanon, which said it had witnessed a heavy intensification of the hostilities across the Blue Line, the Israel-Lebanon border, urged all actors to immediately de-escalate. Israel says that its goal is to ensure the safe return of evacuated northern Israelis to their homes in Israel's north, and has vowed that Hezbollah will pay an increasing price. Meanwhile,
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Well, I've got that. What are you talking about?
Still can't hear that.
Hezbollah says that it will continue its rocket attacks on northern Israel as long as the war in Gaza
It's
continues.
kind of annoying.
With Nasrallah saying
I
neither
can't
strikes
do it,
nor
doesn't work.
assassination nor an all-out war will stop Hezbollah's attacks. The only way is by, quote, stopping the aggression on the people of Gaza and the West Bank. There's more on the way, but remember to subscribe and ring the bell for more daily.
Nah, we're done. Oh, see you later.
Widespread attacks on Hezbollah communication devices in Lebanon this week have turned the spotlight on Israel's secretive Unit 8200. On Tuesday, Hezbollah pagers detonated across the country simultaneously when a coded message was sent to them. The next day, handheld radios used by the armed group exploded in Beirut's suburbs and the Bekaa Valley. The combined attacks killed at least 37 people and wounded over 3,000 more. Although Israel...
I mean, it's pretty impressive that they were able to do this. Really, it's pretty impressive. But also a massive breach of international law. Like, what are we doing? Like, okay, you can do it. That's cool. Just don't.
Israel has so far remained silent on the surprising attacks. Security sources told Reuters they were likely carried out by its Mossad spy agency. However, one Western security source said that a secretive cyber intelligence unit that is not part of the Mossad was also involved in planning the operation, which the source said was over a year in the making. Unit 8200 is the largest single military unit in the Israel Defense Forces. It functions in a similar way to the U.S. National Security Agency, and, according to sources, was involved in the development stage of the Hezbollah devices, specifically the technical side of testing how explosive material could be inserted in them when they were manufactured. Although the IDF rarely comments on 8200's activities, in 2018 it said the unit's operations ran from intelligence gathering and cyber defense to, quote, technological attacks and strikes. Reuters on Wednesday interviewed Kobe Samborski, a former member of the unit. Samborski said he had no knowledge that Unit 8200 was involved in the attacks in Lebanon, but said the sophisticated operation seemed like the sort of projects that drive its members.
So of course I don't know anything about it, and even if I knew, I could not say anything. But to me, that's a great example of a can-do.
Wait. What isn't? You don't think it's impressive that they were able to detonate across the country in a coordinated attack? Hundreds of pages and radios? I think that's pretty impressive, all things considered.
Attitude, if you think of, if someone would have told you yesterday or a day before this event that something like this could have happened, you would say, yeah, I don't think it's possible. It looks like something from a science fiction movie. I think those are exactly the kind of challenges that make such young people excited, and I think a great example of how smart minds could work to achieve a challenge that looks again crazy when you just think of it for the first time.
Samborski also says a hallmark of the unit is its high turnover of young, hand-picked recruits replacing veterans.
People get to the unit mostly at the age of 18, which is of course very young. They have zero experience. Innovation is almost an integral part of the the culture. It's very exciting, specifically in our day and time where things are moving so dramatically. So whatever the organization learned to do, after a few years, you want to rotate it and you want to learn new stuff. So with this flow of new and very talented, very young and talented people, you get this almost automatically.
Some graduates of Unit 8200 have gone on to build Israel's private tech sector and some of its biggest companies. Samborski himself is now a managing partner at an early-stage fund investing in cybersecurity and artificial intelligence. Unit 8200 also handles signals intelligence, and effectively functions as Israel's early warning system. As such, it shouldered some of the blame for failing to detect Hamas's October 7th assault on southern Israel. Last week, the unit's commander...
What was that? Well, where was this fence? He's gone.
October 7th assault on southern Israel. Last week, the unit's commander said he was stepping down. In his resignation letter, carried by Israeli media, he said he hadn't fulfilled his mission.
This video was brought to you by Imprint. Today, all eyes on Lebanon after deadly pager explosions rock the country. India's Jammu and Kashmir region holds its first local election.
I mean, sure. I'm like, yeah, it's their normal IEDs. Like the technicality of it is not impressive, but the coordination and the preparation that would have had to go into this attack. Also, it kind of proves that there's malice behind their intent, like their intent with Lebanon. So, like, just the fact that this was a year in the planning, coordinated, all of that just shows that their intent was never not to attack Lebanon.
I mean, remember they killed that senior leader in Iran?
Yeah.
And then it turns out they planted the bomb that killed him like way in advance.
Yeah, months beforehand. Yep. So like this, like all of these actions from Israel are really them digging their own grave.
In over a decade, and the UN votes to demand Israel end its presence in occupied Palestinian territories. From TLDR News, this is your daily briefing for Wednesday, the 18th of September, 2024. On Tuesday, at least 12 people were killed and nearly 3,000 others injured across Lebanon after 5,000 pages that were being used for communication by the militant group Hezbollah exploded simultaneously. According to a senior Lebanese security source, Israel's Mossad spy agency planted an explosive board inside the devices months ago. And while Israel hasn't commented on the explosions, it's widely assumed that they're responsible, with the attacks certain to further raise tensions. Now, we'll come back to the political impact of this in a moment, but first, let's look at what we actually know about the blast, as this kind of attack on this kind of scale has basically never been seen before in modern warfare. At the moment, as the unexploded pages are being examined, it's unclear how they could have been rigged to explode, but we do have some details. Firstly, the pages were first being used by Hezbollah as a low-tech and therefore less hackable alternative to mobile phones in order to evade Israeli surveillance. They're about the size of a cigarette packet and can only receive information, not send it. They emit no signals and have no GPS, so therefore can't be traced. The pages were reportedly manufactured for Taiwan-based firm Gold Apollo Systems by a Hungarian company in Europe, and were brought into Lebanon earlier this year. The Taiwanese firm has obviously tried to distance itself from the attack, and has said that the pages were, quote, likely modified after export. One security source told Reuters that Mossad injected a board inside the devices with up to 3 grams of explosive, which are activated when a coded message is sent to them, and that they'd gone undetected by Hezbollah for months. So why did Israel choose to activate them now? Well, according to Israeli and US sources, they were detonated because Hezbollah had found out about a plan which they suggest was the opening move for an all-out offensive. But it also happened just hours after Israel threatened to step up its military action on its northern border with Lebanon. Earlier on Tuesday, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's security cabinet voted to add securing the northern front against Hezbollah and, quote, returning the residents of the north securely to their homes to the country's war goals. Therefore, political analysts suggest that this was a statement of intent, with the Israeli military likely to shift their priorities towards fighting Hezbollah amid the ongoing war in Gaza. Obviously then, the attack has reignited fears for a full-scale war on the Lebanon-Israel border. So far, 10 Hezbollah members have been killed, plus 2 children. and Hezbollah has vowed to retaliate, saying this is another reckoning for Israel, and it will come, God willing. Hezbollah and Israel have been engaged in cross-border fighting for 11 months now, forcing tens of thousands of civilians on both sides of the border to flee, with no end to the fighting in sight. There's more on the way, but remember to subscribe and ring the bell for more daily briefing tomorrow. Plus, if you want to support the channel like CPT Muna, then consider joining the TLDR Daily membership program for just $1.99. Indian administered Kashmir is voting.
Tourette's guy.
You are defending genocide. Genocide? Yes. But you are so stupid. You're so stupid.
Don't talk shit about Total. It looks just like him.
Sorry, what the fuck?
Grab my pistol. Stop.
Why would he drop the pistol? Are you an idiot? Oh my god. Okay.
Yes.
First of all, fuck around and find out. Second of all, why would you drop the handgun? You actual moron. Like, no. He attacked somebody. You forfeit your right to life. I don't give a shit. Don't attack people. It's pretty easy to not attack somebody.
Oh.
Watch. At that point, right there, I don't care. You don't
That's
attack
what you
people.
get.
Don't
If
attack
they
people.
didn't talk shit about Total.
I don't know. Is there more context? Or is it assaulted him, defended himself? Like this is insane. This is insane because I reckon he flagged a couple people too, and his finger is on that trigger. No. I am not advocating the assaulting people over words. I don't it's these people have every right to protest. You don't need to assault them. There is no need.
Pretty sure I do.
Irrational. There's a difference
They talk shit about Total.
There's a difference between idiots protesting in favor of Israel and flat out Nazis. There is a difference.
Grab my pistol.
I'm just bamboozled by the fact that he dropped the gun. Is there more to this? There has to be more to this, right? Newton, Massachusetts. I want more context. Okay, CBS says he tackled him. Oh my god.
Doug, Antoinette, good morning. The man charged here is 47-year-old Scott Hayes of Framingham. He was a part of the pro-Israel demonstration.
He got charged? Hold on.
According to police, and he will be in court later today. The Middlesex County District Attorney says this happened just before 7 last night. A group of pro-Israeli demonstrators were gathered at one corner of Washington and Harvard streets. The DA says a person randomly walking down the other side of the street exchanged words with the demonstrators and even crossed the street at least one time. Minutes later, it turned violent.
Ultimately came across and jumped upon.
Look, I'm not disagreeing with you. My point here is that this guy could have kept walking, and what did this do? Ultimately, what did this do? Did he die? I'm pretty sure he's dead, right? I mean, it says shot. Like maybe he didn't die. Let me see. Shooting. Let's see. Shooting happened. Demonstrated accused of shooting and wounding. Okay, wounding. Okay. So not dead. Great. Okay, that's good. Still, I'm not associating every pro-Israel person as a Nazi. That's just, I don't believe that is the case, and I don't think an argument can be made for that case. I think that the people are just ignorant and don't care, and there's it's very different between that and being a Nazi. It's funny that he's being charged. This guy, let's say he died. What did he die for? What did this further? Did him in this theoretical case, him dying, did that help anything? Did that further any cases? Did he martyr himself for anything worthy? Or I just don't see a further purpose in essentially committing suicide, because that's what you do when you assault somebody. There's always a chance that you're going to die. You know, other people can do that. I'm not going to do that.
One of the demonstrators. A scuffle ensued. During that scuffle, the individual who had come across the street was shot by a member of the demonstrating group.
At some point in that melee, there was a shot, and but this guy was really tough to take down. He was really determined. He was really hateful.
That witness saw the whole thing, he says, and jumped in to help the man who was shot. The victim was taken to a hospital with life-threatening injuries. Authorities believe Hayes legally owns the firearm that was used. He's charged with assault and battery, as well as a violation of a constitutional right. Newton police are investigating. They're asking anyone who has any video of what happened last night to contact them.
So the guy, he didn't have a weapon or anything like that. I feel like this guy might actually get charged with something and it stick. They might see, because there was a crowd, because he was alone, they might actually get him with charges, because it might be seen as an unreasonable use of force. Maybe. I don't know. Was it Massachusetts? I don't know how Massachusetts law is. Yes, I'm very aware. I'm very aware. I muted his mic last time and he was like, "Oh, my mic's muted." I have no idea.
We're live in Newton. Jennifer Egan, WCVB News Center.
There has to be more.
On the air with breaking news at 11 o'clock. Police investigating a shooting at a pro-Israel rally in Newton. And tonight, one man is now fighting for his life.
It's so weird too. Like it's clearly just a bunch of like, hey, that's fine. We can disagree. I very much disagree. I very, very much disagree. I see this as just an irrelevant group of old assholes who think that it's their right to go out and tell people that they're pro-genocide. I don't think that I don't think that even engaging in conversation with them is even worth my time. You understand? Like that's more where I'm coming from. Go for it. I'm not going to do that. Because shit like this happens.
In the hospital. Thank you for joining us. I'm David Wade.
And I'm Lisa Hughes. WBZ's Tammy Mutasa just got new information from investigators. She joins us now. And Tammy, this started with an argument on a busy road.
Yeah, David and Lisa, tensions are already so high over this conflict. Now the DA says a man is
I'm surprised this doesn't happen more, honestly.
fighting for his life after getting in a confrontation and getting shot by one of those protesters. Now, this was the video of that scene earlier tonight. The Middlesex DA says that a small group of protesters who are pro-Israeli were demonstrating on Washington Street. That's when a man started exchanging words with the pro-Israeli group. Then investigators say he ran across the street and tackled one of the demonstrators. There was a scuffle, and the DA says the man
Yeah. I'll show you who he reminds me of when he ran over. I'll see if I can find this video. It's so funny. Please tell me yes. This reminds me very much of this guy. Oh my god. Where is it?
If someone was raped and she gave birth and she decided to kill her 3-year-old child.
I meant to get your phone.
has very much that energy. Except the other guy, I think he picked a bigger target than some women. I don't know.
who charged at the group was shot.
It's one of my favorite videos, honestly. Like the rev up here is brilliant.
Her 3-year-old child.
The tongue is out. He's ready to go. It never gets old.
He suffered life-threatening injuries. He's at the hospital as we speak. Now, the DA says the suspect is Scott Hayes, who was one of the demonstrators. He was arrested and will be charged with assault and battery with a dangerous weapon.
There was a scuffle that was going on the street, and at some point, Mr. Hayes used a gun and fired a shot that struck the individual who had come across the street.
This was a frightening.
So out of the two shots, only one must have connected. Interesting. I wonder where it connected. There's suspiciously little information about this. It's very interesting. Like little information about where he got shot. Maybe it's because he didn't die. Maybe, I don't know. Interesting, nonetheless.
Australia is suing its two largest supermarket chains for allegedly misleading shoppers about discounts on hundreds of items.
Yeah, so what they do is and I can already tell you what this is going to be about, and I know nothing about. I'm muting his mic. I know nothing about what this case is about. But my guess is what they're going to do is they've put their prices up and then they mark down their prices and say that they've permanently marked down their costs, but really they're the normal price. But what they've done is they've inflated it and marked it down.
The country's competition watchdog filed separate lawsuits against Coles and Woolworths on Monday for breaching consumer law. The chair of Australia's Competition and Consumer Commission, Gina Cass-Gottlieb.
By the way, the ACCC is like the one good thing in Australia.
says the discount prices appear to be an illusion.
We allege that Woolworths and Coles offered the products at regular long-term prices for 6 months or more, then increased the price for a short period before placing the products on the Woolworths prices dropped promotion or the Coles down promotion at prices higher than or the same as the prior regular price.
The ACCC says it's seeking unspecified penalties.
This is why I definitely don't advocate relinquishing them of their products. I do not advocate for this at all. Billions in profit last year while everybody is struggling to live.
It did say that potential fines for breaches of consumer law can hit either the equivalent of 34 million US dollars, 30% of turnover during the wrongdoing, or 3 times the benefit gained. Woolworths said in a statement it will review the Commission's claims and continue to engage with it.
They'll review the Commission's claims of things that they already know that they did because it was done consciously. Okay.
Said it takes.
You know, a bag of chips went from $3 to $6 in a matter of 6 months. Pretty cool.
Compliance with Australian consumer law seriously and would defend the case. The allegations against the supermarket brands come as Australians deal with the cost of living crisis with rising interest rates, housing prices, and energy bills.
We've spoken about all of this before.
On Monday, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said that if the allegations are true, they are completely unacceptable.
This is not the Australian spirit. Customers.
Yeah, you're right. This is what happened when fucking line must go up, you fucking clown. And you allow BlackRock and shit into the country, you fucking morons. Of course this is going to happen.
Don't deserve to be treated as fools by the supermarkets.
But treated as fools by us. Yes, that is our job. We are your masters. You are all fools. You must obey us.
They deserve much, much better than that. My government takes today's announcement by the ACCC.
Yeah, every prime minister after they retire, no matter how long they serve, they get a full salary every single year until they die. Pretty fucking cool.
We'll see very seriously.
Shares of Woolworths and Coles were down as much as 4% in trading after the news.
How did the meeting go today? President Zelensky, how did the meeting go in Japan? Very good.
Did you guys also know that Coles and Woolworths will buy entire shopping complexes and set the rent so high that they will price out other grocery stores? They'll price out greengrocers and markets. They'll price out competitors and only allow things that don't directly impact them competitively. This is legal. Completely legal. They control and operate all the rent of all of the shops in these shopping complexes that they are in. Almost all of them. Again, I do not advocate for relieving them of their products.
My thanks go to Jamaica and the Netherlands. Putin has stolen much of.
No, it literally is gross monopolization, and the government doesn't give a shit. It's the same reason that they won't do anything about the housing problem. It's the same reason that they won't do anything about the cost of living, the petrol. It's the same fucking reason, because they get a cut as well. There's no way that they're not getting a cut. Why would they allow it otherwise? There's no reason to, right? There's so much example and precedent in Australia of protecting the consumer that it makes no sense for the state to continue to do this unless they're getting a cut. There is no other real justifiable explanation other than gross incompetence or corruption. I don't know. It's just me spitballing.
Already. But he will never steal the world's future, I'm sure. We are now preparing for the second summit.
I don't know if this is a thing in America either, but lower socioeconomic areas here seem to have more expensive petrol. I don't know if that's a thing in the States. like 20 to 30 cents difference sometimes, as little as 20 kilometers away.
Moving forward with our partners step by step according to the peace formula. And we are working on food security, energy security, and holding Russia accountable for its terror. Next, we will address all other points of the peace formula, including the release of prisoners, the restoration of territorial integrity, and more. And we are preparing a document to present at the second peace summit. I invite all leaders, nations to continue supporting our joint efforts for a just and peaceful future.
What was your impression of the engineering department at Ocean Gate?
University of Washington engineer Dave Dyer testified before the Coast Guard.
It was a tough group to work with. They had a different mindset on how to proceed with the program than we did.
During UW's multi-year partnership with Ocean Gate, he says the university and the company clashed.
Why did Ocean Gate and University of Washington Applied Physics Lab stop working together?
It was the engineering. We were butting heads.
It's the first time a key UW engineer on the project has talked publicly about UW's work with the company since Ocean Gate's Titan submersible imploded last year and killed all 5 on board, including CEO Stockton Rush. This newly released footage shows Titan's underwater wreckage at the bottom of the ocean floor. In June, a King 5 investigation found that while UW immediately distanced itself from the tragedy, denying all involvement in the design, engineering, and testing of the Titan, the school's relationship with Ocean Gate went much deeper than they originally told the public. Dyer, seen here in an old UW promotional video with Ocean Gate staff, was one of the key people tapped a decade ago to help Ocean Gate reach its goal of developing a deep-water carbon-fibered vessel that we now know as the Titan.
How do we get Stockton all the expertise he needs?
We showed how Dyer stayed in touch with company leaders, providing input and analysis on a proposed Titan design as late as 2019, 2 years before the Titan would take its first Titanic dive.
Oh, that's hilarious.
As former Ocean Gate workers testified earlier in the week, investigators repeatedly raised questions about UW's involvement.
What was the role of the University of Washington?
Before the tragedy, Rush frequently name-dropped the university as a partner who could vouch for his experimental design. Earlier this week, a former top Ocean Gate executive who accused Ocean Gate and Rush of disregarding safety testified that
fucking third-party ass controller. What the fuck was that?
Who accused Ocean Gate and Rush of
look at that? It's like a bootleg PlayStation Xbox remote. The fuck is happening?
Disregarding safety, testified that UW's involvement was a key reason he signed on.
For me, having the university involved, it gave this.
Having the university involved?
It was confidence in what was going ahead.
Records show the Applied Physics Laboratory's 7-year contract with Ocean Gate officially ended in 2020. But Dyer and former Ocean Gate execs told investigators they informally cut ties sooner.
I put together a good case to sever that relationship. And we did. Very tumultuous time.
As King 5 previously reported, UW engineers declined to continue working with Ocean Gate unless CEO Rush would agree to change an aspect of his design. They lamented that a glass material Rush planned to use on the outside of his sub could explode in the deep ocean, that he was looking to use an unproven technique in a human-inhabited vehicle, and Rush might blow a gasket once they found out about their concerns.
Is that the only reason that University of Washington Applied Physics Lab and Ocean Gate stopped working together?
That was probably the final reason on that. That was kind of what ended that relationship, but that was not the only reason.
In Seattle, Taylor Muir-Fundereski.
Okay, this is just going to be this audio. I have the full video. Let's do some Subnautica shit. Let's watch. I want to see it all. Enhance. 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 I don't give a shit about some cables. Oh, I was connecting it. Okay. When will you stream that game? What game? Oh, that game. I did not end up buying it, but I will end up buying it. I also have to figure out how to stream from the Xbox. But once I figure that out, I will stream it. I also just got The Witcher 3 on the Xbox, so I might stream that. We'll see. I also have Dying Light. So there are some options. I don't do well with horror games, so that might be a funny one. Is that the whole thing? Man, that's really stuck in there. Man, that was a long way down. I'm very disappointed that there was not a lot of footage of the actual thing. Oh well. I am a variety streamer. I also I also will play Titanfall 2 campaign like once a year. I can do more League. Once I get home and I have my computer set up and I actually have the setup that I'm used to, it's over for those bots. Hey, look, a fish. It's just like, hey, what the fuck's going on over here? What a weird looking fish. Poke it. Poke that fish. See you later. And it's gone. You can't see it anymore. Man, the ocean is fucking terrifying. PUBG, yes. I have PUBG. We were thinking Overwatch, maybe Apex 2. Not sure. Not really sure. We're sort of still spitballing. I have like Portal that we can play. The other thing that's like Civ. Sort of platformers that are like pretty as well, sort of like a Ori and the Wisps or whatever the fuck that game is called. Oh, they were stoked about that fish. But yeah, also Valorant was another one that we're thinking about, but it's also on beta for the console, I think. So don't know. It's pretty neat that they can like do this with robot arms. Fuck it.
Шановні пані та панове, їх високоповажності президент України Володимир
Yeah, I want to
Зеленський
say
та президент Європейської комісії.
Russia's relentless attacks mean further support is necessary. And this is why I am happy to announce that today the Commission has adopted proposals that will enable the European Union to lend 35 billion euros from the G7 pledge. This is a huge step forward. We are now confident that we can deliver this loan to Ukraine very quickly. A loan that is backed by the windfall profits from immobilized Russian assets.
What? So they're actually getting
all the details
of
the peace plans.
They're getting like cash this time, huh? So it's not just weapons. So they might be able to pay their soldiers, or at least maybe pay some more, pay something. I don't know. I'm not really sure how the Ukraine money situation is. I haven't really looked into it because I've always been so focused on the aid being material aid, not monetary aid. So I'm really not sure how the money system, or buy arms, buy third party arms other places, So I'm sure that they could use small arms and ammunition. That's for sure. I'm sure that they're running out.
A loan that is backed by the windfall profits from immobilized Russian assets.
All the details of the peace plan I will discuss first of all with the President of the United States. Most of the decisions from the plan depend specifically on him, on other allies too, but there are certain points which depend on the goodwill and support of the United States. I hope he supports this plan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, that's sad.
When Naima Kisima-Kisili became pregnant at 15 years old, she faced disapproval from her parents, siblings, and the community. But despite such challenges, she's attending a private school that in partnership
The memes that would come from that would be unbelievable.
with the government helps teenage mothers continue their education.
The anti-capitalist memes would come hard and fast.
Kisima-Kisili says she has no one to take care of her 1-year-old daughter while she attends classes, so the child lives with her on the school premises.
There is a time when I'm in class. I should go out and check on my child to see whether she eats or not, if she's in a safe environment or otherwise. While I am outside, my friends are in class studying.
In Tanzania, some non-governmental and religious institutions provide childcare services, but is often not enough to meet all the young mother's needs. So caring for the children is often left up to the teens' parents or guardians, says Esther Manyanda, a manager at Glad Pre and Primary School in Dodoma.
There are many paid daycares, but we wish the government could meet with the owners of these daycares in each region, or for the whole of Tanzania, and ask them to be able to take the children and raise them in their centers.
In 2021, the Tanzanian government lifted a ban that prevented young mothers and pregnant girls from attending school. As a result, more teen moms and pregnant students returned to school, with over 1,600 in 2023 alone, according to the Education Department. And the government is trying to do more, collaborating with private organizations to ease the burdens faced by young mothers without.
So there's a couple VOA things here. I don't know. Maybe John will wake up. I don't know. But it's tuberculosis is the next one, but I should be back by then.
Daycare. This includes building dormitories and providing sex education and free food. In an address to the parliament in May, Tanzanian Prime Minister Kassim Majaliwa said the government was reviewing its education policy and revising regulations to better explain how students whose studies are interrupted by pregnancy can return to school.
We realize that we have truancy, including the problem of pregnancy for girls. Building dormitories will help to ensure that we protect them. So, this strategy we are continuing with.
But the stigma remains. Mbua Kitu's granddaughter, Ineza, who provided only her first name for privacy reasons, became pregnant at 15 in 2022. Although she was eager to return to school after giving birth, it wasn't possible. Now, despite the lifting of the school ban for pregnant girls, Kitu had to step in as both he and Ineza, now 17, faced negative attitudes.
I couldn't take her to those schools. If you look at the schools we have, stigma is a big problem. People believe she wouldn't be able to continue her studies, even though she says she's ready to go back.
And Ineza is not alone. Many teen moms who want to go back to school continue to face obstacles like poverty, social isolation and rejection, and lack of childcare. Naima Kisima-Kisili hopes that one day pregnancy will no longer prevent young moms from continuing their education. For Juhudi Mari in Dodoma, Tanzania, Salim Solomon, VOA News.
Didn't we see this already?
I don't know. It feels like we watched that a while ago.
These bills are part of a drug trial in South Africa that may help revolutionize tuberculosis therapy. A new regimen cured 85 to 90% patients with drug-resistant TB, up from 50% for previous regimens. Plus, the treatment worked for two key groups often left out of TB treatment research.
We found safe and effective treatment for pregnant women and children, but also we've awakened the field to say, actually, this has to be done.
Women, children, and men in the BEAT tuberculosis trial all received the same regimen. That's a change from previous treatments, even though TB often affects entire families.
The daddy gets one easy regimen to take, and then the mom gets a more complicated one because she's pregnant, and the child gets an even more complicated one. Dad is cured after 6 months, mom is cured after 8 months, and we wait, or 9 months, we wait for 18 months for us to be able to know if the child is cured. So that's really an unfortunate set of circumstances.
The study shortened treatment of 6 months for everyone, and it did so without the harsh side effects of previous treatments.
People would say to me, Doc, I would rather have TB than the medicines that you're giving me. So in the olden days, they were terrible, and a third of our patients, half of them would lose their hearing.
Dr. Pauline Howell supervised the study. She says the new regimen has the backing of the World Health Organization.
That basically means that countries can take the recommendation of the regimen and run with it, which is fantastic because the more options we give countries to work with, the more options we can then translate to patients who need treatment.
Leslie Marbury is Southern African Mission.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy that tuberculosis is still a thing, isn't it? Like, I feel like that's a disease that should be eradicated by now. I don't know.
Director for the United States Agency for International Development. She says breakthroughs like this new treatment could eventually pave the way for a world free of, or at least less troubled by, TB.
They're coming from high-burden countries like South Africa who are motivated, then I feel confident that we can end tuberculosis as a global health challenge.
TB claims over 1 million lives each year, but experts say with early detection, simplified treatment regimens, and greater access to life-saving drugs, these deaths can be dramatically reduced. Sahir Kassim, VOA News, Johannesburg, South Africa.
Georgian lawmakers approved the final reading of a law on Tuesday that would impose sweeping curbs on LGBT rights. 84 and 0 against.
Yeah, a million is a crazy number that I did not expect to see. 1 million people from tuberculosis.
The parliamentary chair. The bill, described as a law on family values and protection of minors, provides a legal basis for authorities to outlaw pride events and public displays of the LGBT flag.
Sounds like another
and to impose
Russian war.
censorship of films and books. It also restates an existing ban on same-sex marriage and bans gender-affirming surgery. The governing Georgian Dream Party says the law is needed to safeguard traditional moral standards.
This law is the most terrible thing to happen to LGBT community in Georgia.
Tamarja Kelly, the director of Tbilisi Pride, says the group will likely have to shut down.
And our main aim
Awesome.
was always to be very outspoken and loud on
We love
LGBTQ
suppression
issues.
of the gays.
Every
It's
year
beautiful.
we hold a Pride Week. We tried to hold Pride marches. We
Fuck the homos.
we held successfully
Fuck-
Pride
fuck 'em.
festivals, conferences,
Okay.
and film screenings.
What have they
This
done for
law
anybody except
will make
exist?
it legally
You know?
impossible, not just
As I
physically
always
and
say,
politically impossible, but also
existing
legally.
clearly hurts.
LGBT rights are a fraught topic in the country. The deeply conservative
They should have thought
Orthodox
about that
Church
before
holds a
being
lot of sway.
homos.
Exactly.
Polls show
They should
broad
have.
disapproval of same-sex
They should have considered the
relationships, and
consequences when they made
participants
the
in Tbilisi's
choice.
annual Pride marches have been attacked by anti-LGBT protesters in recent years. Activists say the measure is aimed at boosting conservative support for the government ahead of a parliamentary election at the end of October. Georgia has ambitions to join the EU, but Western governments fear it is tilting back towards Russia. The country's president has indicated she'll veto the bill, But the ruling party and its allies have enough seats in parliament to override that.
Yep.
Yeah, we
Same
just
thing
say
that
that
happened the
basically
last
the
one.
only way we can survive in this country and have any progress on LGBT rights is for us to go in great numbers in the elections and vote for change.
One of the nation's largest
You know what
We
they
just
should
need
do?
to vote harder.
The opposition should arm the gays. Just be like, all gay people, guns. You get guns.
We just need to vote
Try to
really
fuck with you, kill
hard.
'em.
We need to vote with maximum effort.
Unions, the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, says it won't make an endorsement in the 2024 presidential election, choosing not to throw the union's support behind either Vice President Kamala Harris or former President Donald Trump. It's the first time the union has skipped an endorsement in a presidential race since 1996, having supported the
Wow.
Democratic nominee in each election since. We're joined now by Teamsters General President Sean O'Brien. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much, sir.
So you said one of the reasons why the Teamsters are withholding an endorsement is because neither candidate was able to make serious commitments to your union. There are Democrats who will look at what the Biden-Harris administration has already done, including directing a $36 billion bailout to rescue union pension plans, Teamsters pension plans, from insolvency, and wonder, what more of a commitment do you need?
Well, listen, that's a great point. President Biden and his administration did fix 300 pension funds that were critically in declining and on the verge of insolvency. But there's a backstory to all this. In 1980, in the Teamsters Union, we had 400,000 Teamster truck drivers in the freight division. Democratic legislation led by Senator Ted Kennedy and signed off by Joe Biden in 1980 passed trucking deregulation. And we lost 400,000 jobs. Companies went bankrupt, and that caused a huge strain on pension funds that just kept, each year, it kept getting worse and worse. And yes, they fixed the problem, but that problem was created by the people that fixed the problem, and they don't want to recognize that. And I appreciate it. My members appreciate the pension being fixed, but I always tell people, I broke my mother's window playing street hockey in 1980, and for 40 years, she's been asking me to fix it. I finally fix it. Should I look for praise for fixing a problem that I helped create?
You were invited to address the Republican National Convention back in July, the first time a Teamsters leader had ever done so. Why are you withholding an endorsement from President Trump?
I went to the RNC not with an agenda other than or an endorsement. I went there to talk about American workers, talk about our struggles, talk about what both parties need to do to win back the support of American workers and how valuable American workers are. That, speaking at the Republican National Convention, we asked both the Democratic National Convention and the RNC at the same time, and we only heard back from the RNC. I would have gave the same speech at the DNC had we been given the opportunity.
You were pretty critical of Donald Trump after that interview he did with Tesla CEO Elon Musk, where Mr. Trump advocated for firing striking employees. Was that a breaking point for you?
It certainly didn't help. Look, I will never, ever allow people to fire workers for exercising their right to strike or organize, and I will call balls and strikes like I've done all along. And former President Trump was out of line with his comments, and I expressed my feelings to him, but it resonated with our members, and that was one of the reasons that the International couldn't endorse President Trump either, amongst other reasons. We didn't get a commitment on vetoing national right to work, and conversely with Kamala Harris, we didn't get a commitment on protecting our members' right to strike under the Railway Labor Act. So there were a lot of mitigating factors on why we didn't endorse nationally. And look, by the polling alone that we did, our members sent a clear message to the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. We are getting attacked from the far left because we didn't make an endorsement, and the far right is not happy that we are working with some Republicans to try and get some things done. So this is an opportunity for both parties, Democrats, to reestablish their commitment and look back and say, something must be broken. Instead of looking to blame the leaders or the members, they should look in the mirror and say, how do we fix this? We were the working people party at one time. And it's an opportunity for Republicans who claim they want to be the working people's party. It's an opportunity for them to prove it. Support a version of the PRO Act, support bankruptcy reform, support issues that actually affect working people. And our system's broken, and it needs to be fixed in the name calling, the finger pointing, it's got to end.
Following the national Teamsters non-endorsement, local Teamsters unions, as you well know, in the key battlegrounds.
You talking about the Georgian gay thing? I was going to make a post about it on the 5th Gen account when I found out about it a couple of days ago, but I couldn't word it properly. I wanted to imply Russian influence growing in the area, but I don't know enough about Georgian history to fill in the gap between 2008 and 18, which is when the Georgian Dream thing sort of started happening. Because there was the Rose Revolution, I think it was in 2003. Then Russia did their agent imperialism and took the 2 regions in 2008. And then between then and like 2018, I don't know. And then the protest happened. Then Russian relations thawed somehow magically. And then now the government is voting in laws exactly the same as Russian laws that have passed in the previous years. How interesting is that? I don't know about you, but it seems kind of sus.
States of Michigan, Nevada, Wisconsin announced their support for Harris. And there are nearly a dozen Teamsters locals and the Teamsters National Black Caucus all supporting Harris. Do you risk looking out of step with the union rank and file?
No, I definitely don't look out of step with, because remember, we
Osama bin
represent
Laden.
Democrats, Republicans, and independents. And clearly half of our membership are Democrats and half are Republicans and some are independents as well. So we've got to represent everybody equally. The local unions, they're autonomous. We're not a top-down organization. We're a bottom-up organization. Our members or the leaders have the ability to put boots on the ground and support the candidates that they want to support. The international, we just couldn't make that decision. And we have a very, very qualified general executive board of leaders around the country. And the non-endorsement was overwhelmingly supported.
Donald Trump is claiming this as a win. Here's what he told supporters at a rally last night in New York.
Earlier today, I was honored to receive the endorsement of the rank and file membership of the Teamsters. I love the Teamsters. But, you know, this hasn't happened in so many decades. We won the overwhelming majority of the local chapters and the members, and as a result, the national organization has refused to endorse the Democrat candidate for the first time in many, many decades.
So is what he said, is that accurate?
No, we released polling data that showed that he was ahead in the poll. It was an opinion of the members that actually took the time to poll.
Yeah, but this is
it wasn't an official endorsement of the membership, but the polling would suggest that people are favorable in voting for Trump, just as well as they may be favorable for voting for
makes
Vice
sense.
President Harris.
The Harris campaign has picked up the endorsement and the support of other unions, the United Auto Workers, the AFL-CIO, United Steelworkers. What do you say to those who make the case that the Teamsters, in not endorsing at all, are trying to play both sides, trying to have it both ways?
We're certainly not trying to play both sides. Look, those unions have their own policies, procedures. Most of those unions, you mentioned the AFL-CIO, they jumped out in January for President Biden, some a little bit later in March. We have a system. We did something that we've never done before by polling our members. We did 3 major polls. We did a straw poll. We did a QR polling of 1.3 of our million members, electronic poll, and then we also did research-based polling. And the straw poll narrowly, President Biden won, and the other 2 polls that were
it's mentally
participated by our rank and file members showed that President Trump, former President Trump, was leading in those polls significantly.
Teamsters General President.
Hell yeah. Full Trump
Just weeks
interview
before one of the
fake.
most bizarre presidential elections in U.S. history, former President Donald Trump joins Full Measure to discuss a second assassination attempt.
Are you ever scared?
I can't be scared, because if you're scared, you can't do your jobs.
His policies
And I'm going to cut fuel prices in half within 12 months.
Yeah, you tell
and his opponent.
So, first of all, she can't do an interview. She could never do this interview because you ask questions like, give me a specific answer.
If you're not successful
This
this
guy's not
time, do you
real.
see yourself
It's
running
all-
again in
It's
4
clearly
years?
fake.
President Trump, thank you for agreeing to an interview less than 7 weeks before the election.
Thank you.
Harris and her campaign have called you an existential threat, a danger, and said that you will be a dictator. And after the second attempt on your life in a row,
What are you talking
afterwards,
about?
Hillary Clinton said, you're a danger to the country and the world. Do you blame that kind of rhetoric in any way for inspiring assassination attempts, or do you think it's completely unrelated?
Well, I do, and a lot of people say that. But more importantly, it's really just the opposite. They are a danger. They're destroying our country. They're allowing millions and millions of people to come into our country that shouldn't be here. People from jails and people from gangs that are all over there, like Caracas in Venezuela. Their crime is down 72%.
Why are people always trying to kill Trump? Do you want a genuine answer, or do you want the sarcastic answer?
Look at what's happening all over the world. And I'm not just talking about South America. I'm talking about prisons are being emptied all over the world. They're dumping them into the United States. Criminals are being taken off the street.
Okay. Sarcastic answer is duh. The serious answer is Donald Trump is backed by a lot of people who want to turn the United States into a very, very bad place for a lot of people. There is basically an existential threat to multiple groups of people, primarily trans people. That is one of the more pressing issues, but is not the only issue. That is a reason that, you know, somebody might want to shoot at Donald Trump. As for like individual reasons, you really don't know, and you can't tell what a motive is going to be and a reason for killing somebody could be, because at the end of the day, a motive for killing somebody could be as little as they cut you off in traffic at the end of the day. So with the first guy, I'm fucking no. I think he was just angry at society and was like, fuck it, I'm going to take out a president while I do it, right? I disagree, and I think the Crooks kid proves that you don't. It was like an hour of looking around, and then he just snuck onto the roof and took a pot shot. Not much planning. This bloke laid in the bush for 12 hours waiting for him to come to the golf course, maybe. Like, there's no planning here, dude. I don't have a president, so I don't know. But yeah, so like if that's the legitimate answer is anybody could use any justification to kill anybody at any time. See, I don't really care. Like, I hope they die early. Fuck them. I hope they die in office. I hope they die
Wow.
first day. That'd be cool. If it was like a curse of the Australian Prime Minister, is like every time his first day in office, dead. Cursed position. That would be excellent. But yeah, that is the one of the actual reasons why somebody would want to shoot at Donald Trump. Why would people going forward want to kill Donald Trump? I feel like it's getting less and less likely. Initially, I was like, it's going to happen a lot more. Now he's kind of stumbling, he's falling, he's tripping over himself. I don't think we're going to see as many attempts in the upcoming days, even though there's only been 2. I feel like that's quite significant, regardless. I don't know. Whitlam got disposed of by the CIA, so I'm pretty sure that was him after he implemented like healthcare and shit. I'm pretty sure that's what happened.
In cities and places all over the world, they're being dumped into the United States. Mental institutions are being emptied out into the United States. They are a threat to democracy. What they're doing to our country, they're poisoning our country. They're poisoning it. And you can take a look in Ohio, what's happening. You can take a look at Aurora in Colorado and see what's happening. But those are two that have been in the news. You have hundreds of little towns and cities that are being taken over by migrants, or at least being horribly affected by migrants. We have 21 million, at least 21 million. They have a lower number. They say 16 million, whether it's 16 or 21, but I think it's much more than 21. And they've come into our country, and they're tough, and they're nasty, and we're going to have to do something about it, and fast, or we're not going to have a country left. And they're the ones that are the threat to democracy.
If elected, you will arguably be the most targeted president in American history, whether we're talking about foreign threats or domestic threats. Does it change how you can govern? If the Secret Service, or some people say they can't guard you effectively at a static golf course, how can they guard you on an overseas trip?
Well, I think we just have to do what you have to do. You know, the only ones that really are trouble are consequential presidents. So that way it's a very nice honor, but it's true. I mean, I was a very consequential president, and would certainly be, and maybe even more so this time, because I understand the system.
Stand up to these people like a real man would, like an alpha male would. You don't need no bulletproof glass. You survived 2 shootings, right? 2 attempts. You can survive a 3rd or a 4th or a 5th. You're fucking Superman. You can.
I understand countries. I understand who rips us and who doesn't. And a lot of people don't. A lot of people don't have a clue. They don't even know what's happening. And I think that I will feel safe. I think I'm going to feel safe.
Are you ever scared?
I can't be scared, because if you're scared, you can't do your job. So
This is
just
like
can't
a
be.
shit softball interview.
I have thus far had somebody protecting me, because you almost think it couldn't have just been.
Are you the liaison for Chinese people? Are you? Is this the poll? This is what they've told you? This is the Chinese whispers?
2 times. I mean, 2 times. If I go another 300 or 400 yards walking, which I would have been there in a few minutes, right? Probably 15 minutes.
Would these be on
nasty things could have happened?
Would these be on Twitter, where they also have 4 numbers in the account name? And he's muted again.
Would have happened, but we had a very good Secret Service agent that spotted a rifle coming out of a very, very dense group of trees and foliage and plants, saw the rifle, and he started shooting. He didn't talk, he shot. And then they caught him with the help of a woman, by the way, that got the license plate, and they were able to get him in a high-speed chase down a highway. That was one. And then, of course, Butler. Everyone knows about
still
Butler.
Anecdotal, my dude. It's not representative of the entire population. How can you? I guarantee there are more people who don't know who fucking Kamala Harris is than know and care about who Kamala Harris is to even have an opinion on her intelligence. Also, it's not surprising that they think she's dumb. China is racist, specifically to black people.
That was a quick turn of the head to show a chart. That was a good immigration chart, showed what a good job I did, but that will go down as my all-time favorite chart.
In looking at a possible second term, I think people are curious what specific positions you've discussed giving to Bobby Kennedy, Elon Musk, and Tulsi Gabbard. 3 people, by the way, who were Democrats, or in the case of Musk, I don't know, at least supported Democrats. What specific positions do you see them holding?
And we have a lot of other Democrats that have come
my guy, institutionally, China as a country, as the government sits, is racist. What do you mean?
Come aboard and
I'm
will
not talking about Chinese people. I'm talking about China, the country, i.e., the government. It's the state is racist.
come aboard. Bobby will do great on health and on the environment.
But does
And
that
we
mean
may
like
have
Health
to-
and Human Services?
No, it doesn't mean anything. It means it could be, but
It doesn't mean
I
anything.
didn't make deals with anybody because it's not appropriate to do it at this. It's too early, but it's getting to be that time, isn't it? When you think we have just a short while to go, it's amazing. But a short while in my life is an eternity. So we'll see what happens. But Bobby's a really is what he's done on healthcare over the years. I mean, I've known him for a long time, and with him, it's eating what you eat, what chemicals you put in your body. I mean, he's been fighting for this for years. He looks at other countries where they don't use chemicals or they
Bro. Amazing. You know, a 10-year-old Japanese child was stabbed in China this week, fueled by institutional Chinese racism taught in schools in China. Very cool.
use much less than we use. And the people are healthier than they are in the United States, which is not that healthy a country. Also environmentally, and I understand the environment, I think, as well as anybody, but I also want to have the greatest economy. We had the greatest economy ever, and we're going to have the greatest economy again, even better. We're going to bring back the auto business. We're going to bring back a lot of businesses into our country that nobody.
Okay. I'm not going to sit here and explain to you how the Chinese government has implemented since basically 2008 instituted a systematic teaching of how bad Japan is, putting it in social media, public media, cinema, TV shows, government shows, even government media. All of this stuff specifically pointed towards the Japanese people. This is just one example. I'm not going to sit here and explain the intricacies in whatever, you know the word, intricacies. Sure, let's go with that. I'm not going to sit here and explain that to you for you to understand why China is institutionally racist and why a Japanese child being stabbed in one of many instances in the last year of Japanese people and foreigners in general being assaulted
not only
within
that,
China. Welcome back.
I've been here the whole time. The Chinese, the Chinese people all agree that it was caused by this rhetoric, and then they are not letting people lay flowers down because it's so linked to this Chinese campaign.
Yeah, a literal Chinese government
Japanese
campaign of
campaign.
censorship to stop it. Also, look at you justifying systemic racism because in history something happened. Oh, look,
Yeah.
on
Nobody,
map, it's
literally,
China
nobody
with
stabs
ram ship.
Germans today because the Nazis existed.
Fucking dumb, absolutely insane. Like I do this as a joke, and you're here doing it unironically. Oh my god. Okay.
It's not about teaching them. They literally don't teach them history. They teach them that this is still what Japan is like. This
What
is
he thought
something
would
that's
have been
acknowledged
possible.
by
Now-
Chinese citizens.
Fine.
they think it would have been. And what I did during my term, I had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I think in the history of the world. There's never.
He has been to Japan, actually.
I lived in Japan, my guy. Not a single person talks about World War II. Do you know why? Because they're ashamed of it, you fucking idiot. They literally don't talk about it to the point that they almost like it's almost covering up their war crimes. They're that ashamed of it. They don't want people to know about it, which is a bad thing because they're ashamed of it. And China is here teaching a romanticized in the angle of China version of what happened. Expanding and trying to make it sound like more people died than they did, which is insane because you don't fucking need to. If you just look into the rape of Nanjing, you will understand why the Japanese were bad. Look at the long marches in the Philippines, for fuck's sake. Nobody is apologizing.
Chinese citizens acknowledged that this was caused by a culture of hate.
Yeah, like nobody is denying what Japan did. What happened is because of what China is doing right now.
Which is acknowledged by the Chinese people.
Yes. And also mirrors very, very similar rhetoric out of Nazi Germany pre-World War II. But you sit here and justify essentially Nazi rhetoric to us, and we'll take you seriously.
Never been such production that we had, and I'll be able to do it again, and I think very quickly. One of the assets we have is we have more liquid gold, meaning oil, etc., under our feet than anybody else, than any other country, including Saudi Arabia and
This only has 800 views.
Russia. And we were energy independent just a short while ago. We'll be energy independent, but we'll actually be energy dominant again. And we're going to make a lot of money. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to pay down debt. And we're going to do things that nobody would have thought possible. But Bobby's great. Tulsi has always been good from the standpoint of common sense. She's like a common sense person. I've watched her for a long time.
Again, the Chinese people, literally, this is coming from the Chinese people themselves, that this stabbing was caused by a culture of hate. That's what they said. The people in China are calling for the culture of hate to end. Anyone with any connection to China knows this.
On shows, I've known her a little bit, and it was a great honor when we got her. She's, you're right, she was a Democrat and popular too in Hawaii, and she will be terrific.
And Elon Musk?
Well, Elon is Elon. I mean, Elon is, he's endorsed me very powerfully. He feels this is the most important election we've ever had. And as you know, he probably has a couple of other things to do, but
He's indicated he might be willing to help with like government waste type issues.
what he will do is, and the thing that we talk about more than anything else is
It's
exactly
actually insane how delusional Elon Musk is. He's like, you know what I'll do? I'll clean up waste in the government because I did that so effectively in Twitter.
If you
Right.
if you
You probably think Twitter was
heard
a
anyone
success.
say that there's a culture of hate connected to the mass stabbing, then you have a connection to the Chinese government, not the people. Congratulations.
that it's costs. He's a big cost cutter. He's always been very good at it. And I'm good at it. But Elon, I'll tell you what, he will go in and he'll say, this is what you have to do. You have to do this. He is so into that. He feels there's so much waste and fat in this country. And he's right. He's 100% right. And he's been just great. He's given me ringing endorsements, even though I disagree with him a little bit on the electric car. But he agrees with me from the standpoint that not every car should be electric. They have an electric mandate that will put Detroit and every other automaker out of business entirely within 2 years. and I'm going to terminate that immediately. That'll be in the first day. I'll terminate it. And we want electric cars, but we want really to have all cars. You have hybrids, you have everything. You have gas-powered cars. We have gasoline, more gasoline than anybody else.
Now
we
he's
want to
making
use it.
sense,
Right
baby.
now, they're mandating electric cars. They don't
Petrol
go
car.
far. They're very expensive, and they're going to be built in China.
Loud,
They're all
very
going to be
loud.
built in China.
Vroom.
And what the auto workers, the union, has done is just a disgrace. We've lost 50% of our business over the period of 25 years. A lot of it went to Mexico. A lot of it went to China. It went all over the world. Japan went all over the world. And we're going to get it back. We're going to we will be at a level that nobody would have thought possible with automaking. And I'm going to cut fuel prices in half within 12 months so that, because the energy costs are so high, the biggest problem, and you can see this even in polling, that people have is everything's too expensive. Because under Harris or Biden or both, you can call it any way you want, under them, under this administration, the costs have gone out of control. People cannot afford it. If I cut energy, and I'll be able to cut it in half within 12 months, if I do that, oh, the world will be, the world that we live in will be a different place.
We continue our conversation with former President Trump after a break.
The world is a mess.
Told millions who are here illegally that you referred to. You've talked about a mass deportation program.
Place.
How is that practically possible? Because
I said the world is a mess. The world is an angry place. David.
a lot of the millions of people have had children here who are American citizens. And don't you think the first time there is an image on television of a family tearfully being told to board a bus, that whole program would end?
That's right. If you take a young woman with two beautiful children and you put her on a bus and it ends up on the front page of every newspaper, it makes it a lot harder.
So yes to mass deportation, even of women and
So
children.
we're going to
and
look
so
at it
on.
very closely. The way you phrase it is exactly right. You put one wrong person onto a bus or onto an airplane, and your radical left lunatics will try and make it sound like the worst thing that's ever happened. But we're getting the criminals out, and we're going to do that fast, and we know who they are. The local police know their names, and they know their serial numbers. They know everything about them. We work with the local police, the local law enforcement, which is great all throughout the country. But we have to get them. Look, we have people, we have murderers that have been let into our country. They're not going to get better. We have people that are insane, that their mental institutions are, the mental institutions all over the world have a much lower population. And in many cases, they've been emptied out. The jails are down to much lower numbers, and soon they'll be emptied out. They're emptying out into the United States of America. We're not a dumping ground. We're going to get all of those people out, and we're going to get them out fast. And we have no choice, because that's not sustainable by any country.
On the economy, which you've mentioned, for our viewers, a dozen eggs under Trump cost no more than $2.08 and as low as $1.46.
Oh, man.
Under Biden-Harris last month, $3.20. A gallon of unleaded regular gas under Trump as low as $1.88, never hitting $3. Biden-Harris as high as $5.06, and last month still $3.52. Kamala Harris has been very short on specifics when it comes to economy, other than saying she wants an opportunity economy. What are the specific mechanics of how prices come down? You know, the steps that would be taken in a second term for you.
So first of all, she can't do an interview. She could never do this interview because you ask questions like, give me a specific answer. She talks about her lawn when she was growing up. This woman is not equipped to be president. She's not equipped to deal with President Xi, who I took in hundreds of billions of dollars with him, and Putin. We had no war with Putin. Remember, and I'm just going to go off just for this. With Bush, they took a lot, Russia. With Biden, they're trying to take everything. With Obama, they took a lot. With Trump, Russia took nothing. Just remember that. You know, it's a little chart. But what happened, and when you look at what took place, was so sad. When they took over, they cut the oil way down. and oil started going through the roof. It was going to go to $10 a gallon. It was
Jack,
going to go to numbers that no.
Type in JD Vance eggs. There's a new video of JD Vance that's funny. It should come right up. JD Vance eggs. Especially if you search on Twitter or something.
You are not understanding what we're saying, my guy.
They're gone.
It doesn't matter.
The Wu Mao went to harass other people criticizing China.
They tried.
That 50 Cent army.
Yeah.
Oh, look, see, there they are. They still are here.
You don't have the thing up, do you? JD Vance
eggs.
Oh my god.
Raymond. Nice to meet y'all. Hey guys, how you doing? What's up, man? How are you? Good to meet you. What's your name, sir? Raymond. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. God bless you, Raymond. Thank you so much. Well, this way. Okay. Sorry, guys. We can clear out this area. Yeah. Let's clear out this area. Thank you. Yeah. God bless you, man. Remember to vote November 5th. All right, let's hit it right here, right? Yeah, right here,
Kamala Harris.
Right here? Okay, sounds good. Okay. No, you're fine. You're fine. All right, guys.
What's funny?
Now here, I'm going to talk for like 3 minutes. Can you guys act like normal kids for 3 minutes? Not going crazy? All right. First of all, it is wonderful to be here. Michelle and Angelica, thank you so much for having us. Thank you for your incredible business, and thanks for being great leaders here in the community. It's a great place, and we're thrilled to be here. I do think, unfortunately, looking at the prices here, things are way too expensive, and they're way too expensive because of Kamala Harris's.
Yeah, your shop. Fuck your shop. It's too expensive. Nobody should shop here. Fuck you.
Are those his snot-nosed kids? Little booger eaters.
You want some eggs? Let's talk about eggs, because these guys actually eat about 14 eggs every single morning. Is that right?
Yeah,
whoa. We'll be careful about this. Eggs, when Kamala Harris took office, were short of $1.50 a dozen. Now a dozen eggs will cost.
The kids are coughing on shit.
Kids
are coughing on shit.
Yeah, it's funny because it says around $4, but the dozen eggs here is $3.
Thanks to Kamala Harris's inflationary policies, Pennsylvania.
And I bet you there's somewhere on that shelf that there's a $2 carton of eggs.
I think they're his booger eaters.
Worst grocery price increases of the entire nation, and
The way
again,
he's touching
it's because she cast the deciding vote on the Inflation
I'd hope
Explosion
there
Act.
is.
I think we want Pennsylvanians to be able to afford groceries. We want our young
Still
families to be able to
coughing
buy
on shit.
food at a reasonable price at the grocery store, and the only way to do that is to get back to common sense economic policies and fire Kamala Harris. This is a person who's presided over $1,000 increase in monthly expenses just to afford the same life you could have afforded 3.5 years ago. It costs you over $1,000 a month here in Pennsylvania. We could do so much better.
I mean, yeah, that's what we can see there, but it's a very limited selection of what we can see.
Yeah, these guys eat 14 eggs a day.
We certainly will.
That's
and as
not
the father
healthy.
of a couple of
That's a lot of eggs.
kids who eat a whole lot, we certainly need to do better for the next generation. God bless you guys. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys.
I don't think we're going to buy 24 eggs.
Why not? Why not buy 24 eggs? Ha 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 ha.
Yeah, that would last them 2 days, JD.
Nobody's ever seen. And so they went back to the Trump drilling. They said, let it go back. That was the only good thing, but they stopped. Because I would be there, but 4 years later, I would be triple what the number was. Right now, they're just about even where I was. But they.
Good question. John could probably answer that.
Nah. Couldn't tell you.
Rip.
They only did that because of the fact that they eventually have an election coming up. And you remember at the beginning what happened. That's one
It's
of the
in Pennsylvania, though.
went to $100 a barrel instead of $40 a barrel. And he could fight all the wars he wants with those kind of numbers.
Another one.
He's a
Are you
big,
talking to me? Looks like you're talking to me. Hold on. I have something for you.
I know more than you.
seller of oil and gas. So what happens is they went back to what I was doing, just said, reopen, just reopen. It wasn't hard. It's so crazy what they want to do. They're going to destroy lives. They're going to destroy what they have done to this country, and especially in the sense of allowing millions and millions of people come in.
Punish
Because
itself?
that's
Cringe?
something, you know, we can fix the gasoline situation, and we can fix the anything.
Do prices come down magically because it's not them?
They come down with energy, and they come down with interest rates. We're going to get, as I told you, we're going to get energy down by 50% in 12 months. We're going to have it. It's going to be a major smash on energy.
How?
It's a graveyard smash.
Tell me how.
It is a monster mash.
Explain how. I would like to know how.
It's a graveyard smash.
Energy, and I'm not just talking about cars. I'm talking about air conditioning, heating, your basic energy, operating a bakery, operating any kind of a business. It's all having to do with energy. That was where they started wrong. When they cut way back on what I did, and again, just so you understand, they then let it go back to where it was.
They them?
Very smart thing. Otherwise, you would have had.
Who's they, Trump?
I think you would have had a depression, if you want to know the truth.
Oh, yeah.
But energy
Trump
was
expert.
rising at a level that nobody
Economic
had ever
expert,
seen.
Donald
And then
Trump.
they said, go back, go back. They were telling people,
baby.
go back to your wells, go back to drilling, go back to fracking, do whatever you have to do. But if they win,
Why is
the
his
day
nose
after,
so shiny?
they're going all the way. They were only doing that because of an election coming up. They're going all the way. It's madness. And what they've done to our country is mad.
I'm wondering, looking back at you sitting out for 4 years, basically, at least, is there a benefit to that in terms of you being able to see, maybe to regather, regroup, see who you could trust and who you can't trust?
Well, that's a good point, but I'll tell you the maybe bigger point. It would have been easier if I did it, you know, contiguous, to be honest. You have to go a long way back in history to see the one person that was able to do it non-consecutively. But the benefit is, more than anything else, it shows how bad they were. It shows how bad this radical left, liberal, crazy philosophy is with defund the police. You know, they wanted to defund the police. She still wants to defund the police. Anybody that wanted to defund, she was a leader of the defund the police, Kamala. I'd call her Harris, but nobody knows who I'm talking about when I say Harris. They only know, it's a sort of interesting, it's her last name, but nobody knows who I'm talking about. Defund the police, all of these
Anecdotes,
different
not
things.
proof.
It shows how bad they were. It shows how much they don't work. And I think it makes it much easier for me to do my job. People want us to do the job. They've got to stop crime. They've got to stop crime.
Also,
you
a
go out for
Chinese
a loaf of
person
bread today
in
and you end
China
up
doesn't
getting
make
mugged,
them an
killed,
expert on
shot.
China
If you look at
because
Chicago,
they're Chinese.
just a
racist.
short while ago on Labor Day weekend, they had over 100 people shot. 17 people died. You don't have numbers like that in Afghanistan and all these other countries we talk about as being
Yes,
unsafe
anecdotes,
countries.
not proof.
There are no numbers like that. You take a look at Chicago, you take a look at the crime all over the United States. That's why the FBI has to give the real numbers, but the DOJ gave the real numbers, and crime is absolutely out of control. We're going to make sure, you know, we have a little expression, it's called MAGA. It's called Make America Great Again. That's what we're going to do, because America is not great now.
By the way, we asked Kamala Harris for an interview, but so far, she hasn't agreed. Back after a short break.
Thanks. Where's the break? Is it done? What the fuck?
CDC failed miserably
Bizarre.
at job one.
So
And yes, the COVID vaccines were developed in record time, but as we now know, they don't prevent infection, illness, or transmission, and they have very potentially serious side effects. Do you think that maybe they were approved too fast? And in hindsight, based on what we know now, what would you have done differently?
Well, I think they're doing studies on the vaccines, and we're going to find out, and it'll come out one way or the other. But I really had a mandate to get vaccines done, and I got them done very quickly.
Donald Trump, hi. I just wanted to fact check you here. This is the Pew Research Center. U.S. violent and property crime rates have plunged since the 1990s, regardless of data source. Yeah. So you're saying all-time high? I fucking doubt it. Thanks. Verified lie.
Record time. The Democrats love it. You know, the Democrats love it, and the Republicans don't. It's
Love
very
what?
interesting. The vaccines, they love it. I have a
American.
friend of mine who said to me, "Why don't you talk about the vaccine?"
Here we go. Americans tend to believe crime is up nationally, less so locally. Percent of U.S. adults who say there is more crime in blank than there was a year ago. Very interesting. So it's almost like the news is feeding people bullshit, and
Well,
they are
Trump is
eating it.
saying that our crime is going up while others are going down because of immigration.
Mm. Fewer than half of crimes in the US are reported, and fewer than half of reported crimes are solved. Yay, police. We should give them more money. Most vehicle thefts are reported, but relatively few result in arrest. Police clearance rates for violent crimes have declined in recent years. So cleared, decreased, cleared, decreased. I don't know what that means. Anyway, point is, violent crime is not up. It is actually historically low. Thanks for playing. Pretty easy to find. Hold on, I have a soundbite for that.
This is pretty easily Googleable.
True.
What you did with the he's a Democrat, and I'm sure he voted for me. He said, what you did was the most incredible thing that any president has ever done.
I know, right?
You've saved hundreds of millions of lives all over the world. And this was just recently, very smart guy. He said, I don't understand why you don't talk about it. And I don't talk about it. But if you go to Pfizer, if you go to some of these companies, they have charts and they have all sorts of statistics. And I say, why don't you release those statistics? Let people know. But I don't talk about it. I can say this, the Democrats would love to claim it. The Republicans don't want to claim it. But it'll be determined, I'd say, over the next 12 months. I say this in terms of overall, I think I did an amazing job with COVID. I never got the credit.
If that is the case, why are you defending China? China literally robbed the kefir industry from Palestine. Also, Uyghur genocide. Like, why? What? Interesting. Okay. Why? Can I ask you why?
For it. Remember that more people died under Biden-Harris than died under Trump. And they had a much easier time because when it came in here, nobody knew what it was. It came.
Let me guess. These same people that tell you that China it doesn't reinforce systemic racism also tell you that the Uyghur genocide isn't real. That's about the gist that I'm getting.
What a fucking idiot.
I fucking knew that would happen. So easy. So
Nada
good.
Wumao denies Uyghur genocide.
We love this. Not beating the Nazi allegations.
Came from the Wuhan labs, which I always said, but nobody really knew what it was, where it came from, nothing. They knew nothing. And we got hit, and I got great.
Oh, boy. Cool. Okay.
Credit on military. We knocked out ISIS. We
What's a Nazi
rebuilt the
apology
military.
in
Great credit on military. Great credit on the economy. I never got great credit on the fighting of the China virus, which is COVID, but We call it the China virus because we like to be accurate. But if you think of what I've done, I took a disaster that came into our shores, that dust flew in from China, and we started making things like the ventilators. We were supplying the whole world with ventilators within a period of 7 months. We took auto factories and started making ventilators in auto factories. We did the gowns, the costume, all of the different things, all of the rubberized products, the masks, everything. And we also had to go because our
Yeah, buddy. That's what it is. It's totally not you repeating the same rhetoric that Nazis repeat and apologizing for it, and then being like, "Oh, why are you calling me a Nazi? I didn't do anything like literally apologize for Nazi rhetoric. That never happened."
when I took over, the cupboards were bare. We had nothing. We were supposed to have, but we had nothing. And in all fairness to previous presidents, the reason is that nobody really thought a pandemic in this world, in this age, was possible. You remember 1917, we had the great pandemic that people talk about. 100 million people, they say, died.
A curious question. When you say this, how do you justify that when the Palestinian civilians, which you have kicked to the wayside and stepped on, by the sounds of it,
Remember when this started?
as good
and I
as
was joking about how the kids deserved it.
Hold on. So what you're
Don't tell me
telling
hold on. No, do not tell me to hold on. No. Now you're never going to be able to make your point because you once again told me to hold on after I completely finished a statement.
Because I'm fucking talking. You always talk in the middle of it.
Nope. You weren't talking though. That's why I talked.
But I was. The
No, you
whole
weren't.
time I was just.
If you were talking, then I wouldn't have been able to talk. Lies.
Civilian casualties aren't a metric of whether it's a fucking war. Israel indiscriminately bombs civilian areas and makes shit up to justify it. And then here, people like you sit here and parrot their bullshit, justifying fucking collective punishment, war crimes, and genocide. The area is 50% fucking children. What are you talking about?
They deserve that.
Fucking Hamas is underground. How is anybody being hit by Israeli bombs in fucking humanitarian areas? Fucking Hamas fighters, use your brain.
They deserved it.
It's not a war zone. It's an open air prison that's being flattened by a vastly technologically superior military because they're fighting a fucking civilian force. Not even a force, a civilian area. They're civilians. Oh, but Hamas there. So fucking what? It's collective punishment. That's a war crime. Whether it's genocide or not, it's a war crime from the very inception of it. At the very, very least, you are apologizing for war crimes. Yeah, Hamas is just as culpable in the genocide as Israel is, and America, and the UK, and whoever the fuck else is helping Israel. Germany, all of them are culpable and deserve facilitation charges for what is happening in Gaza. This isn't complex. You are incorrect.
And basically this would...
Okay, why would Palestinians turn Hamas over to the people who have had their boot on their neck for the last 70 years? Why the fuck would they do that?
They're implying that the civilians deserved it because they're
I understand what
helping
they're
Hamas.
implying. I understand what they're implying.
You know, people who had just reached these evac zones that are being used as schools have no idea where Hamas is because they're displaced.
Mm-hmm.
Then deserve it because they didn't snitch on people with information
Exactly.
that they didn't have.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. I'm not engaging with you fucking idiots anymore.
Would have happened here too, and it didn't happen here. I think I did a great job. I think
I did a great
will
job.
not be given credit for it, but there are a lot of people that think I did a really fantastic job on that. Nobody knew what it was. Nobody knew where it came from. And remember, we had far fewer deaths than Biden, and Biden just got the tail end. So we did a good job.
More with Donald Trump after a break.
Oh my god.
Off a little bit. That gave me so.
Two quick questions that are just
The main
sort of
reason,
one
like, Trump
sentence
ended
maybe.
up losing was because of how bad he did with COVID.
Mm. Yes.
Two things you do to stay healthy.
Well, I used to play golf a little bit. That gave me, so I don't know, but it seems to be quite a dangerous sport in retrospect. I try and eat properly. I do the
thought
best,
you ate
and I try and get
hamburgers and
some. I do, but proper hamburgers. But
Pepper hamburgers.
I like perhaps all of the wrong food. But then I say, does anybody know what the right food is?
You're
I
right
had
about
people
that,
lecturing
yeah.
me for years. Oh, don't eat this, don't eat that. They're gone. They have passed away long ago.
That thought
And
keeps
here I
changing.
am. So I'm
Yeah.
not sure I want to make too many changes.
And then, if you're not successful this time, do you see yourself running again in 4 years?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I think that will be it. I don't see that at all. I think that hopefully we're going to be successful.
Mr. President, thank you for the interview.
Killing him, he's done.
Thank you, Cheryl.
Thanks for joining
Eat
us.
him, he's done.
From Mar-a-Lago, I'm Cheryl Atkinson.
Groundbreaking. It's over. Let's do this one.
Very true. She certainly has. Anita, I want to get back to the angry old man on the porch yelling in his own home. But first,
what?
I need to shave myself.
Neat.
This whole thing about the Al Smith dinner, it's been a 40-year tradition for both presidential candidates to speak at it. And it's just sort of mind-blowing to me that she is incapable of operating in a simple atmosphere like that.
Yeah, I think it's a real shame that she's not going, because one of the things that came out of the debate was that people said they still didn't feel like they had a sense of who she was. And I think this is a real missed opportunity for Kamala Harris to show a lighter side, to show a funny side. She doesn't have to write the jokes, right? Someone can write them for her, and she can read a teleprompter. She's shown us that. So I'm disappointed that she's not showing up, and maybe she will change her mind, and I hope she does.
Guy, it's like everything has to be so robotically scripted with her.
Yep. And first of all, this is like
She's
a
like
fun
the
event.
least
It's
robotic.
funny. Both candidates always have zingers about.
What?
They're saying she's so robotic, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it robotic.
Themselves, about each other. It's a good event. You might call it a joyful event. You think that might appeal to her. But this, when I heard that she was backing out and refusing to go to this thing after 4 decades, I was immediately reminded of this story. Axios published it a while back. The headline here, Scoop, Biden doubted Harris's election chances. So if you scroll way down in the story, there's this anecdote. Quote, in April 2022, Harris was the guest for a dinner at D.C. news mogul David Bradley's home, a salon-style event Bradley hosts with Washington journalists and newsmakers. Harris's anxiety about the dinner was such that her staff held a mock dinner beforehand with staffers playing participants, according to people familiar with the event. Harris aides even considered including wine in the mock prep so Harris could practice with a glass or two. Charlie, that was for just like a little salon dinner at someone's house. And she was so in her head about it, they had to play act a fake dinner first.
They
So
literally
I'm not
do that.
necessarily surprised on a big
Trump is
stage
the only
at a
one who
famous
doesn't do
dinner.
that.
She
I was distracted by the chat. Sorry, what did you say?
I said, never mind. You would have to be paying attention to what they said.
Yeah. What did they say?
Just rewind.
including wine in the mock prep so Harris could practice with a glass or two. Charlie, that was for just like a little salon dinner at someone's house,
Again,
and she was so
you'd
in
have
her
to
head about
rewind
it. They had to play
way further than that.
in the story. There's this anecdote. Quote, in April 2022, Harris was the guest for a dinner at DC news mogul David
Yes? No?
Yes.
Bradley's home, a salon-style event Bradley hosts with Washington journalists and newsmakers. Harris's anxiety about the dinner was such that her staff held a mock dinner beforehand with staffers playing participants, according to people familiar with the event. Harris aides even considered including wine in the mock prep so Harris could practice with a glass or two. Charlie, that was for just like a little salon dinner at someone's house, and she was so in her head about it, they had to play act a fake dinner first. So I'm not necessarily surprised on a big stage at a famous dinner, she's passing.
How's she going to host a state dinner at the White House?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a fair
I mean,
question.
Come on.
And can you imagine how
Has this anxiety thing come up before? I've never heard of it.
The rehearsal shit is like every president does that.
I was gonna say that's like pretty standard. I don't understand.
Trump's debate prep didn't do mock debates. He just did policy drills, and look at what happened to him at the debate.
Yeah.
You know, like, yes, they hold mock debates, mock events, and stuff. That's completely normal. Like Fox News grasping at straws as usual.
Yeah.
And turning now to the presidential race, with just over 40 days until Election Day, both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump are ramping up their campaigning in swing states during the final stretch of the race. A week after a second attempt on his life, former President Donald Trump spent the afternoon in western Pennsylvania,
Nobody's done for farmers what I've done.
speaking to voters about the potential threat from China to U.S. agriculture.
I'm going to call up President Xi. I'm going to say, you have to honor the deal you made. We made a deal. You'd buy $50 billion worth of American farm product, and I guarantee you he will buy it 100%. He will buy it.
As Trump and Vice President Harris barnstorm battlegrounds just 6 weeks before Election Day, new polling from the New York Times and Siena College shows the former president taking the lead in 3 of those crucial.
I think she needs to drop the pantsuit.
You're a pantsuit.
In my opinion, that's just my opinion. No, she needs to drop it. It's too Hillary.
States, Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, with Trump's 5-point lead in Arizona outside the margin of error. While the polls may show a Trump advantage in the Sun Belt, Harris is outpacing her Republican rival when it comes to money in the bank. The vice president received a $27 million cash injection from a Wall Street fundraising event on Sunday, adding to the $361 million the campaign raised last month. That same day, she also racked up 700 endorsements in a signed letter from both Republican and Democratic national security leaders, who called the choice between Harris and Trump a choice between, quote, democracy and authoritarianism. On official vice presidential business today, Harris will pick up campaigning in key swing states throughout the week with a focus on the economy.
I've named it an opportunity economy, which really, in short form, is about what we can do more
I was
to
watching
invest
something,
in the aspirations, the ambitions,
and
the
like,
dreams of the American people.
Like they were just making a point how Nazi is a slur. Like,
Okay.
because like nobody actually wants to be a Nazi except for one guy. Right? So like that's the thing, it's just like it doesn't mean anything anymore. It's just a insult that you throw at your political opponent regardless of the side you're on.
Sure.
So it's like that's what it's literally a slur because it's not an actual term that means anything anymore.
I was using it literally.
I know, but like in broad, well, that's why like even like for fascist, the dictionary definition is like so
Yes.
simplified
Mhm.
because it's using how people use in the
Mhm.
word today and modern.
Yes. It's pretty funny.
while addressing the challenges that they face.
The vice president also accepted an invitation from CNN for a second debate with Donald Trump, who swiftly declined the invitation at a weekend rally.
It's just too late. Voting has already started.
And in an interview on a conservative Sunday show, Trump was candid about his plans not to run again in 2028.
If you're not successful this time, do you see yourself running again in 4 years?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I think that will be it. I don't see that at all.
His running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, meanwhile, campaigned in North Carolina today.
Thanks to Kamala Harris's policies, you've got a lot of American families and a lot of American cities that can't afford to provide basic necessities to their citizens.
But all eyes are on a different Republican candidate in the Tar Heel state, gubernatorial nominee Mark Robinson. On Sunday, several of Robinson's top campaign staffers quit after a CNN report uncovered.
When? Took over what?
Jan
When?
6th.
Do you know what take over means? They kind of went in and left. What do you mean? Nothing happened.
Numerous inflammatory and derogatory comments that the lieutenant governor allegedly made on a porn website. The Harris campaign quickly turned out campaign ads tying Robinson directly to Donald Trump.
I've gotten to know him, and he's outstanding.
Donald Trump and Mark Robinson. They're both wrong for North Carolina.
Can Oprah Winfrey elevate another candidate to the White House? Well, tonight, the billionaire appeared with Kamala Harris to help make that happen. The two co-hosted a campaign event in Michigan called Unite for America. And at one point, things got emotional when the family of a woman whose death is linked to abortion restrictions in Georgia came face to face with Harris. Listen to this.
You're looking at a mother that is broken. Mm-hmm. The worst pain ever that a mother, that a parent could ever feel. Her father and myself and the family, you're looking at it.
Amber's mom shared with me that the word over and over again in her mind is preventable. These abortion bans have been passed that criminalize healthcare providers.
Not only that, like one of these
prison for life
deaths that happened, it was in a state where she could have gotten an abortion, but she was confused on what the law was.
Yes. We covered that the other day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oprah. Prison for life in a couple of states for a doctor or nurse who provides health care.
That was one of the most emotional moments from this event. Oprah was crying. I mean, many people in the audience were crying. And it really took me back, I mean, obviously, to the Oprah Winfrey that everyone had in their living rooms for, decades. Will this be effective?
Well, I think the abortion issue is effective, whether Oprah is the person that brings it to us, Kamala Harris is the person that brings it to us. The thing is, stripping women of their rights in this country was always inevitably going to lead to death. And Amber's a perfect example of that. The doctors knew exactly what to do when she got to the hospital, and they waited 20 hours to do the necessary DNC.
I haven't been reading
and
it
she
in a
died
while.
because they waited too long. It's not that they didn't know what to do. It's not that there was a crisis. It was a completely, as her mother said, preventable death. And that happens when you take people's rights from them and you say all of this fits into this one tank, when it doesn't. Our healthcare is our body, it's our lives, it's our livelihoods.
You know that little cactus toy?
Yes.
That it like repeats the stuff to it, and you can get a bunch of them to argue with each other.
Yes.
That's what's happening.
It's very funny.
I don't know why we keep separating the economy from abortion. How many people are sitting at your kitchen table is a kitchen table issue. So abortion is center. Whether Oprah brings it to us or not, abortion will be center to this
These
election.
events are, part of a strategy that the
Where's
Harris campaign is putting out there, which is to largely avoid doing interviews. They're not necessarily settings that where she shines. So they're doing this instead. And this was very different for her. Might it work? Will this be enough? I mean, we have, less than 50 days.
What about Trumpy Trout?
Where is it?
I don't fucking know.
I miss Trumpy Trout.
Till the next election. So
the answer is not enough. It will work. Partly. So let me explain. This is a great event. This is a great event. And it's good for her. And listen, especially with Oprah.
If you want to talk Chinese in chat, you can talk Chinese in chat.
Yeah, what do you mean? I don't give a shit.
Yeah, go ahead and talk Chinese in chat. We don't care. Talk whatever language you want.
Important for Kamala Harris because Donald Trump has every base voter he's going to get. She does not have every base voter she can get. And she's needs about 10 points more Black voters in places like Georgia to be where she needs to be to win these swing states. So these are incredibly important moments for her. They are not enough, though. She still has to sit down and answer questions. I'm not inventing this. I talk to swing state voters all day. And what they're telling me is I'm still undecided because I haven't heard enough from Kamala Harris. They know who Donald Trump is. They don't know enough about Kamala Harris. And they're not here for the soft interviews.
I fucking hate CNN so much.
Well, normally at this time of the year during an election, Iowa gets the national spotlight. However, this year, the Republican Party is focused on Nebraska and its unusual allocation of electoral college votes.
That's right. Governor Jim Pillen trying to sway state lawmakers to change Nebraska to a winner-take-all state. Alex McClune explains.
The blue dot in a red state. Signs of a special session swelling in Nebraska after South Carolina's Lindsey Graham spoke to Nebraska state senators Tuesday.
I hope the people in Nebraska will understand this may come down to a single electoral vote.
Jim Pillen saw a need for somebody to come in and shed some light on that.
State Senator Lauren Lippincott introduced the bill but failed in the legislature. The governor has since said he would call a special session when he has votes from 33 senators to pass.
What do you think the percentage is of getting to 33 votes before Election Day and calling a special session?
Well, we're always hopeful, of course. The problem that we have is with the clock ticking down, this would have to happen quite quickly, probably no later than the end of September.
Less than 2 weeks away, 2 or 3 holdouts remain. State Senator Mike McDonnell of Omaha, a key vote to convince the others, but said this after switching from the Democratic Party this year.
I'm not voting for cloture on winner take all, and I'm not supporting winner take all. I haven't in the past. When that question came up years ago, I was pretty clear on my position.
McDonnell's spokesperson telling us Thursday he has heard compelling arguments from both sides. As of today, remains a no.
Lindsey Graham is not a Nebraskan.
State Senator Jen Day hopeful he won't influence Nebraska.
I have heard about this issue for the last several months, and people are vehemently opposed to the idea.
Civic Nebraska also calling on voters to call their state senator to oppose the plan, saying this is a Nebraska tradition because of our deeply nonpartisan heritage that promotes fair representation and boosts participation on Election Day.
I hope they will allow winner take all. Trump's going to win the state by 20 points.
Okay.
Finn, let's discuss Senator Lindsey Graham's visit to Nebraska this week in regards to pushing for a winner-take-all system when it comes to the state's 5 electoral votes. 5 Republican lawmakers from Nebraska are also pushing for this, but remind us which states sort of do this hybrid and why and what it would take for that to change.
Well, Nebraska, too. The Nebraska 2nd District has 1 electoral vote. And that area, that blue dot, if you will, is a very more traditionally Democratic voting section of a very red state. But that 1 electoral vote is part of one of the paths to 270 on the electoral map for the Harris campaign. And if it is a close race, and then we do see in the polling data that we've seen this week in these key battleground states,
I think all
could
states should really do this system.
Winner take all.
No, just like how they can break up the points among the
okay.
state.
I want to emphasize could come down to one electoral vote. Therefore, by changing that, by eradicating, if you will, that one blue dot, that one electoral vote, it gives the Republicans and Trump an advantage on that map. So that's why there's been such an interest by Trump allies. That's why we've seen Senator Graham, who is an advisor to the former president, go down there. And I think that that's something that we need to watch.
Lindsey Graham is
because
going
if that
down on
changes,
things?
it does sort of, it's a little bit like Jenga in terms of the strategic map for Democrats.
Ben Gomez, thank you.
Thank you.
Now that breaking news this afternoon from Senator Mike McDonnell, who says he is not in favor of winner take all in Nebraska. Thanks for joining us. I'm Bill Shammerts.
I'm Julie Cornell. KETV Newswatch 7's Eddie Messel is live in the newsroom with more from McDonnell, who's been considered a key vote in other state politicians.
Bill, Julie, we are just 43 days out from Election Day, and now Senator Mike McDonnell says he has notified Governor Pillen that he will not change his long-held position and will oppose any attempted changes to our electoral college system before the 2024 election. In his statement, McDonnell said, quote, "In recent weeks, a conversation around whether to change how we allocate our electoral college votes has returned to the forefront. I respect the desire of some of my colleagues to have this discussion, and I have taken time to listen carefully to Nebraskans and national leaders on both sides of the issue. After deep consideration, it is clear to me that right now, 43 days from Election Day, is not the moment to make the change." The Nebraska Democrats also responding today to McDonnell's statement. Party Chair Jane Klebb saying in a statement, quote, "Senator McDonnell is standing strong against tremendous pressure from out-of-state interests to protect Nebraskans' voice in our democracy." Senator Pete Ricketts responding to the news on X, saying, quote, "I'm incredibly disappointed by Senator McDonnell's opposition to winner take all. We should cast our 5 electoral votes with one voice by switching from a system that dilutes Nebraska's vote to a system that allows us to elect a president for all Nebraskans." Now, McDonnell said in his statement that he has reached out to Governor Pillen and encouraged him to pass a constitutional amendment during next year's session so that the people of Nebraska can once and for all decide this issue and why it should be decided on the ballot. KTV reached out to the governor's office for comment. We have not heard back yet. Bill, Julie, back to you.
All right.
What's interesting is because I'm in Florida, I've been getting Florida stations now.
Oh, that's funny. You get some Florida man shit.
Yeah. If I wasn't sick, I would have had more.
Yeah.
On Avi, aka Hassan Piker for NBC News, and I want to tell you.
We're done. I'm out of video, so this is the last video.
Oh, go to the video I sent from Red Letter Media.
Okay. There's one.
And like if anyone is a piece of shit for claiming a video, it would be these guys, because their whole channel relies on like review content where they're using other media in their video.
Shit. Yes. That would be funny.
Recently, streaming services.
Oh my God. I figured out what the issue is.
What happens?
It's when I drag it from my laptop to my extended screen.
Oh.
So it should not be an issue once I'm back home. Let's see.
Recently, streaming services announced another wave of cancellations.
Shows that make you say, "Aw, I never heard of that."
And when did that come out?
No!
And what's that?
I've never heard of that.
Did you remember how many fucking times I've told you to watch Inside Job? That show is incredible. And it's gone because there's too much slop coming out on fucking Netflix. And good shit doesn't get watched.
only news.
So good.
That's a show? Where do I watch
When
it?
did that come out?
Is it on Amazon?
Where?
Who's on it?
Was that on Freevee?
How do I get Tubi on my TV?
Was that show a Chick-fil-A original series?
You hit play and say, is this the show or an advertisement?
This show's ratings were 6.
When can I pirate it?
Will David Zaslav delete this too?
When?
Where?
How do I watch this?
Why? Who saw it?
Did that play on the moon?
Was that on Quibi?
What's that?
When did that come out?
What's that?
When did that come out?
What's that?
When did that come out? Well, a lot of these shows may have been great, and you personally may have loved them. The problem is there's way too many shows and way too few people watching them.
But what's the solution, Mike? Make less shows? Make them really good? And just advertise them?
No, you idiot. You know what the answer is. Recognizable IPs! New ideas can be scary, and sure, sometimes they work, but to mitigate financial risk, sometimes you gotta put your chips on a sure bet.
Recognizable IPs?
That's right, for brains, but I'm not just talking about TV shows. I'm talking about movies and animated series too.
Is art now just a disposable commodity?
I don't know what the you just said, but here's all the new stuff coming out over the next
Are you talking?
No.
year or two.
Get ready, goes. I sure hope that you don't have a job anymore, because otherwise, who's going to watch all this?
Number 1. Known IPs, remakes, prequels, live action remakes, and something based on something you know or a person or a thing you've known or heard of before. Jurassic World, Rebirth.
Lilo and Stitch remake.
I Know What You Did Last Summer remake.
The Karate Kid remake. Again? Or again?
A movie about Bob Dylan, starring Timothy Chalamet.
A Michael Jackson movie.
The Minecraft movie, the movie.
I am Steve.
Freakier Friday. A sequel to a remake.
Mufasa, The Lion King, aka more Lion Kings.
Is that a sequel to a remake as well?
I think it's a prequel to a remake as well.
Prequel to a remake of a sequel to an original property?
Cash money, baby.
James Gunn's Superman movie. Thankfully, it's only 10 more years until Superman goes into the public domain.
Wait, seriously?
Probably.
I'm not sure if this is a
my
sequel.
God. That is exciting.
It's probably going to be just like how Steamboat Willie is, you know?
No.
Like, still Mickey Mouse is claimed, but that
Yeah.
early cartoon is public domain.
Okay, interesting. Well, I don't, because if Superman might be a bit different because there is no other iterations of Superman. It's just Superman, right? Maybe the alternates to the DC ones.
That's
But, like,
debatable.
Superman
That's
is
debatable
Superman.
because I think Superman, before DC existed, it was its own property somewhere else.
No. I'm going
It
to say
wasn't
no.
DC originally. It was called something else.
I'm going to say no.
Or a remake because I don't care.
Live action Moana.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Wicked.
The Last Ronin.
Snow White.
Marvel's Thunderbolts.
Fantastic Four. First Steps.
Mean Girls, the musical. This list was generated by an AI.
I am Steve.
The Bride. Finally, a female Frankenstein.
So is it a remake of Bride of Frankenstein, or is it a gender swap?
Lay off the booze.
Have you
The
seen
SpongeBob
Frankenstein?
movie, Search for SquarePants.
original?
Mm-hmm.
No. Action Comics is a direct predecessor to DC.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Action Comics is DC. So it like Clark Kent Superman is Superman. So if it is Clark Kent Superman, there's nothing that they'll be able to do about it. Which is exciting because we'll get a Superman
Wonder
horror
Woman's
movie.
pretty old as well.
Yeah, she's only 2 years older than Superman. So we'll get Wonder Woman there too. And Batman isn't far after that either.
And Wonder Woman, I think old
really-
Wonder Woman is completely different than new Wonder Woman.
Yes.
So we'll see. That's what I'm saying is I think that what's going to be interesting is when if Marvel does DC movies when they hit public domain. That would be funny.
That would be funny. Because it would just be I don't know. It's kind of interesting, but it's also kind of funny how DC Comics had Wonder Woman as their second character and is basically just female Superman.
She's not though.
No, I said
Don't even
basically.
get me started.
I said basically.
No.
She's way cooler. Superman is fucking lame. But she's essentially
Superman is actually weaker.
It's because at the time the imagination was only so wide, and as time has gone on, the imagination has grown.
Okay, hang on.
And expanded.
Superman is actually weaker than Wonder Woman, but he can punch harder. Okay. Now, why do I say that he's weaker than Wonder Woman?
I agree, by the way.
Why do I say that? Right? Because another thing, why does Wonder Woman have bulletproof bracers if she's already bulletproof?
I don't fucking know. All I know is that Shazam can beat the shit out of Superman.
You know why?
His magic.
Exactly. So Superman's weak to magic. Wonder Woman isn't. But Wonder Woman can get stabbed by like mythic godlike swords and objects.
Ah, okay. Interesting.
But there's no point to have her bullet bracers.
They look cool. Ka-ching.
But so anyway, Wonder Woman is actually created by a polyamorous throuple.
Okay.
And she's based off of the third that the husband and wife bring into the relationship.
Okay.
And they're a kinky bondage relationship, which is why, yes, Superman and Wonder Woman have fucked.
Yes, they have. Yes.
And also Wonder Woman has fucked women too.
Yes, she has.
So.
Also, I just want to address this. We both run it.
So Wonder Woman, the whole reason she has the lasso of truth is because they're like into bondage, the creators.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like his wife whose idea it is to do the woman superhero. And while I agree, like everything was racist at the time for starters, and I would say the biggest thing is the thinly disguised fetish propaganda there. Because she's always like dominated and tied up by men. That was like her weakness originally.
Yes,
that they wrote out.
It was. Yeah, you tie her hands or something, and it was.
She was weak to being in bondage by men.
I think Silver Age Wonder Woman is where it changed, and she became the bad bitch kind of Wonder Woman.
But here's what's interesting, though. So the guy who created her dies of lung cancer.
Okay.
Right? At a really young age, and they have 2 kids. Right? The 2 girls end up staying together for the rest of their lives.
Okay.
And it's a gay mothers who then put their kids through school. And like when their kids get bullied and stuff, like the moms like go to the kids' parents and stuff. So like it's a very interesting background because it's like you don't have not only that type of relationship, but just 2 women raising kids.
I didn't know that about the original Superman run. I didn't actually know that. That's very interesting.
I mean, he also is an alien. Like he is
True.
a foreigner himself. Okay, anyway, let's finish this video.
Number 2, TV series remake.
I think DC is rather shallow when it comes to allegories, but Marvel makes it too obvious.
Makes and TV series based on movies. This does not include second seasons of TV series that are already out. Get ready, idiots. I Know What You Did Last Summer remake.
Tales of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Welcome to Derry, an It TV series.
I hate this.
Told you, dummies.
Twilight animated series.
Dune TV series.
Blade Runner 2099 TV series.
Dexter Resurrection, a Dexter prequel. Not to be confused with Dexter the Resurrection of the original.
Alien, Earth TV series.
Are you just saying words now?
I don't know how I feel about that.
Earth.
Agatha All Along, purported to be the gayest Disney product ever. They say that about every single one of them.
How many gays? Star Wars Skeleton Crew.
Dungeons and Dragons live action series for Paramount Plus on Paramount Plus exclusively.
Canceled. A Ghostbusters animated series.
I am Steve.
Oh, I farted.
Jurassic World, Camp Cretaceous, Legally Blonde prequel series.
The Office spin-off series, not to be confused with the new Australian Office series. Jay, why don't you tell us about the last TV series that's about?
I already don't like The Office. That might be the worst TV show ever created.
What, the Australian version? Have you seen it?
No, is it awful?
I don't know. I don't watch it.
About to come out.
Oh, it's the Crystal Lake TV series. Guess what? It's not going to come out. It's going to be delayed, and they're going to change all the producers.
Canceled.
It's going to happen.
These shows have producers. Is the producer Grok? Number 3, movie sequels and continuations. I think they're all movies. Some might go in the theater, some might be on your TV screen. Who knows? Jumanji, The Last Story. Thank God.
28 years later.
Paddington in Peru.
Oh my God.
Captain America, Brave New World. They've shot this movie 8 times already.
Tron Ares.
Avengers Doomsday.
The Mandalorian and Grogu, a.k.a. Baby Yoda the movie.
Rey Star Wars movie.
Avengers, Secret War.
Marvel's Ironheart.
Beetlejuice.
Zootopia 2.
Moana 2.
Mortal Kombat 2.
Five Nights at Freddy's 2.
The Accountant 2.
The Bad Guys 2.
Megan 2.
The Black Phone 2.
Dirty Dancing 2.
Wicked Part 2.
Smile 2.
Joker 2.
Frozen 3.
Incredibles 3.
Now you see.
Apparently, the second Joker movie is really fucking good.
Oh, of course it is. The first one was great.
I've heard it is phenomenal.
It's not out yet, though, right?
No, these are like pre-screenings and film festivals.
I do want to see the sequel to Mortal Kombat because like I really like the Mortal Kombat series, right? And so like I understand it's trash, right?
Yeah.
So like did you see Legacy, Mortal Kombat Legacy?
No.
It's so unfortunate because the second season, it's really low budget and it's just like it's supposed to be on the island, but it's just like I don't know. They just shoot it on a coast in California somewhere. And like literally Sub-Zero is in motocross gear. That's his ninja outfit.
Amazing.
But like the fight choreography is really decent. And the guy who does it really cares about the lore. But the movie ends leading up to Kung Lao fighting. Also, they flip it. So Liu Kang ends up fighting for Outworld.
Ah, interesting.
Which is a cool twist there. And then also the guy who plays Shang Tsung in the original 90s movie, he comes back and he's playing Shang Tsung in
That's
the
cool.
Legacy movie, right? And so he's the one who recruits Liu Kang to fight for Outworld. And so Kung Lao is the protagonist, and it leads up to the ending where Kung Lao and Liu Kang are about to fight, and then they run at each other and clash, like when you do the clash in the game.
Yes.
Right? And then it ends.
Ah, motherfuckers.
And so they were supposed to do a third season that apparently was 90% shot.
Oh my God.
And the entire project was scrapped because they wanted to do something else with the IP.
so it might be this.
Well, so
I
anyway,
don't
so they made the
understand why they can't
HBO
do both.
movie,
I don't
right?
understand why they can't do both. Dumb.
I don't know. So
Dumb
they made
studio
this.
dumbness.
I know. I fucking hate capitalism. Just don't forget what we
Two.
could have had with that Halo movie, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Who was attached to it? Blomkamp, Jackson. Who's the
Yeah.
third one?
Spielberg, wasn't it?
Nah, it was Blomkamp to direct, Jackson to. Oh, it was Alex Garland was writing it.
That's right. Yes.
So Alex Garland written, Neil Blomkamp directed, Peter Jackson produced, and Microsoft said, "No, you're not paying us enough money for the license, so no. So we'd rather just make no money instead of making some money." I
Mhm.
fucking hate these people. You
It
know?
would have made so much money.
It would have
And it would
changed.
have-
Like
it would
we
have-
may not even have comic book movies now, right? Because
Yeah,
the
it
meta
might be
would have been
video
good
game.
video game movies.
Yeah.
Like imagine Disney putting the effort into video game movies they're putting into Marvel properties now.
Yeah. And imagine the video game movies, because video game nerds will go into video games and will understand filmmaking. Will
Yeah,
cross
and like
over,
also it would have been more
and then
profitable
nerds
for
will
the
be making
industry
movies.
because video games are more popular than comic books.
Mhm.
It would have been great. Anyway,
Yeah.
so
What was
the
the
Mortal
back-
Kombat
It would have changed everything as well.
Mortal Kombat
Completely new
is for
timeline.
the HBO. The opening is like it borrows some of the stuff that they put in Legacy.
Mm.
Because I showed you a clip of Legacy. It's when Sub-Zero and Scorpion fight,
At the
I
house?
think. Yeah, and then Quan Chi is revealed to be the guy who's tricking him.
Yes. I think I've seen that movie.
But yeah, well, it's not a movie; it's a web series.
Then no, I haven't.
They borrowed some of that with the Legacy opening, but the whole time you're watching it, you're thinking like, "Where is Johnny Cage?" And then they end up teasing Johnny Cage.
Mm.
The whole reason that I'd watch the second one is just because Johnny Cage is supposed to be in it.
That's funny.
You know.
Yeah.
Megan 2.
The Black Phone 2.
Dirty Dancing 2.
Wicked Part 2.
It also was
Smile
smart to introduce
2.
the original
Joker 2.
character as the main character,
Yeah.
even though the movie is trash.
Frozen
But
3.
Mortal Kombat's
Incredibles 3.
Yes.
Now You See Me 3.
Knives Out 3.
Avatar 3.
I'm okay with Knives Out. Also, Avatar has like 5 movies that they're doing. We already knew about this.
3. Fire and Ass.
Avatar 4. Avatar 5.
Toy Story 5.
Avatar 6.
Avatar 7.
Avatar 8.
Mission Impossible 8.
Avatar 9.
Avatar 10.
Saw 11.
Avatar 12.
Avatar 13.
Avatar 14.
Avatar 15.
Avatar 16.
Avatar 17.
Avatar 18.
Avatar 19.
Avatar 20.
Avatar 21.
Avatar the Reboot.
The Conjuring, Last Rites.
Thread, An Insidious Tale.
Is Insidious Bagul? When does it end?
What are next?
What are next?
What are next?
Don't ask questions, just consume product.
What are next?
Don't ask questions, just consume product.
Don't ask questions, just consume products.
Don't ask questions, just consume product.
Don't ask questions, just consume products.
Don't ask questions, just consume product.
I'm Steve.
Don't ask questions, just consume
Don't ask
product.
questions, just consume products.
This is a great
Don't
thing.
ask questions,
just consume products.
Don't ask questions, just consume product. Don't ask questions, just consume
Don't ask
product.
questions, just consume
Don't ask
products.
questions. Don't ask questions. Just
Hot take:
consume
Jack Black should
product.
have shaved for this
Don't ask-
role.
Yes.
Steve doesn't have a beard. Also, Steve's black.
Sure. I don't
You
care.
agree?
I don't care.
I don't either, but I'm just saying that's not what Steve looks like.
I have played.
And also, Steve sounds like this. Oh!
I've played roughly 40 seconds of Minecraft.
Hear that, guys? We're gonna make Jack play Minecraft.
Yes, Steve is black.
And there's even blacker Black Steves. Type in Black Steve now. It's like a stereotype with a gold chain.
I didn't say gold chain, but he's very black.
Yeah, well, that's what we'll do. We're gonna fucking do Minecraft. We actually, because like everyone has Minecraft.
I don't.
No,
I'm not
I don't
playing
have it on PC. I had it on like Xbox originally.
I'm
but
not playing Minecraft.
But we can do a whole thing with stream, with everyone comes in to play with us. So we can all play together to like build up to, and we'll go through to just fight the dragon. And it'll be a nice community thing. Because like I don't like Minecraft either.
Maybe.
What is better than Minecraft though is Terraria.
Mm-hmm. Any game? Because Minecraft is like the worst game ever made.
Minecraft isn't the worst game ever made. See this guy right here.
Actually, no. That's true. Goat Simulator exists.
Yeah, Goat Simulator is a great game. Look, it says they removed the skin, I guess because it's too racist. But like Minecraft is one of those games where it would be really easy to do a community event type thing.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know what was going on either because I haven't played it since they like introduced the dragon. Like I don't think I even played it when the Wither was introduced. Which I know you don't know what that is, but that's fine.
I didn't see only news.
Okay, we're done. It's gym time. So goodbye.
Product.
Thanks for tuning in.
Is it the mining or the building that you don't want to do?
All of it?
You can do the fighting then.
No.
You can be the main fighter.
I will sit there and watch.
What I would do is like, so the creepers, they'll always come up to your door and just sit outside it.
Aye.
And then I'd always go, "Hey, pizza's here, pizza time," and open the door to let it in and blow up the whole house. And everyone I was playing with would always be like, "No." And then like they started putting up signs. Because like, you know Memento, the movie Memento?
You never watched it.
Okay, well he like tattoos on himself like, "This is Jack, don't believe his lies." And so people put up signs that says, "Don't believe the pizza man, don't believe the pizza man's lies, don't open the door for the pizza man."
That's very funny. Maybe. Look, man, the black sun's a cool symbol. What do you mean? It's Azov. That is so Battalion. I don't fucking know. Maybe we'll talk about it. Convince me.
Terraria though, Terraria is so good. It's like Minecraft, but it's 2D. But like the building is like so secondary types thing, you know, like, but you like have you have to like do things to complete objectives to get bosses, right? And then you fight those bosses and it like progresses you. And then you eventually like you get to the bottom and you have to fight this wall of flesh in hell.
That's fun.
And then when you kill it, it unlocks hard mode.
Okay.
And then it's like a whole nother series of bosses that you end up fighting. And I don't think I got past the jungle boss. But you can
Fair
do
enough.
different builds too. You can do like a magic build or a gun build or a melee build.
Sure.
And so like it's really fun. It's a really good game.
There's plenty of time. We'll see how it goes. All right. Here's a
I
soundbite.
think
Sweet
we're
release
gonna
of
do it.
death. Yeah, evisceration by 1,000 branches of a mighty oak.
Me and my
Continue
two
on the
roommates
Discord.
would play it, but that was like split screen on Xbox.
I gotta go. All right, we can continue on Discord. See you later, guys.
Mhm.
Goodbye.